लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफटाइम, क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी विक्ट्री, मेरी हिस्ट्री, मेरी ग्लोरी। सो कम एंड विटनेस यो हनी सिंह, दिस इज माय स्टोरी।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
Back to NDTV Profit. We're now in conversation with the management of Kalpataru projects after reporting a very strong set of earnings in Q3. To talk about that and a lot more, I'm being joined by the management, Mr. Amit Uplenchwar. He is the company's director at Kalpataru Projects. Mr. Uplenchwar, thanks so much for joining in. Firstly, many congratulations on the strong set of numbers. I just want to start off with the order book positioning first, because there are multiple things we have to talk about. Specifically, order books at 63,000 crores gives you very strong revenue visibility for the next couple of years. How has been the ordering specifically? Because domestic, the T&D orderings have been decent, but not at the pace you'd want them, but that is supported by our international operations as well. So if you can give us some perspective of what's been the strategy in getting to this number, both domestic and international, and what do you expect it to be in the next few months?
So, Puneet, thank you very much for having us. And, it is really heartening. We've had a very, very good quarter and a 9-month in the FY26 thus far. And our order book of close to 64,000 crores and another L1 of around 7,500 crores, I think that also fulfills our incoming order book target for FY26. We had said that we will do close to 26 to 28,000 crores. And given the fact that including L1s, we are already at around 26,000 crores thereabout, I think we should meet our order guidance. As you also asked us about our transmission order book. So today our transmission order book, both in TLD and TLI, continues to be very, very robust. If I look at FY27 and 28, PGCIL recently has announced that they intend to have a bidding pipeline of close to 90,000 plus crores for the next 4 fiscal years, And we being one of the top 2-3 players in the segment, hope to get a pie of that pie. Also internationally, if you look at the numbers that have been announced in terms of prospect runs into hundreds of billions of dollars. And for us, even a very, very small portion of that in lower single digit percentages of that market pie will ensure that we have enough and more orders coming both in domestic and international transmission for us going forward, at least for the next 2 to 3 years.
The other aspect, Mr. Uplenchwar, has been your financial performance as well. Now, order book, you mentioned that it sounds and looks robust over the next few years. The thing is, in quarter 3, there was the revenue growth has been very strong at 16%. EBITDA has grown at 7%. Now, for EBITDA specifically, you've reduced debt, you've improved your net working capital days in that aspect. So, how should we look at the margin number going forward? Is there any anticipation of double digit that you want to go in the next couple of years, given that the size, scale, and your non-core operations that you wanted to separate are almost at the fag end of things?
So, Puneet, good question. I mean, if you look at our margin profile at the beginning of the year, we had, strived to increase our standalone PBT margin by around 50 basis points from the incoming FY25 year, and at around 100 basis points at a console level for FY26. In 9 months of the year that has gone by, we have already increased our margin by 110 basis points at console level and 80 basis points for the standalone level. So we've already met our margin guidance, which was a stretch. But as you correctly mentioned, because of robust collections, our order execution has been without doubt one of the best order execution in terms of our physical targets at various project sites. And because of that, our margins remain one of the best in the industry at the current PBT levels that we are at, close to 5+%. And we want to maintain that and only grow it further from there in the next 1 or 2 years. Our legacy orders are over. Our current orders in TLD and in BNF are at healthy margins and at good levels of order booking.
The other aspect. Well, that was the management of Kalpataru Projects. You're watching Ask Profit right here on NDTV Profit. My name is Puneet Zaveri. With me, of course, Mahima Vajrajani, and we also have Kush Bora in the studio. Kush, very good morning to you. Before I come to you, let me also welcome in Sameer Dalal on the fundamental side of things as well, and they will help us solve all your stock-related queries over the next hour or so. Do keep sending them if you haven't already on the numbers that are flashing on the top of your screen. You can also call us, and the number of that is also flashing on the top of your screen as well. Let me go and start Ask Profit immediately now, because it's TCS. That's the first query coming in from Triambaka. She's from Mysore and asking, and it's a valid question on what's been happening with Anthropic over the last couple of days and its impact on the Indian IT companies. She's holding TCS at 3,256. 190 shares is what she holds. Asking if she should buy some more now that there has been some correction in TCS over the last 2 days. Sameer, good morning. Welcome to the show. How do you view the current status quo of things? While nobody knows enough, somebody and everybody knows a little bit, and it seems to be that the IT pack continues to bear that brunt. Which camp are you on? Would you suggest Triambaka to average down on TCS right now?
Hi, Puneet. First of all, thanks for having me on the show again. Yesterday, we had the chance of discussing TCS as well.
We have to discuss it every day, Sameer. Unfortunately, the state of how the things are and what's happening with IT, I think that and PSU banks will dominate the conversation in the next 1 hour. But please go ahead.
No doubt. What I said yesterday stands. So, of course, like I said, I have no idea about how these Anthropic tools are going to disrupt the industry, and nobody honestly does. It's just at the moment a launch, how the integration, how the use of it works, nobody knows, right? But here's the very simple fact that if it can beat some of the requirements that companies like TCS, Infosys, and all the Indian IT companies, which are basically employees, individuals working for a particular software integration, if that can be eliminated, it obviously hurts Indian IT companies, and we don't have an answer for that at this point of time. So like I said yesterday, I stand by my view that, look, for me, I would much rather buy it 6 months, 1 year down the line, 5% higher, from the simple point of view that I know what the impact is going to be. At the moment, we don't know. The risk always remains on the downside because these stocks are trading at PEGs of 4. So for me, if anyone had to pick a stock in the space from safety point of view, TCS is that, because they will eventually come with a buyback, so it'll kind of support the price. But fundamentally, I would not look at the IT sector for the time being. I think 6-month wait periods stay out. There are so many opportunities in the market. Might as well take that. Why invest in TCS and the IT sector, which is going through a pain, which is going to be elongated for a while?
Well, fair point, Samir, and I'm guessing we will get a lot of questions across this space, but point well taken. The next question coming in from Mohit from Ludhiana. He's asking on Container Corp, bought at 512. Samir, this is also for you. It's a long-term 3-year horizon that he wants to know about. Should he continue to hold?
Yeah, I think one can continue to hold. Look, at the end of the day, the Indian economy, manufacturing sector is only going to keep seeing an uptake, which means logistics is going to be required. Container Corp factors in that quite well. I think over the next couple of years, the stock will continue to grow in traction. And if something comes up on the divestment front, I think that will be the real trigger that will pull the stock up. It's been in the news for a while, but then nothing really ever happens. But once that happens, I think a re-rating on that is very much on the cards.
Got that view, Samir. But the next question, and that's coming in on NHPC as well as Ujjivan Small Finance Bank. Now, our viewer actually is looking to enter these two particular counters. Kush, would you recommend that trade?
Both of them, yes. First of all, very good morning, guys. Markets are taking perhaps some sort of consolidation, not a bad move at all. As far as NHPC and Ujjivan go, both for very different reasons. NHPC has been beaten down, but it's very close to those support levels of 74, 75, so the risk-reward ratio is quite favorable. So if you want to consider, you can consider a small quantity, and the reason I say that is because there aren't very clear signs of a major uptick from here on, but the stock would consolidate and then gradually move higher. So NHPC with stop losses around the 74, 75 mark for a small quantity, something that you can consider. Now on the other end of the spectrum is Ujjivan Small Finance. A lot of these small finance players have seen a very, very steady, very healthy up move from a medium-term perspective. Even now, if you see Ujjivan, it's consolidating with a mild negative bias today, but overall the medium-term structure is positive. So this momentum could well continue in the months to come. Here, you could definitely keep a stop loss around the 60 to 59 zone, and for higher targets of about 71 and 79, I think Ujjivan is a good positional buy.
Okay, Ujjivan is a good positional buy. That's the view coming in from Kushpura. But moving on to our first caller for the day, Saraswati is calling us from Bengaluru. Saraswati, hi, a very good morning to you. I believe you have a question on Tata Investment Corp. Go ahead.
Yes. Hi, good morning. My name is Saraswati. I just wanted to know more about Tata Invest.
Okay. When you bought this, Saraswati, was it the fundamentals that you saw?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Then I'll take this up with Samir. Samir, what's the view like on Tata Investment Corp?
So honestly, there's not much to see in the fundamentals. It's an investment company, right? Just got to add up what the total investment value is for this company, give it a 25% holdco discount, and you can make a basis on what should be the fair price multiple for that. I haven't done that recently, so I don't know what the current value is or whatever, but it's a very simple thing. What I suggest is get the balance sheet from last year, add up the total holding value as of today, give it a 25% discount, and just if the price is, if that is higher, you can continue to hold. If not, find something else, because this is just a holdco at the end of the day, investment company, it's nothing else.
Got the view, Samir. And the next question that's coming in is on Gateway District Parks. Now, Kosh, this is K Guru from Chennai. He's holding shares at 101. Stock's currently trading at 60, so he's currently at a loss. Asking what's the future outlook of this counter. What would you recommend?
So I would suggest a hold, quite a deep gash from the buying levels right now, but there are positive signs. There are green shoots where the 56, 55 support zone has been respected, the stock's moving higher. Volumes aren't as strong as I would have liked, to give a very convincing buy, but on the way up. So my suggestion is that you should continue to hold. You're anyway seeing a bit of a loss. Supports are on the 55, 56 zone. Keep that as your stop loss. And on the way up, I think you're better off, starting to lighten your your positions once the stock comes close to the 69 and then about 75, 80 zone. So don't wait for your buying price, but maybe closer to your buying price, and up from here is where you should start lightening these positions. Stop loss at the 55 mark.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on Gateway District Parks. But we've got our next caller as well. Ajay is calling us from Hyderabad. Ajay, hi. A very good morning to you. I believe you have a question on Keystone.
Yes, madam. Happy morning to each and everyone. And this question is especially to Samir sir. Few months back, he told about this Keystone Realtors. He's very bullish on this stock. So 2 days back, I invested 2 lakhs. Can you please tell me fundamentals and technicals? What is the future of this stock? Samir sir, I need to answer to.
Got it. Ajay, got your question. I'll take this up with Samir then. Samir, does your view with Keystone Realtors still hold? And if you can give more perspective so that Ajay can get more confidence on the shares that he's bought.
Yes, so Ajay, yes, I'm currently holding the stock as well, and I'm strongly still very positive on the stock. And I'll give you my reasonings why. So if you look at the kind of land bank that they're developing in the city of Mumbai, they have predominantly a Mumbai-based player, right? They go under the brand name Rustomjee. They have a huge development happening in various parts of the city. They have a lot of land in different parts of suburban Mumbai, which is in Dahisar, Mira Road, where certain clearances were awaited for, airport heights and all of that. Once all of that comes through, what we will see is new launches coming through, and all of those new launches will lead to a huge growth in the top line and revenues for the company, and then eventually profits. So, these are all individual projects that they keep doing. So as they keep getting developed, you will see the cash flows improving. You will see the bookings improving going forward. And then there are so many redevelopment projects that they are bidding for that once those start coming through, you'll again see a lot of traction. So I'm very bullish on this stock. I continue to hold on to it. And my advice is stay put in it. Wait for 2 years. You unfortunately can't look at it from a 6-month perspective. The way at real estate is struggling right now, but once it turns around, you'll see the developments and you'll see the upside in the stock.
Got that view, Samir. But the next question that's coming in is on Bharat Electronics. Now, this is a short-term query. Our viewer is holding shares at 430 rupees per share, holding 1,300 shares. Kush, what should he do?
So from a very short-term perspective, I would actually suggest an exit. Now, the reason for that being that the defense pack has not seen the kind of traction that was anticipated, and whatever traction did come about closer to the budget, that's been given into. But if you were to ask me that, if I want to pick one stock from the defense space, which one would it be? It'll be BEL. But like I said, from a near-term perspective, because the momentum's missing, I would suggest an exit. It's very close to his buy price. If you do, however, want to hold on, I can give you a support zone, which is 410 to 415. Keep your stop losses at those levels if you really want to hold on to that, if you want to hold on to BEL.
Actually, we also have a query for the same stock BEL, and the reason we are taking this from Ram is also because I'm looking at the buying price of 97. Ram, good morning. Welcome to Ask Profit. I believe you have a query on BEL. Is it correct that your buying price is 97 rupees? Because I really want to know what you saw and when have you actually bought this particular share?
So, to be frank, this credit should go to my father-in-law who tell me to buy this back in 2023 May.
Back in 2023 May. Okay, so not so long ago. And at that price, at 97, it looks like a steal now. So firstly, many congratulations, Ram. But apart from BEL as well, is there any other shares that you're holding in the defense pack?
Yeah, so I showed about Dixon, which I have 10 shares at 1,800 rupees. Before split, I bought at 9,000.
Okay, got it. But BEL, definitely, many congratulations on getting it there. But Samir, on BEL, he's holding 97 rupees per share, roughly 1,500 shares. What would your view be on BEL for Ram?
On the entire defense space, I have been saying one thing is that the valuations are very rich, right? Now, BEL actually has one advantage over many of the other defense players like Masgao Docks, HAL, or Ocean Shipyard, is that their gestation periods of projects are shorter in nature. Plus, they are providing the electronics, so they need not provide the finished good. They're providing a lot of the components that go into all of these various projects. So from that angle, the risk is a little lower. But when a stock is trading at 40 times earnings, it gives it's difficult to make returns on the stock. So if you're asking me from a 1 year perspective, I think the stock is probably going to consolidate. I'm not denying the fact order flows will be there given government spends are there. But I think to really make money from this level, you need to be a 3 year investor and expect returns closer to 10 to 12% returns compounded over that 3 year period. So low returns. So from that angle, we remain positive that the stock will do well, but the returns will be subpar. So from that view, I would not be buying into it. If it corrects closer to 350 levels, that would be the entry point for me. But given he's holding from 97, I mean, it doesn't hurt to stay put because your money is compounding without having to pay tax on it. So it's okay.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on BEL, and I think Puneet, we need to be, we need to be tracking the markets better, and Kush needs to, tell us more stocks as to how we can make such profits. So kudos to that. We've got our next caller. Arvind is calling us from Hyderabad. Arvind, hi. A very good morning to you. How can we help you today?
Hello, ma'am. I'm calling from Bareilly. Actually, I have the MGL shares at the rate of 1300. I want to know the fundamental and the technical view on MGL.
Okay, so when you bought this, Arvind, was it the charts that you saw, or did you see the fundamentals of the company?
Yes, I saw the chart. Stocks were trading at 20 SMA, above the 20 SMA. After that, the small cap got beaten up. That's why.
Got it. Okay, Arvind, I'll take this up with Kush then. Kush, your technical view with regards to where MGL stands?
So, Mahima, I don't really like, this set of stocks. They give you that spurt of buy karte ho aap, and then it fizzles out so fast. The gas runs out very fast, pardon the pun. But hence you will rarely see me recommend these stocks. Even now, I'm not very constructive on these, Arvind, by the way. The only reason I will tell you to hold is because, as I see it, on the weekly setup and on the daily setup, there are positive divergences on this stock, suggesting that there could be a bottom formation attempt at play here. Now, does it convert into momentum? I have my doubts because, like I've said in the past, volumes are important and they aren't really supporting as much. However, all of that said, I would suggest a hold for now. Keep a tight stop loss at the recent swing low of 1025. If that's broken, this recovery will also fail. But on the upside, also watch for 1110. That's the resistance level. Once that is broken, you will see the stock gain momentum and move higher. Does it come very close to your buying price? Maybe, maybe not, but I will start exiting once the 1110, 1150 zones are taken out. So hold with a tight stop loss at 1025.
Got your view, Kush. But the next question that's coming in is it's on Endurance Tech. Now, our viewer, Mr. Dr. Bharat from Andhra Pradesh, is holding 300 shares of this particular counter at 2,600. Now, what should he do, Samir, with this particular counter? Because largely a play on ABS, those norms have now been delayed. But what would you recommend in terms of these new regulation beneficiaries in that sense? Should he continue to hold?
Yeah, he should hold. So, what you rightfully said, maybe the norms get delayed, but eventually they have to come through and the ABS braking is going to happen. And this is one of the players who's a large benefactor of that shift that's going to happen, especially in the two-wheelers, right? So for me, it's a hold. Yes, valuations are a bit rich. Would I buy at 2420? Probably not. I'd wait for it to come down closer to maybe 2100 to buy. But like I said, I remain positive because the operating leverages will play out once the volume uptake happens. And that will automatically make the PE multiples come off, the ROEs go up, and that works well. So hold on to it at this point of time. And you'll probably see a consolidation for 3-6 months before you see a move up in that.
Got the view, Samir. But time now to, set up the BSE FNO for today. And we're seeing largely, moves on the Sensex. We've seen Eternal being back in focus on the downside though. We've also seen stocks like Indigo, Asian Paints also continue to be in focus. So we bring you that perspective as well on those counters. Look at the most active contracts. It'll also give you that perspective for the Sensex. And you've seen certain levels in terms of getting those active contracts. We'll get it on the screen right now for the Sensex. And we'll continue to monitor that as well. And, for the Sensex futures, you've seen open interest slightly inched up. Today is also the expiry, so you have to keep that in mind. While the most active contracts for Sensex as well as the Bank Nifty is the other one that we continue to monitor as well. BankX, I think we have to correct this particular data, but Let's actually just show you the key stocks now in terms of the long build-up. The BSE F&O long build-up. Let's pull those counters up now. Bank of India, Nykaa are some of those counters which are seeing long build-up. In terms of short covering, we are seeing that on Dabur as well as Canara Bank. Long unwinding seen in GAIL, Sammaan Capital, while there is a build-up of shorts of Tube Investments as well as HAL on the back of a brokerage downgrade as well. Stocks down 5.3%. But let's go across and take the first round of the rapid fire in this edition of Ask Profit. Kush as well as Samir, you know the drill. Keep your answers on buy, sell and hold so that we can take as many queries as possible. The first one that's coming in is on Varun Beverages. Now he's asking a short-term view on the stock. Kush, what should he do?
Avoid.
Okay, the next one is on Premier Energies. Rohit Jain wants to hold this for the next 5 years. Is this the right time to buy, Samir?
Yeah, you can buy at this point.
All Cargo Logistics, Kush, our viewer is holding shares at 13.5. I think it's a recent listing post the demerger, but any view?
Yeah, you could continue to hold. Stop loss at 9.
Okay, the next one is on Venus Pipes. V. Murli is holding 200 shares at the rate of 1539. What should he do next? The stock has been underperforming. Kush, your view?
Hold, stop loss at 1000, but exit on rise.
Emphasis the other one, Samir. Our viewer has bought at 2,700. Lalita from Bengaluru. Should she continue to hold given what's happening now?
My view is sell.
Sell.
Okay, the next one is on Zensar Tech. Rohan wants to know if this is the right time to buy after correction. Kush, would you recommend that?
No, not yet.
KFin Tech bought at 960. Kush. Ramesh from Bengaluru is asking a short-term view.
Yeah, you could continue to hold this one. Stop loss, I would suggest at the buying price.
Okay, the next one is on Shriram Pistons. Murlidhar, who is 68 years old, by the way, he's saying that his buying price is at 3353 and he's holding 145 shares. Can he recover his cost is what he's asking. Kush, possible?
There's a good chance that could happen. It's a good investment stock as well. Continue to hold. Stop loss around the 2600, 2700 zone.
The other one is Chambal Fertilizers. Now, there's been some promoter buying as well. Samir, any view on the stock?
Yeah, hold on to it.
Okay, Kalyan Jewellers is the next one. Ambili from Kerala is writing in, wants to know if should I hold or sell the counter? It's falling today, dropping day by day. That's correct. Kush, would you recommend that?
No, I wouldn't suggest Kalyan. Alternatively, you can look at Thangamail, stop loss around the 3000 mark.
Samir, I know you have a view on the stock and you have a big smile on your face. Would you also want to come in for a view?
Yesterday we discussed it. It's a buy.
Yeah, the next one's so hopefully for a viewer he can take a fundamental call or a technical call. Don't try to merge both of them because it's not going to end well for you. But the next one's from Suman from Kolkata asking a view on Siemens, Samir.
Hold on to it.
Okay, Tata Steel is the next one. Tejas wants to know if we can buy at the current levels from a 12-month point of view. Samir, your view?
I'd say start booking profits if you can. Slowly exit.
The next one's coming in on HAL. Samir, what should our viewer do? He's not mentioning his buying price, but Chandan is asking a fundamental view.
Buy around 3,200. Sell at the current price.
Okay, the next one is Bandhan Bank. It's back to the level at which it was in 2022 is what the viewer is saying. He wants to know if it can rebound ever. He's holding 216 shares at an average price of 169. Kush.
Right now, I would say not too far from the buying price. Continue to hold. Stop loss 146.
All right. Okay. So that brings us to the end of this first round of rapid fire round for Ask Profit. But viewers, time to slip into a very, very short break. But we'll be right back answering all your queries on the other side. So do stay tuned.
As tariffs rewrite trade, and India's New Deal and the US redefine global alignments, a powerful shake-up is reshaping the global economy. What is India's next strategic move? Join Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and leading global voices as they decode this new economic reality at the NDTV Profit Conclave, making sense of the new world order. India, the real deal. 7 February, New Delhi, only on NDTV Profit.
A very special moment for us as we announce NDTV Masterstroke the NDTV Art Awards.
M3M presents NDTV Master Stroke Art Awards. An odyssey of creative brilliance where the masterpiece meets its ultimate recognition.
NDTV bringing this subject forward would have a great integrity of putting it forward where people could understand the importance of art.
This award that is being started, I'm sure is going to be amazing.
Art for India and for Indians is an expression of our Atmanirbharta.
It's actually quite a formidable jury, so I think we'll reveal a lot more as we go along.
This is an amazing platform, I think, today what you're doing.
I have always had this inclination towards art, and if we don't collaborate and bring those artists forward, give them a platform, who else will?
Honoring the masters who define our cultural landscape, M3M presents NDTV Master Stroke Art Awards on the NDTV network.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफटाइम, क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी विक्ट्री, मेरी हिस्ट्री, मेरी ग्लोरी। सो कम एंड विटनेस Yo Honey Singh, this is my story.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
Back to Ask Profit right here on NDTV Profit. Some important flashes on the bottom of the screen for Hindustan Aeronautics. We just discussed the stock with Samir as well, but largely they've issued a clarification on the exchanges. They've come out and said that regarding deliveries for the LCA Mark 1A, already 5 aircrafts are ready for delivery is what they're saying. 9 additional aircrafts are just awaiting engines from General Electric, and that will come in. Is what their second key clarification is, and they've already received 5 engines from GE. Supply is positioning at a very positive stance is what they're highlighting. Apart from that, they've also mentioned that they've assured the street in terms of an exchange filing that they will be able to meet guidance for FY26 in terms of the aircraft for the current financial year. So it's an important one coming in because generally the company is still yet to come out with its earnings. Could have, put out that perspective then, but it's a very interesting aspect that they've come out and chosen to clarify at a time where the stock was correcting almost 5%. So it's very interesting, Mahima, that this latest development coming from HAL via an exchange filing nonetheless.
Yeah, but still, there's no relief in terms of where the stock stands, because let's try to pull that up. Still down by about 4.8% for HAL, and this has been throughout the day today. still down by about 4.7%. Yesterday also we saw pressure building up on the counter. But moving on, the other counter that is in focus today is Emami, and this is on the back of its Q3 numbers. Overall, it's seen a good growth in terms of where volumes go, a 9% domestic volume growth. Strong revival has happened this quarter in terms of laggard portfolio as well, and winters have turned out to be very good for the counter. Now, to understand as to what's worked and what's not worked and how things are shaping up, we're joined by NH Bansali, who's the CEO of Finance Strategy and Business Development, and of course the CFO as well of Emami, joining us now. Mr. Bansali, always a pleasure speaking with you. Mahima this side. My first question to you is with regards to volumes, because you've done a 9% in terms of domestic volumes this quarter. Can we expect a double digit maybe next quarter, or let's say starting off FY27?
Yeah, we are hopeful, but we need to be mindful of the market as well. So we need to build up the expectations which we feel are realistic. See, in fact, the market had been good. Winter had been good, and also the GST transition. The last quarter there had been that tailwind also for the quarter 3. We expect next quarter would be kind of a good growth, but within maybe high single digit kind of a growth, to just set your expectations right. In terms of overall performance, the performance, as you asked, what has worked well, everything has worked well. In fact, the growth had been from all the brands and all the channels, and the international business also. So everything, and also our strategic investments, all the engines have fired, and we are working on all rounds, and we expect good growth in the fourth quarter also. But the delayed winter and the summer could have some impact which we invested, because the delayed winter may have an impact on the summer offtake somewhat. But it is very early to figure out anything.
Mr. Bansali, with regards to your margins, there's a slight improvement there as well. But this quarter, if I'm not wrong, around 20% of your portfolio did see grammage cuts. My understanding is that now raw material pricing is easing out for you. So going forward, what are you expecting? Q4, will you expect more grammage cuts going forward? And when does this, slowly start to come off from that 20% mark?
Yeah, so that impact is also about to unfold in the times to come. There had been some impact, so there will be further positive impacts there. And you rightly said this, the cost of materials had been benign, and so the margins in terms of gross margin and EBITDA margin both has improved in this quarter. And going forward also, despite some headwinds in terms of the metals costs and others, we still believe that the cost would be very much in control.
With regards to your Bangladesh performance, how is it faring right now? This quarter, I believe there was channel destocking, which has kind of impacted the performance. But going forward, what are you expecting from Bangladesh?
We still expect it's a good growth country, and we expect normal growth to come from that country as well. We do not find any challenges.
Mr. Bansali, one last question. I'm just curious. A lot of FMCG companies right now are going ahead and acquiring startups or acquiring companies which are catering to, more towards premiumization, luxury, or more towards that Gen Z category. Anything on the cards that you would be looking at, let's say slightly, 2 or 3 quarters down the line, or maybe 4 quarters down the line?
Yeah, we are always on the lookout. And you might have seen, and if you recall, we already have 2 subsidiaries which we had acquired 5-6 years back, and now they have become our 100% subsidiaries, kind of the Man Company and Briller. And both are main companies on the male grooming, and Briller is on the professional grooming products. So both are doing exceedingly well. They have delivered a 31% growth in the quarter 3, and further growth is expected from this. We are also on the lookout for other strategic investments, and we always, and in addition to other non-organic opportunities as well.
Question with regards to margins. Where do you expect the margin range to be like in terms of FY27?
Would remain in the same line as it was. The EBITDA margins are expected to be in the same line, kind of, despite our aggressive investments in the branding and marketing there.
Mr. Bansali, thank you so much for helping us answer all those queries, and thank you so much for taking out the time and speaking with us at NDTV Profit.
Thank you very much.
All right. Moving on, the other counter, that we're putting spotlight on is Metropolis Healthcare. It did, of course, come out with its earnings. And to understand as to, again, in terms of, what's worked, what's not worked, and to understand as to how the outlook of the company is looking like, we're joined by Surendran, who is the Managing Director at Metropolis Healthcare, joining us now. Thank you so much, sir, for first of all taking out the time. My first question to you is with regards to your overall group EBITDA margin, which stands at around 23.4%. What's the medium-term target that you're looking at? What is the ceiling at which you are, penciling your margins at?
Good morning, and thank you very much for having me on the show, and good morning to all your viewers. So, of course, we have had a very strong quarter, and both in terms of revenue as well as in terms of margin, the expansion has been very good. I mean, unlike normal quarter three, which is not very a seasonal quarter for the diagnostic industry, but we have done well in this quarter. Our margin expansion on an organic level, we grew the margin by about 29%, and on a group level, we have improved the margin by 32%. And if you remember, beginning of this year, we have mentioned that, our margin expansion for an organic business will be about, 70 to 100 BPS. And, at a company level, we may stay at the same levels of margin of last year, because the core diagnostic which you acquired, and what is the break-even point when we acquired it, so that will have a little bit of drag on our EBITDA during this year. That's exactly what is, planning out as we go throughout the year. And, we will be, able to see the 100 BPS levels of margin improvement on the organic business, and about a percentage dilution happening because of core for the full year basis. That's what you will be seeing on the EBITDA side.
Mr. Surendran, good morning, sir. It's Puneet this side. Thanks so much for joining in. Just two quick questions from my side. Your share of North actually has grown quite a bit in this particular quarter. Now I think it's about 8%, and please correct me if I'm wrong. Where do you see the medium-term trajectory of that? Because from the time when you listed, largely focused on the western part of the country, you've expanded into south a lot, and now that share is going into north as well. So if you can give us some perspective, what worked in this quarter, and where do you see that maybe in the next 8 to 10 quarters?
Yeah, so what happened in North is, after the acquisition of Core Diagnostic and, the Scientific Pathology Agra, and also the Dehradun asset that we acquired, all from the North. So our share of revenue from the North has gone up from 4-5% to 17% in quarter three. So, I mean, at this point of time, we'll keep growing the assets that we already have in North, and we will be at this range, maybe 17 to 20% in the next, maybe a year or two basis, until we acquire something, more in the North. So that's how the North performance will be. And of course, West and South has always been the most dominant markets for us, and we keep doing well in this market as well.
And one final one, Mr. Surendran, on True Health as well as your specialty portfolio. That's also actually seen a very strong quarter this time around. Where do you see those revenue contributions for True Health going in the medium term? And for the specialty business, you've been adding a lot of new tests that's visible in your volumes as well. How should we look at that aspect too?
So True Health is currently at around 19% of the organic portfolio, and we would keep moving this towards the 25% maybe in the next 7 to 8 quarters. That's what our efforts will be. And specialty on the organic side, it's about 37% of our overall volume. And of course, with the acquisition of Core, the specialty portfolio getting stronger, and our ability to cross-sell the core diagnostic products, which is largely on the high-end oncology testing capabilities, into the Metropolis base is only getting better. And as a result of that, our specialty portfolio is getting better. Now, every quarter, we would like to see a similar level of growth or maybe better.
Surendran, longer chat definitely warranted. Hopefully, we'll get a chance in the mid-quarter. But thank you so much for joining in today, giving us perspective on Metropolis. Congratulations on the good result as well. But viewers, get back to the stock-related queries now. It is earnings season. But the next one that's coming is from Rajiv. He's a senior citizen from Delhi, asking a question on a short-term view on Engineers India. Kush, what would you recommend?
He doesn't have a position
yet.
He doesn't
have
for
a
fresh entry.
I think
I think it's a good time to buy. these are some of those good stocks that, got hammered when the markets were correcting and consolidating. It's at a good support zone. If you look at the, mid to early 2025, from where that rally began, the stock's actually at the 78.6% retracement mark, taken support there. That's 165, 166 zone. That's also the medium to long-term support zone for the stock. So all in all, my point is that this stock is on the way to recovery. You could look at a fresh entry from here, 165. That's your stop loss. And on the upside, you're looking at 185 and about 200. I'm just rounding that off. About 200 to 198 as your targets.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on Engineers India. The next question that we have is from Biswajit, who's writing us from Kolkata, asking about Muthoot Finance. He's got 60 shares at the levels of 1232. Should I book profit now or should I hold for further from a long-term perspective? Your advice, Samir. A lot of these counters, of course, today it's seeing profit booking, but have run up on account of, the rising gold prices. But would you recommend a hold from a long-term perspective?
Yeah, obviously, I think there is a reason to hold. Look, today, if you look at it, the gold loan business is something that's very safe. We believe the growth is going to come. There is a lot of gold which can still come out into the market in the sense of for borrowing purposes. Where the difficulty lies is the space has suddenly become very competitive, so margins have shrunk a bit. But given the fact that gold prices have moved up, it allows these companies to probably lend more money on the same quantity of gold, meaning tonnage of gold, which allows them to earn their profitability higher. So I think hold on. I think the stock will do well over a longer term period. Both Manappuram and Muthoot are buys for us.
Got that view, Samir. But the next question that's coming in is from Sai Karthik. He is from Dallas and he is, of course, a regular viewer. Sai, thanks for sending in your query. He's asking a short-term query on Reliance Power. Now, actually, Sai has been sending this query for us for quite some time now. So, Sai, I'm really wondering how big your position is. He's asking what he should do in the short to medium term. So, he's asking if it's a good time to buy. And he has been asking us this question for a while now.
Any idea about the buying price?
No, he wants to enter this counter.
Enter afresh?
Yeah.
Look, I mean, these stocks which have had a massive downturn, not participate in these rallies even when the markets are going higher, I generally don't prefer or like, these kind of counters. You're in fact better off focusing on Tata Power and Torrent Power. But because you've asked specifically for, Reliance Power, just the given, setup right now, a very tight stop loss at 26 or 25.5. And for a quick trade towards the 31 and about the 33, 34 zone, you could consider. I wouldn't really suggest it from a positional standpoint. Maybe from just a quick buck perspective, there could be an uptick here.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming on Reliance Power. But the next question is something that we get every time when Samir is on the show. And Samir, this is on Sterling and Wilson Solar. This is from Tanuka, who's writing in, and he's bought at the levels of 231. He wants to know if we should average out, hold, sell. I know sell is not the answer for sure, but what's the view?
So I have a buy view on Sterling. You know the details of it, so I won't keep going into it. But I want to just add on to what Kush had said last time. I mean, on the last question, the person in Dallas, Vegas is not too far. If you want to gamble, just take a flight and go down there. But buying into Reliance Power is like putting the money on black and red at this point on a roulette table. So be very careful when you invest in that.
Samir, but on Sterling and Wilson, I have to harp, and we are shameless enough to ask you every time, but I have to take this query because the long-term 52-week low is roughly 176. Now, results were okay, commentary was okay, and you mentioned about the long-term prospects, but people who bought it, share price corrected, then would you recommend them to buy? And is there any level that you're watching out for on the downside that people can capture it, or are you just in terms of such a long-term view that the buying price right now would 5-10% wouldn't matter?
So I would buy it even at this point if you have. See, look, you got to build a portfolio, right? It's not about an individual stock. So since I am as bullish, I can go out and say that about 5% of my personal portfolio is in Sterling and Wilson at this point of time. Okay, so I'll give you that. Now, would I go up to 10%? Maybe. I'm waiting for 1 or 2 orders which I'm expecting to come through, which I am hoping will happen before the end of this quarter. If it does and the stock starts moving up, I will obviously lap up some more shares. But like you asked me, is 230 and 180 or 190 very different in price? Yeah, if there's a correction of 10% that's happened on this, or 15% that's happened, but you can't catch the bottom of a stock. And here's the thing: once the turnaround happens in the order flow, you suddenly start seeing all this happening. and the stock runs up, then you'll wonder why. 190 will look like a distant dream. So simply giving you an example of something that happened in Gokuldas Exports, when it fell down right now to about 600 odd levels, now it's at about 800 and something. Now 600 is never going to come again on the stock price as much as you want. So when you get good opportunity, should you add on to it? Yes, you should. But don't let it cross any size of your portfolio which you are uncomfortable with. So for me, market is not about individual stocks, but portfolio construction. So even though I do this show on Ask Profit where we give buy and sell, I wish someone would do a show on portfolio construction and how you should build it, what you should have and things like that, because that is what investment is all about.
It's a very interesting idea. I think Samir will definitely, take up on this idea and
we have another Ask Profit also, so we can remodel that.
Yes,
if Samir is up for being a permanent candidate, there we love to do that. Actually, we've been trying to add some flavor,
right?
brainstorm, add. So all suggestions open to get that perspective as well.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, I'll take up the next question then, which is from John, who's writing us from Chennai. Asking about TrueAlt Bioenergy, and he's been holding 50 shares at the price of 480. Wants to know if he can continue to hold the stocks or what should he do next. Samir, any view on this one?
Sorry, unfortunately, ma'am.
And Kush, I don't think there's enough data on the charts. All right, we'll take this up in the afternoon show for sure. The next question, then I'll take it up from Ambika, who's writing us from Chennai. She's holding Aptus Value Housing, 1,200 shares at the levels of 262. From a medium-term perspective, can she continue to hold, Kush?
First up, I think I was being modest when I said, conditional buys on Reliance Power. Samir's come in a very feisty mode. So I think his answer was better. So just refer to his answer, right, for that. Yeah, but no, as far as Aptus Housing goes, I think it's not too far from her buying price. The stock is seeing some sort of an uptick. I wouldn't really hold on to this one for a very long time, but with a trailing stop loss at your buy price, so close to the 262 mark, 263 mark, you could continue to hold. There is selling pressure. After the stock saw that uptick, there is immediate selling pressure on the back of heavy volumes. So I suspect that, there may not be a very big upside. So yes, you can continue to hold, but keep your buying price as your stop loss. In case it dips below, at least you won't incur a loss.
Got that view. Kush, Godavari Biorefiners is the other one. Now, Samir, do you track this counter by any chance? Because our viewer John actually holds it at 352. Any recommendation?
So I've studied the company. I didn't come out very positive after studying it, so we didn't go into detail. So for me, because I didn't like it, I will say I would avoid it, but then I don't have an actual fundamental view on it.
Kush, anything on the charts that suggests any view for John?
Yeah, so again, I'll be very honest, I haven't tracked it, as closely. From a near-term perspective, it's in a range. I really wouldn't venture into this one right now.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on Godavari. But the next question that we have is from Arvind Majeshwar, who's writing us, asking about Canara Bank. He's got 2,000 odd shares at the levels of 159. Wants to know if he can continue to hold this till March 2026. Kush, your view?
Very much, very much. I think what you've seen in terms of a profit booking was more of the budget announcement, effect, and also a lot of these names had a very sharp uprun, right? So some profit booking was par for the course, was due. I think it's a good idea to continue hold on to this one. The recent swing low is close to the 138, 139 zone. If you're comfortable with that as a stop loss, that also works. If not, 142 on a closing basis is actually a stronger support zone. You can keep your stop losses there also. But yes, continue to hold Canara Bank.
Got your view, Kush. But the next question that's coming in is a caller. Now it's on PG Electroplast. Mohammed from Bengaluru is asking us this question. Mohammed, good morning. Welcome to Ask Profit. What's your query?
Good morning to you all. I have PG Electroplast about 81 shares at 554. I want to know the short-term view on this. I'm willing to wait for a quarter.
Kush, for the next 3 months, he's bought at 564. What would you do?
Yeah, I would suggest a hold. Even if you look at the recovery that the stocks had, the slope of the upward sloping channel is pretty gradual, right? So I don't suspect that there could be a runaway rally, but it's a very steady rally on the back of fairly good delivery volumes on days when the stocks moved higher. So the recovery is underway. All of that put in place, you're still in profits, not a bad idea. Continue holding on to it. You could keep a trailing stop loss at your buying price, or from a very pure technical standpoint, I think 525, 530, that's the strong support zone for for the stock. Slightly deepish, but with that as a stop loss, you can continue to hold PG Electroplast.
Okay. The next question that we have is from Shravan, who's asking about Moschip. He's holding at 212 levels and he's holding 115 odd shares. Wants to know if he can continue to hold and what should be the next target. Kush is already sitting on a loss of around 1 lakh rupees. What would you recommend?
Very interesting. It's been a very long
Sorry,
time.
I'll just correct. 1,000,
yeah.
not 1 lakh.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's been a long time, since we've discussed this stock. Again, it's nothing to write home about. The only thing exciting about this stock is that if you go to the last 5 to 10 days, there's been a good, healthy volume, uptick on this one. Price has also moved, but it's the volume accumulation that's actually pretty healthy. Right now, it's around the 200-day moving average zone, taking support at that level. My suggestion, there could be some trigger, perhaps, to which the stock is building up to. I would say a hold, but with a tight stop loss at 190.
Got your view, Kush. But viewers, it's time now for the rapid fire in this edition of Fast Profits. Sameer, Kush, you know the drill. So let me start off with the first question. It's coming in on Dixon Tech. Now, Sameer, some news flow yet again today on the counter, but what would you recommend?
So right now, I'd recommend a hold. When it was going down closer to 1,200, 300, I'd recommended a buy on your show, so hold on to it.
Utko is the next one. Ananda is holding 1,000 shares at the levels of 245. Sell or hold? Kush, your view?
Hold, stop loss, tight one at 185.
Anant Raj now, viewers holding at 550. With what's happened in the data centers in the budget, Sameer, what would you recommend?
Yeah, hold on to it now, given what's happened.
Power Grid bought at the levels of 274 for the next 2 years. What's the view like, Sameer?
I like the stock. I would buy.
Netweb Tech, a short-term view is what our viewers asking. Not mentioned buy price, but your view.
Again, it's consolidating, so you can buy with a stop loss at the 29.50 mark, but the upswing might be gradual.
PCBL is the next one. Viswa from Bengaluru has bought at the levels of 320 and 300 shares is what she has. 3 months point of view. Kush?
Hold, stop loss 265.
Tata Motors PV, Sameer, I know you're positive. The results come today. Expectation of a weak set of numbers. What should investors expect? Anything that you can for them to watch out for?
So expect from the management the view on how their production has reached from the Land Rover side. For me, it's a buy, like you said. The ramp up after the cyber security alert, if that is done with, good buy.
Okay, Dr. Sankar from Tirupati is writing in asking about Netweb Technologies. He wants to know if he can enter at the current price point. Kush, would you recommend that?
I think we just had a query on that. I would suggest yes. Stop loss 29.50 levels. Upside could be gradual.
Swiggy, Sameer, do you track by any chance? Because post the results, it's just been a downtake. What would your recommendation be? Our viewer Ghana holds it at 410.
Yeah, so unfortunately for me, it's a sell. I do cover it, and the reason I'm giving a sell, both Eternal and Swiggy, is look, profitability for me is very important and still eluding.
Okay, KPI Green is the next one. Prabhavati is holding 100 shares at the levels of 490 from a long-term view. Can she continue to hold? Sameer?
Absolutely, I would suggest buy some more. They're doing excellent in the green energy expansion.
Tata Tech is the other one. Kush, Deepak from Dubai is holding at 1,058. Should he venture an average right now?
No. Don't average. You can continue to hold. Positional stop 625.
Okay, Ashok Leyland is the next one. Manisha from Bengaluru is holding 160 shares at an average price of 137. Is it the right time to add more or do I need to wait for a dip? Kush?
But to add more, definitely wait for a dip. 185, 190. That's the zone where you can add more.
IOC bought at 176. Kush, it's again back in favor. What would you recommend for Sunil?
Yeah, hold with a stop loss at 170, but around your buying price, book profits.
Well, that's the end of the rapid fire in this edition of Ask Profit. We managed to solve 54 queries with 3 managements. So Sameer as well as Kush, thanks so much for joining in. A little lesser than the 73 we did yesterday. We missed you, Mahima, for sure. But that's all the time we have on this edition of Ask Profit. Stay tuned. A lot of queries that we've gotten today. We'll start solving those immediately at 2 p.m. You guys do get the first preference. So we'll see you on the second edition of Ask Profit, the afternoon one. But KYC comes up next. Stay tuned.
as tariffs rewrite trade, and India's New Deal and the US redefine global alignments. A powerful shake-up is reshaping the global economy. What is India's next strategic move? Join Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and leading global voices as they decode this new economic reality at the NDTV Profit Conclave, making sense of the new world order. India, the real deal. 7 February, New Delhi, only on NDTV Profit.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंह। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफ टाइम, क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी विक्ट्री, मेरी हिस्ट्री, मेरी ग्लोरी। सो कम एंड विटनेस यो हनी सिंह, दिस इज माई स्टोरी।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
Hello and welcome to KYC. I am Sharad Dubey and you are watching NDTV Profit. And let's start the show. I'll give you some hints for the company which we are getting in KYC today. Also, let's put out the hints. It's a staffing solutions company. It seems like a deja vu. Yes, it is. But it's a different company. It's a mixed Q3 numbers they have come in, and company says that their headcounts, that level is expected to recover. But for the investors, it has been a sour journey. Stock is down more than 60% in the last 5 years. This is the important hints which I am giving you so that you can guess the company in KYC. And also, look at this. That's the pain here for the investors also. So I've given you a lot of hints, but remember, it's a team effort. And team effort itself is a hint as well. The company in focus, the staff solutions company, is TeamLease Services. This is what I'm talking about. But why are we calling this company? Recently, we did call its peer also, Quest Corp, and now TeamLease. Now we want to compare them. We need to understand the Q3 numbers of how TeamLease has panned out. But there are key reasons for it so that we are getting them in KYC. The Q3 numbers were mixed. So how the trends actually looking like for this industry? Another burning question is the AI space. The impact of AI on staffing solution. Now what happens in all the categories? Is there any big change happening here? That is something we'll be watching out for. The third one is the headcount recovery. By when will it happen? Will it be the fourth quarter? Will it be the first quarter of FY27? We'll get you all the details while talking to the management and the views on the BFSI segment. A recovery is being seen in this segment and in the staffing solutions. Will this strengthen going ahead? The margin guidance also for the company, especially on the value-added products which they are adding. If there anything happens there, then what will be the margin guidance? And joining in the show will be Ramani Dhati. She's the CFO of the company, and we'll be asking Ramani a lot of questions on the numbers as well as on the strategy as well. But let's move on and understand the company. You know, it's generic, in a generic manner, it's put that it's a staff solutions company, but let's go a bit more detail into it. Let's call it a human capital management company. It's just not just staff, there's other things also. There's flexi staffing solutions, there are HR solutions, a lot of them. This company is 25 years old already, and it has 4,000 plus clients and 3.4 lakh associated trainees. These are the numbers when you study a staffing solutions company. This is important. But what are the services being offered by TeamLease Services? It's around 7-8 services, but I tried to get the main ones. The general staffing, specialized staffing is there. There is flexi staffing also, the gig economy which we call, that's also there. HR tech services is there, and learning services there. A lot of degree related services is also there. But Q3 earnings is something which I'd like to talk about. The revenue has slowed down and the profit that has surged. Now you must be wondering why the profit has surged. That's something we'll ask the management also. The headcounts have hit the revenue very strongly and the margins came in from the other income. Now what is this other income? That is something which we'll ask Ramani. BFSI insourcing, that has dragged the volumes here. So that's also a concern for the stock. And the growth numbers, the general staffing revenue, it's nothing great. It's just 1%. But GCC, the global capability center, that is showing a very strong growth, and that's a very big emerging market trend in India. But let's look at the outlook, how things are panning out. Our recovery is expected to come in from the fourth quarter. BFSI segment, that's what I was talking about. The headwinds are largely absorbed. Now that means from a lower base, something good can happen. Headcount recovery is expected over the next 1 to 2 quarters. And GCC and the specialized staffing, that is expected to stay strong. Remember, GCC has done really well. So this number is going to be something which is very important for most of the staffing solutions company going ahead. And the margins also, expectations are there that it will gradually expand as well. And just to put that in perspective, the street view, the growth has normalized in FY27. Earnings CAGR expectation is 15 to 20%. So this is the entire picture for TeamLease Services. But to give you more perspective in our show in KYC, there are 8 parameters where we judge a company. And of course, financials are one of the most important things where we get the company income statement, where your Q3 numbers will also be involved. Then there is balance sheet to check important ratios, the cash flows, return ratios, the ROEs and the return on capital employed, shareholding and street trade, how much the stock has moved around and the returns have come in for the people who are already invested in this stock. Valuation, we compare it with its peers, and the analyst tech, what the analyst community is thinking about this counter. So 8 rating parameters in KYC, and I would like to start the first one, that is the income statement. Let's talk about that. And largely these are the numbers which we have gathered in. Revenue, there has been a decent growth coming in. And if you do the mathematics, so this definitely goes past the 12,000 mark. So there is a decent growth, but it's not a very great growth. It looks like a single-digit growth. And even the PAT numbers, they are very stable business model. And the Q3 numbers, to be honest, were on the mixed side. So I have given a neutral rating when it comes to the income statement. But now let's talk about the balance sheet, how much things have moved around. These are the key metrics in the balance sheet which we have found out, and largely we see the book value has increased nicely, and these are the FY27 numbers coming in. Remember, we have one more quarter left and then we get the entire picture. Apart from this, the borrowings, that has slightly gone up, but for a business model like this, these borrowings actually don't matter. These are basically the working capital related borrowings, and the cash and bank balances. Generally, these companies have a higher cash bank balances, but that has actually come down in FY25. But there was a major IT refund, which I'll talk about it later on in our third important rating which we judge. But now, right now, balance sheet also, it is stable. So I'll give this also a neutral rating. So 2 neutral ratings coming in for income statement and balance sheet. But importantly, cash flows, they are very much important in any kind of a business. But remember, the cash flows which you're seeing is on the higher side coming in. Of course, there is some kind of variability in the net cash flows, but the operating cash flows have been decent. But what's an important number to actually watch out for is that 400 crore plus net cash flow the company is standing at, and this is because of an important IT refund also which has come in. So company's cash flows are very strong. Now, what does the company do with this deployment? That's important, whether it's kind of a buyback, which generally happens in these type of companies, or maybe some kind of inorganic acquisitions. But right now, as of now, good cash flows. That's around still a neutral rating for the cash flows. But return ratios, that's where my interest peaks for this company, and it's a very decent ROE numbers, I'm seeing. For this, 13 to 15% return ratios, even if you get, it's a very strong signal and a stable company. It's 13.5%, 13, 14, and that's expected to be around 14% as per MK's report. So it's a decent return ratios company, and the same thing goes for the return on invested capital also. And anything above 15 is always good. Remember that. It's not a rule of thumb, but generally for these companies it is. And look at it, it's overly going above the 15 mark, and that's 17.4. That's what the street is expecting. So return ratios is strong, so I'll give a good thumbs up. Also, apart from these return ratios, I'll talk about your shareholding, how much important the shareholding is. And remember, DI holding has picked up very strongly here. Promoters, it's stable, but FIs, they have reduced their space. There has been a big changeover as well, and of stake from 27 it has gone to 6%. But the other hand, look at that, it's such a stable business, and that is where you have large asset classes, the DIs, parking their money, so that there's no much volatility in the stock. It's 50%. It's a very safe move, to be honest, from the mutual fund industry. But nevertheless, that's 50% of that stake coming, and that'll be pretty much interesting how this pans out. And the float in the public, that's roughly 13%. So shareholding, it is nothing but a neutral rating. But street cred, how much stock has moved, stock ne kitna paisa diya, 6 months, 1 year, that's what we talk about. And it's been a very dismal performance. 6 months, stock is down 21%. This year also nothing has happened. And the shareholders, their patience is being tested, and that's why retail position is also a bit kind of lower as compared to the institutions. It's down 38%. Last 5 years, it's down 62%. So yes, concern is definitely there in this counter, and if you're holding it, your patience is being tested. And from my side, it's a thumbs down when it comes to the street cred. But let's look at valuations, and when we compare that, we have the valuations with its peers, and its peer is, of course, recently we had got this company in KYC as well, and the valuations for TeamLease is still on the higher side, but it's still decent. For FY27, there's nothing much to be thinking about this counter. 15 times, it's fine, it's decent, but it's all the industry numbers are also decent, so nothing much great here. It's a bit slight expensive than Quest Corp also, but overall the expected P numbers which we have gotten, it's still a neutral rating when it comes to TeamLease Services. But let's talk about analyst tech. Total analyst, I feel, is 12 of them are tracking it, and that's a strong kind of analyst take coming in at 12 buys. Likely return is almost 46%. So that is something which you're watching out for. So it's a positive rating when it comes to the analyst rating. So let's give in the final ratings, how things are panning out. This has been largely neutral. Return ratios have done well. That's why I've given a strong thumbs up. And the other rating parameters are also there. It includes shareholding, valuation, which has been neutral, analyst take, that's good. And lastly, street cred, nothing much returns coming in for the investors. It's roughly 4.5 out of 8 we have given for TeamLease Services. So that's something which we'll be watching out for. And now joining us is Ramani Dhati. She's the CFO of TeamLease Services. Hi Ramani, good afternoon. The numbers were slightly mixed, in this quarter. What are the key takeaways you're getting?
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. Firstly, we have indicated that there is one large NBFC client which is undergoing RBI audit, and they have given us a heads up in terms of that some numbers, they may be directed to insource. So that NBFC has close to about 22,000 headcount between our staffing and apprenticeship business. So that's the hit we had this quarter. Otherwise, overall, if we look at the margins and overall performance, specialized staffing for us has been doing extremely well, especially the GCC segment has been consistently adding headcount as well as expanding on bottom line. HR services, again, this quarter, there is a very good catch-up billing contributing to the bottom line expansion. And also we received a large chunk of our pending tax refunds in this quarter, along with interest credit. So that also has contributed to very good cash flows overall. So in terms of general staffing, while there is a overall slowness compared to last 2 years, especially in BFSI, the rest of the segments continue to be maintaining the trend of hiring. If I have to call out the top sectors right now that we are seeing positive on new headcount addition would be FMCG, FMCD, retail, quick commerce, e-commerce, and manufacturing entities, apart from the GCCs.
That's pretty interesting on that, Ramani. The cash numbers are on the higher side, and whenever cash numbers become on the higher side, my question for companies like yours is where does this get employed? Any inorganic acquisition, maybe a buyback, what it is?
Yes, so this is a question that we are also asking ourselves, and by year end there'll be a decision taken by the board. As of now, we don't have any large M&A discussions in pipeline, and TeamLease would be primarily focused on organic growth rather than doing any large big bang acquisitions. So from that perspective, the board will be taking up a discussion on whether to do a buyback or a dividend or a combination of both, along with allocating some kitty for future M&A pipeline.
So 3 options are there for the board. And Ramani, interesting trend which has picked up is the impact of AI. Everybody's talking about it. Now, what happens in the staffing solutions? Do you get a specialized staffing service on that? And if yes, any inquiries have been coming, or your existing clients, have they started putting in requests on the AI? What's happening there?
Yeah. No, definitely AI is impacting jobs in IT, especially the coding jobs. There has been a substantial drop in the number of coding jobs that we used to do 2 years back, or even for that matter, 1 year back to now. But however, we have quickly shifted gears, and now we have built all our capabilities in under specialized staffing towards niche and cutting edge skills. So right now, almost 60 to 70% of our hiring happens on skills that are related to AI, ML, cloud, cybersecurity, these kind of profiles, which are currently on high demand. So we don't cater to any entry-level roles or the basic coding roles anymore. So they're all largely focused. All the 7,000 roles that we have, majority of them, 60 to 70% of them, are now towards GCCs and with the new age technologies.
Ramani, now a lot of impacts are also coming in. The provisions I'm talking about, the labor code numbers, did they impact in this quarter also? And any kind of further impact we can see? And if yes, does this trend continue?
We have done a full analysis, for our entire employee base of 3 lakh plus. So for us, the impact is only for our core employees to the tune of about 5.7 crore. So that provision has already made as an exceptional item. But that number for us is not very significant, because for rest of the 3 lakh base, because they're largely the temp staff, and average tenure is also typically around 6 to 9 months. So there we don't have any substantial liabilities on gratuity or leave encashment for the past period, mainly because of the tenure. Even for those where it is applicable, we have back-to-back contracts with the clients saying that whenever any regulatory change happens, the liability will be indemnified by the end client. So we have already taken acknowledgement from all of our existing clients with respect to that liability. And that's the reason there is no incremental provision that has been made in our P&L over and above this 5.7 crore.
Interesting. Ramani, there are two words, I'm reading the entire thing about TeamLease and that's hurting my eyes. That's the BFSI insourcing that has dragged the volumes and also the headcount that has hit its revenue. Now, there is a kind of a statement that there might be a recovery coming in both of these segments. And if yes, it's hurt in Q3. What are the timelines, Ramani, we are looking at Q4 or Q1 where the green shoot starts coming in?
We can expect in Q1 definitely because we have already started discussions with some of our large BFSI clients as well as prospects. So the pipeline is very healthy and also the number of open positions. But since we are already in first week of Feb, by the time these onboardings happen, that would be like end of March and early April. And that's in line with what we are also expecting. So that's why we have indicated that by end of Q1, we should be able to fully offset the headcount loss that has happened in this quarter and turn positive on a net basis by end of Q1.
That's pretty much interesting. But the margin front, generally, whenever an investor is looking at your company, they do not look so much at the margin front. But there seems like the street is expecting that the margins would slightly pick up going ahead. What will be the levers for growth on this growth in the margins? Is there a specialized service you are getting in or is there something else?
Yeah. No, it's a combination of multiple things. So one is mainly the portfolio businesses, non-staffing businesses growing at a higher rate, mainly the specialized staffing business, because our GCC business is at a higher margin at almost 6 to 7% of EBITDA contribution. And then we have an apprenticeship business. That business is also now has turned positive on bottom line and contributing positively. So that business also operates at 4 to 5% EBITDA margin. And then HR services, which historically has been at a relatively lower margin. So now that business also next year, all the investments will be fully done and that business also should start contributing EBITDA margins of 6 to 7% going forward. So with these segments picking up at a higher growth rate, there will be an expansion on the overall EBITDA margins. In addition to the operating leverage in staffing business, our main staffing business also playing up.
Yes, but Ramani, any kind of a number or a range if you could give us, then it becomes very easy for the viewers to understand or maybe the analysts to, get your company's numbers or financials right for the future.
As a percentage, it's extremely difficult for me to give any kind of indication. And what we are targeting is expanding the absolute profits of the company. So this year, we should do a PBT growth of upwards of 20%, despite the impact that we had with BFSI with almost 25,000 headcount loss. And next year onwards, we should be able to consistently maintain 18 to 20% EBITDA growth and similar range of net profit growth as well.
That's pretty much interesting. But just to put that perspective, a lot of layoffs have been starting to come in from US. We heard last night from Wall Street Journal and some names coming in the IT space also. Any kind of, initial inquiries coming in the large IT or the mid-cap IT firms, regarding the, net hiring or the freshers not coming in? What are the initial trends suggesting? Because that's becoming a cause of concern. A lot of young viewers write to us. So just wanted to get that in.
Definitely, as far as IT services is concerned, as of now, there isn't much of recovery in terms of overall hiring. The entry-level jobs and again, the coding jobs still continue to be at very high risk. And at this stage, we are not seeing any kind of visibility in terms of any green shoots as far as IT services is concerned. GCCs, we are very positive because even under the new union budget, with data centers and tax exemption for data centers, especially the GCC funded ones, we are confident that there'll be more jobs that would be generated under this segment. And typically, these are the higher salaried jobs as well compared to the IT services. And with the kind of volume of pipeline that we are seeing in the GCC segment and data center and related segment, so we are confident that there will be some green shoots on the GCC side of the business.
That's pretty much interesting. But I was just going through the con call of yours, and the client loss which was there in the third quarter, one was an NBFC client and one was an agricultural client. So will this reverse in the fourth quarter, or because Q3 seemed like an anomaly as put by you? So Ramani, Q4 they are back?
So Q4 we should be having like just about turning positive, because we have a couple of large prospects under discussion. So between Feb, March, we should be able to close that. But as I said, we'll be just turning positive by end of March, netting off this impact of these two clients. However, to post a positive headcount growth, that would take us time till like end of Q1 next year.
That's pretty much interesting, and some new initiatives are also being taken place by TeamLease. And Ramani, if I see RegTech and HR Tech, both of them are also being developed. Some are being implemented. Labor code impact is also that implementation, I mean to say, is coming in. So what are the important outlook for these businesses, RegTech, HR Tech, going ahead, Ramani?
We are very excited about this part under our RegTech and HR Tech businesses, because under the new labor codes, it has been now very clearly notified that going forward, there'll be a single digital return to be filed, and that would be through the Shram Suvidha portal, which the government has announced to launch. It might take little time, like maybe in the next 12 to 18 months, we can expect the launch of this infrastructure, but that would give us a substantially new target addressable market, because now all the companies who are right now manually making returns, be it under PF or ESIC and all the 25 plus labor laws, so now they would be required to make one single digital return. And TeamLease being in this business and working on all these labor compliances for years, we have developed products which can enable direct filing, seamless filing on this digital infrastructure. So as and when we see the notification from government on the next steps on the filing front, so we will also be targeting the market with this new product.
Well, that's pretty much interesting. And one of our Gen Z viewers has written to me, and they've stated that AI skilling is very much important, Sharad. And they wanted a question for you, Ramani. And we just wanted to get in, what are the key, trends coming in the AI skilling, data science, how much of that is actually, being truthful in the ground? Has that picked up? What are the young folks, asking?
Yeah, no, this is an interesting question. As far as skilling is concerned, at this stage, companies are not making any massive investment in upskilling their employees. Instead, rather they are preferring to pick fresh talent directly from market, and if they themselves have already upskilled, be it on AI or the cyber security, either by way of having a prior experience or through taking up projects either outhouse or freelancing. So that's been given as a priority. And as I mentioned, 70% of the new hirings that we are doing in our specialized staffing are mainly around these three specific categories. So one is on AI, two is on cloud related services, and third is on cybersecurity. So currently, these are the top three skills that companies are looking for.
Right, so all our Gen Z viewers who are watching NDTV Profit, please note down what Ramani has said. Get your skills, get jobs in the AI sector. Thank you very much, Ramani, for your time, giving an entire view on the industry, your company, and of course, hopefully the road to recovery as well. It was a pleasure talking to you. Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Well, of course, we have got the management of TeamLease, and overall you have given around 4.5 out of 8 in the total ratings as well. And it's a path to recovery. It's not very convincing, but yes, the numbers were mixed in the current time, and this is what we have given in our show. So that's all, folks, for KYC. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit. We'll be getting you more important companies in this segment.
as tariffs rewrite trade, and India's New Deal and the US redefine global alignments. A powerful shake-up is reshaping the global economy. What is India's next strategic move? Join Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and leading global voices as they decode this new economic reality at the NDTV Profit Conclave, making sense of the new world order. India, the real deal. 7 February, New Delhi, only on NDTV Profit.
A very special moment for us as we announce NDTV Master Stroke, the NDTV Art Awards.
M3M presents NDTV Master Stroke Art Awards, an odyssey of creative brilliance where the masterpiece meets its ultimate recognition.
NDTV bringing this subject forward would have a great integrity of putting it forward where people could understand the importance of art.
This award that is being started, I'm sure is going to be amazing.
Art for India and for Indians is an expression of our Atmanirbharta.
It's actually quite a formidable jury, so I think we'll reveal a lot more as we go along.
This is an amazing platform, I think, today what you're doing.
I have always had this inclination towards art, and if we don't collaborate and bring those artists forward, give them a platform, who else will?
Honoring the masters who define our cultural landscape, M3M presents NDTV Master Stroke Art Awards on the NDTV network.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफटाइम, क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी विक्ट्री, मेरी हिस्ट्री, मेरी ग्लोरी। सो कम एंड विटनेस Yo Honey Singh, this is my story.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use.
Lackluster day of trade on the Lal Street today. Nifty manages to be above 25,630 odd levels. Stocks beyond the large cap universe are doing worse than the benchmarks today. Small cap and mid cap down 1% each. Nifty India, defense, metals, top sectoral laggards today. Hindustan Aeronautics extended declines for the second consecutive trading session. The stock dips as much as 4% after company said it has not received any official communication on the AMCA program. Earnings continue to dominate market action. Today, Tata Power remains under pressure after losses at its Mundra cluster weighed on Q3 performance. In contrast, Emami and Trent moved higher, supported by a strong showing in the December quarter. All eyes on Reserve Bank's first monetary policy for this year. RBI likely to hold fire at its meeting tomorrow against the backdrop of the trade deal improving macro outlook. Hello and welcome. You tuned into Markets at 12. I'm Nisha Podar. Let's get checking on markets at midday today. And yes, there is a lot of weakness in the market at the current moment. So there is weakness of 0.5% when we talk about Nifty 50. Remember that the high point of the trading session today for Nifty 50 was above 25,750 odd levels, and it is down more than 100 points from the high point of the trading session. Let's look at some of the internals. What's really weighing on the markets today? So when we look at the contribution chart, big boy Reliance Industries is the one which is the top laggard and amongst the heavyweights, and Axis Bank, Eternal, Hindalco, ITC are the other ones which are really dragging down the contribution to the benchmark index. While on the other side, remember, it's a good day of trade for one pocket of the market, which is the consumption space. That is also backed by positive results coming in from the December quarter from the likes of Emami as well as Trent. So therefore, Trent is doing well. Big boy from the banking space, SBI, is adding just about 6-7 points to Nifty 50. ONGC, and in consumption, remember, Nestle as well as Trent are the ones which are really putting in their might. When we talk about the metal sector, the metal index on the whole is a top laggard in the trading session, along with the defense sector. Those two sectors are really in the weak zone. But if you really take a look at the steel counters, that's the anomaly coming in this particular space, while Hindalco, which is in aluminium and copper, is a drag down. On the other hand, Tata Steel and JSW Steel, the two heavyweights on Nifty 50, are the ones which are in the positive momentum. Overall, on the sectoral performance, the broader market is showing weakness. That is also reflective on the benchmark indices, and the broader markets in small cap and mid cap is doing even worse. Let's also focus on one particular sector which has been on top of our radar, which is the IT sector. Yes, a knee-jerk reaction that was seen yesterday because of the anthropic effect and the troubles around AI. But on the other hand, today, again, that weakness really persists in the IT sector. So that could be a cause of concern. It's not the top laggard, but still more than 0.5% down on the Nifty IT. Some of the others like banks, they are definitely outperforming the key indices, 0.3% down on that one. And when we take a look at real estate sector, that is also a weak zone in the market today. All right, let's also now focus. Remember, we are in the midst of earnings season, and Cummins, that particular counter is really doing well in trade after the results really came out for this particular company, and it's the guidance that is given from the company, which is something that the market is really cheering at this particular time. So there you go, Cummins India at the particular moment, more than 4% up in trade. In fact, a lot to be really learned from the management of this particular company. Shweta Arya, Managing Director, Cummins India, Johnson now. So Shweta, first of all, beginning with the momentum on the stock, they are really liking the kind of guidance that you're giving for the future. First, let's start with the factors which are going to really impact your performance for this quarter and the next financial year.
So the factors that play for us are actually infrastructure investment and economic activity at a very broad level. Now, if I break it down into our segments, power gen, industrial, and our aftermarket business, power generation business very largely linked to infrastructure spend and the economic activity, and that demand in the country is growing. As the country is improving its economic activity, our GDP prediction is 7% and above. That gives rise to backup power demand, which is where we play. Also in the higher ranges in the power generation market, data centers, There has been steady demand and many more new announcements that have come in. And given what the government just announced from a tax perspective for data centers, we are optimistic about that space as well. So that's largely power generation. Industrial market, very heavily dependent on government spending. And we have been seeing steady spending in rail. And the current budget also outlays expenditure towards the railways. So railways and marine have been showing steady government investment, which our company has been able to utilize the opportunities. And that is, those are the reasons why we are optimistic about this quarter and the next year going forward.
That's right, Shweta. So there are many aspects, and especially the government spending, which is going to buoy the overall economy and therefore the businesses coming in for you. Let's focus on this particular quarter that you have just reported as well. So looking at the gross margin, that showed a good jump. But when it came to the net margins, there again, there has been a lot of cost components which have really capped the upside. Can you take us through the factors and how is the margin picture going to look like in the present quarter?
The gross margin, you see a high jump. It is a reason. There are three reasons behind that. One is our internal efforts to continue improving our material cost. That is something that will continue in the future as well. The second factor is the product mix. What we sell in that particular quarter, and different products garner different margins for us. And these products are sold in both domestic and export markets. So that is a factor of the demand, and that is not predictable. And then there was some one-time benefits that we had in the gross margin, which is also not likely to continue. So our endeavor will continue towards improving our material costs, and then it is a play of the demand, which gives rise to a differing product portfolio every quarter. As you come to the net margin, the costs that we have taken in is with respect to the new labor codes that were announced and provisions that we had to take based on our understanding and interpretation of the labor codes today. So the situation continues to evolve. We continue getting more clarification on the labor codes, and there might be a slight difference in those numbers going forward. But this is, as per our best estimates, we have taken provisions for the labor cost impact, and that is what is playing out.
That's right, Shweta. In fact, not just Cummins India's numbers, but across the board, the entire corporate India has really taken that hit, that one-time hit from labor code. So that's the trend that we have seen in this earnings season. But on the other side, your exports were a surprise drop, and also no meaningful visible benefit from the huge rupee depreciation that the tech companies really benefit from. What went on over here, if you can give us a sense, and whether this will continue in the present quarter?
On the export side, I would not say that it was a surprise, because we have been seeing this trend for the last few quarters. Our exports go to all the markets in the world. And for the last few quarters, given geopolitical conditions, given different markets behaving differently from an economic uplift perspective, we have been indicating that exports are not showing a clear trend at all. And that is what has played out in this quarter, along with a December inventory correction in different markets. So it might look higher because of the inventory correction, but this trend we have been seeing for the last few quarters, that there is differing economic activity in different end markets, which is driven by their particular geopolitical conditions, impact on them due to trade deals and tariff and other such situations. So this has been something we have been seeing. Going forward, this is what we see going forward as well. The markets will be choppy. Different regions show us different demand in different quarters. There is no particular trend, and there is no clear settling economic trend emerging in the end markets either.
That's right. There are many factors which are really evolving, and I understand that you have to play along with how these factors really turn out. But Shweta, if you really focus on the data center bit, and there the government has given a huge amount of largesse and tax holidays and supported this particular sector, how will it benefit you?
It should benefit the entire market. given this tax break. We are appreciative of the tax breaks that were announced, and we are optimistic this will lead to more data center players, global data center players, looking at India as the market where they want to set up their data center. Till now, we have seen huge growth and activity in the data center space, very specifically in the US market, in the China market. India was not growing as much in the data center space. There are many factors for that, not just the tax break, but also are we utilizing India and India talent to train the AI models? That work needs to happen in India. When that training of AI models happens in India, that actually requires a lot of power and backup power. So while the tax break are great and we are very optimistic it will lead to high demand, we still need to see more government support to bring in the right kind of players and our domestic players also to get on to the space of AI and training AI models here, setting up data centers to do that work.
All right, Shweta Arya, thanks so much for giving us all the details on the guidance going forward and also the perspective on the performance and the industry. Wish you all the best for the present quarter. Thank you so much for joining us on NDTV Profit.
Thank you.
All right, so that particular counter, Cummins India, after the narrative given by the management, has seen some bit of profit booking. It was above 4% of gains and now is rationalizing. And that is happening pretty fast. So keep an eye out on Cummins India. There are many uncertain factors also that the management pointed out. Let's take it to another strong set of numbers. Satwik Green Energy is what we are talking about. And Prashant Mathur, who's the CEO of the company, joins in with more on the numbers as well as the future plans. Prashant, always a pleasure welcoming you on NDTV Profit. Of course, double the profit, double the revenue on a YOY basis, very strong numbers and growth. But what happened to the margin? Why did it drop? What are the factors impacting it? Are they commodity prices which have put a pressure on your profitability?
Yes, hello and happy to be on your show. If you see our revenues year on year has grown by 137%. EBITDA has grown by 135% and PAT has grown by 145%. So yeah, so these are really good numbers. But what has happened in this quarter is we have focused firstly on the volumes. And what happened is that the cost, because of the high rise in the commodity pricing, silver went up significantly, and also copper and aluminium. So there were impact of the commodity pricing, which has impacted on the EBITDA numbers in terms of percentage, because we were executing projects wherein our selling price was fixed most of the orders. So the EBITDA margin in terms of percentage looks little shrinked.
That's right, Prashant. So what is the outlook for this particular quarter's margins with commodity prices stabilizing a little, silver prices coming down? Do you think the margins are going to improve in this present quarter, and also a view on the realizations?
So if you see during our earlier conversations also, we have maintained that realistically for pure play module business, EBITDA margin of 13% is a realistic number, and upside will come as soon as the cell manufacturing starts. But normally the last quarter is a very busy quarter, and margins should improve in this quarter because the demand is high, and the impact of the commodity also reflects in our order books. So the margin should improve in this quarter.
All right. So Prashant, you are saying that the margins should improve in the present quarter and that 13% is a realistic number. What about your order book at the current particular moment? What is it looking like, and also the flows coming in terms of orders?
So this quarter we have executed about 920 megawatt of orders, and we have added about 1.3 gigawatt. So our current order book is in excess of 5 gigawatt, which translates to more or less about 6,500 crores. So very strong order book as on date.
6,500 crore rupees of order book position. Now, US trade deal is a big deal for India. Will it boost your export, and what could be the impact on your performance?
So it's a very positive move. Firstly, because it addresses two things. One is that there was this nervousness that lot of capacities which have come for the US market, and when the US market was at 50% tariff, those quantities would be sold in India. So now that gets addressed. So that takes care of the risk of the overcapacity which was being talked since the tariff got for India. The other thing is it significantly opens for export business, because like we already had export business into US. We are still doing some marginally low risk business which we were doing for US, but that really opens up the market for us. And also especially for our cell manufacturing, which is also on the anvil, it will give us a market to sell, because in US you have module manufacturing is there, but cell manufacturing at 18% tariff makes Indian cell also very competitive for US market.
That's right. So trying to expand and get the benefit of the US trade deal, but you have a whole host of expansion plans also kicking in a staggered manner. Can you give us a sense in which particular quarter is your full solar module expansion is going to come into effect and be revenue accretive?
So we have in the last quarter, we have undergone two expansions. One was our capacity of manufacturing capacity increased from 3.8 gigawatt module to 4.8 gigawatt module. We also started 2 gigawatt of encapsulant manufacturing, and encapsulant EPE is a raw material that goes into our manufacturing of solar panels, but we are developing it as a separate business unit also, so that it contributes into our input also, but we should be competitive enough to be able to sell outside also if required. So these two expansions have already happened, and now our module manufacturing project, which is coming in Odisha, as well as cell manufacturing, they are well on track. Module manufacturing, the machines will start coming somewhere in March, and we should start installing them, and we should start, the revenue should start, and it takes about ramp up is there, but we should start the revenue from April, May of 26. So the first quarter itself, we will see the revenue coming from the 4 gigawatt module plant. Cell also will come around the same time, but installation and ramping up takes a little more time. So from the second half, October 2026 is when we expect the commercial production of cell also to come.
All right. So
apart from that, we also last.
Yes. All right. Thank you so much, Prashant. Of course, a huge amount of expansion plan that is lined up. And in the Q1 FY27 is when you are going to see the revenues getting impacted impacted and uptick seen there because of the expansion plan. Thank you so much for joining us right here on NDTV Profit. And Satwik, green energy, take a look at that particular counter. Of course, under pressure today, but that is more on account of after the result, probably profit booking. Because take a look at that particular counter in this particular week's trade, and it is about 30 bucks lower than the peak that it has touched in this particular week. So keep an eye out on Satwik Green Energy. Lots of expansion plans kicking in FY27 for them. All right, let's shift focus and let's also see which stocks are in focus today and on the radar of my colleague Varsha, who has the whole list of stocks which are buzzing and are in focus. Varsha, what's on your list?
Well, let me start with Quality Power. A strong set of numbers that the company has seen, and one of the reasons is, of course, execution improved over across product areas, and they hold an order backlog around 895 crore. Then you have Metropolis Health, again a good set of numbers. Patient volume rose 14% year on year. B2C revenue, if you see, grew 19%, while B2B grew 35%, and they achieved better geographical revenue contribution when it comes to North India, and the organic EBITDA margin rose almost 280 basis points, and there was good growth when it comes to the True Health portfolio and also the specialty portfolio that the company has seen. Well, last on the list is Tata Power. This company saw a weak set of numbers. This was affected by higher losses in Mundra plant and of course continued delays when it comes to renewable energy commissioning. The demand in Q3 FY26 was flat versus 7% last year, and the solar manufacturing reported flat numbers quarter on quarter, and this solar manufacturing can see, the numbers may dip in Q4 on higher captive sales. So overall a weak set of numbers when it comes to Tata Power, but good set of numbers when it comes to Metropolis and Quality Power.
All right. Thank you so much, Varsha, for getting us the entire list of stocks to be on our radar. Let's take it straight to an NDTV exclusive, and sources say that India-US landmark deal may be announced as soon as next week. Let's get in my colleague Akhilesh Sharma to tell us more about that. Welcome to the show, Akhilesh. Tell us, what are you gathering from your sources? This is a most watched out for deal that the entire market is watching out for, Akhilesh.
That's correct. In fact, everybody is waiting for the details of the agreement to be come out in open. And what the sources are indicating that by next week, probably early next week, a U.S. team may land in India and may have final discussions with the team, with the Commerce Ministry. And after that, a joint agreement may be signed between India and the United States as far as the trade deal is concerned. And the sources are also indicating that the concerns expressed on the issue of agriculture, dairy and fisheries will be addressed completely, because so far India has signed various trade deals with countries like Switzerland, UK and Australia, New Zealand, and also with the EU. And in all these deals, the interests of the farmers have been protected. There's no mention of the dairy products at all in all these trade deals. So similarly, in the US trade deal also, the interests of the farmers will be protected.
That's right, Akhilesh. That is an important bit, and that was, remember, with EU trade also, agriculture and the interests of the farmers were very well protected by the Indian government, and that was one of the points which was a standoff between the governments as well. All right, Akhilesh, thanks so much for all the information. This is most watched out for. As we say goodbye on markets at 12, a quick programming note. Global recalibration is underway as economic frontiers really shift, placing India at the forefront of a new world order. As the nation prepares its next strategic move, NDTV Profit Conclave brings together policymakers and corporate leaders for dialogues that shape India's growth. Tune in to NDTV Profit on Saturday, February 7th to watch the policymakers and leaders decoding the policy shift and outlining how India will chart its economic future. Goodbye.
As tariffs rewrite trade and India's New Deal and the US redefine global alignments, a powerful shakeup is reshaping the global economy. What is India's next strategic move? Join Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and leading global voices as they decode this new economic reality at the NDTV Profit Conclave making sense of the new world order. India, the real deal. 7 February, New Delhi, only on NDTV Profit. As tariffs rewrite trade, and India's New Deal and the US redefine global alignments, a powerful shake-up is reshaping the global economy. What is India's next strategic move? Join Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and leading global voices as they decode this new economic reality at the NDTV Profit Conclave, making sense of the new world order. India, the real deal. 7 February, New Delhi, only on NDTV Profit.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफ टाइम, क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी विक्ट्री, मेरी हिस्ट्री, मेरी ग्लोरी। सो कम एंड विटनेस यो हनी सिंह, दिस इज माई स्टोरी।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
welcome to NDTV Profit. This is Mahima Vachharjani and we are bringing you our all-new offering, Trending Stocks. With me, of course, Mahima Vachharjani, and I'm also joined by Sharad Dubey, who's standing at the NDTV Profit Market Pit with all the action in the market today. Sharad, I think, overall, we started slightly, on a consolidated mode, but right now we're trading at the day's low point.
Well, yes, it's a sad story, but yes, Nifty is there near the 25,610 mark, and it's near the day's low. That's the point I'm talking about. So hopefully we can expect some volatility. Remember, there is Sensex expiry at play as well. Nifty Bank, however, if you look at it, if you could show the Nifty Bank as well, the technical setup is not as bad as Nifty. It's also trying to make a recovery over here. So we'll be looking at that. But let's look at the key factors, what's playing out in the market. Of course, 2 days ago, we saw a massive rally coming in, but the Sensex expiry is, playing out. There's going to be volatility in the last 1 hour of trade, but that recent rally might be fizzling out. That's what we are seeing. Nifty is testing a very important support levels of 25,500 to 25,600. It'll be very much important to see the next leg if it's able to, bounce back from these support levels. That's what is actually happening right now in the market, and this is the overall setup I am talking about. But of course, the small cap and mid caps, that's where the bleeding is definitely happening, and that's why overall we can see that there is a pain in the market. Also, the IT space, we saw some kind of a recovery in the initial part of the trade, but after that again the IT stocks are coming down. That's a concern coming in. Options data is not giving a proper direction to the market, to be honest. Both sides call and put there is congestion at the key levels which we are seeing, but all the sectors are in red except the PSU banking space. So, but IT still remains a concern globally also and domestically also. But it's all focused on the earnings season. And over to you, Mahima.
Right, all focus and all eyes on the earnings season for sure, Sharad. And, we're putting spotlight on Wonderla Holidays. Now, the company, of course, came out with its earnings. Revenue saw an uptick of almost 11%, EBITDA an upward of 8%. However, net profit slightly took a hit, down by about 29%, and EBITDA margins stood at that 29.9% mark versus that of 30.6% mark. The stock trading around with a cuts of about 2%. But to understand as to what were the hits and misses this quarter and how the company's future is shaping up, we're joined by Arun K. Chitulapelle, who is the executive chairman and managing director at Wonderla Holidays, joining us now. Arun, always a pleasure speaking with you. Mahima this side. My first question to you is with regards to how this quarter has panned out. So, quarter 3 also is one of the strong quarters for you with, a lot of holidays coming in. Just want to understand, because this quarter you've also, achieved, one of the highest ever quarter 3 revenues. Just want to get a sense as to what were the hits and misses that you've observed this quarter.
Hi, Mahima. Lovely chatting with you as always. So this quarter was a good quarter for us in terms of revenues. We opened our Chennai park, long awaited, in December. So we got roughly about 1 month of footfalls from Chennai, roughly about 12 crores. So that added to the, the revenue. And also our new resort and isle project also contributed handsomely to the revenues. The downside was that our existing parks didn't show much growth. It was kind of flattish, which we were expecting as well. Because of unseasonal rains and few other challenges that we had in some of our markets. Bangalore did well, but Cochin and Hyderabad and Bhubaneswar also declined in footfalls. On top of that, we also had the one-time labor code impact of roughly about 8 crores. And also the Chennai launch expenses of roughly about 6 crores. So these are the impact on the bottom line that has happened. But it's in line with what we expected. In fact, revenues are better than what we thought it would be. Chennai has recorded roughly about 12 crore of revenue from 30 days of operation. So that's a fantastic start. So we are quite happy with the way it's shaped up.
Hi Arun, Sharad here, this side. Of course, the numbers were kind of a mixed, but I just want to get your views, on the price hikes. Is there any hike in the offering right now for your amusement parks or anything like that?
Our ARPUs have grown about 8 to 9%. It's mostly because of premium pricing that we do for our holiday seasons and a few other initiatives which helps drive our ARPU. Also, our sales per head, which is our in-park spends, also has grown considerably. So these are the main drivers in terms of ARPU growth. Also, the fact that we opened a new market, which is Chennai, which is a large market for us, also helped us. Chennai has recorded the highest ARPU among all the parks, which was a kind of a surprise for us as well. But yes, so these are the factors driving ARPU for this quarter.
Arun, you talked about the new Chennai park. You also opened up last month, so you have some perspective as to how this is going to do going forward. Give us a sense as to what is the kind of footfall that you're expecting from this particular plant, and when do you expect a break even coming in for this plant? I know this is a little far-sighted question, but any color if you can give us.
Chennai at an operational level has already shown break even. So this quarter, for that just 30 days that we had, it is just about breaking even. In terms of revenue potential, we value Chennai as much as we value Bangalore. I think it's going to be one of our largest markets and largest parks. In fact, it is actually our largest investment, outside Bangalore that we have ever done. So we are expecting good revenues to come in line with what Bangalore can do. Of course, this is a new park, so for us to give guidance on this is very difficult because it's a completely new market and a new geography for us. But having said that, the start has been quite strong and it is continuing. We are seeing strong footfalls even in this quarter as well. So we are expecting to see some good numbers going forward.
Got it. Arun, last time when we spoke, you did talk about exploring 3 or 4 new locations, and you did mention that you will be soon announcing 1 or 2 projects here and there. Just want to get a sense if there is any update with regards to that.
We are still trying to finalize some locations. I think mostly on the western part of the country. We are looking at Gujarat and Maharashtra and Goa as well. So these are the 3 states that we are looking at. Of course, there are a few other states like Madhya Pradesh and Andhra Pradesh as well also has approached us to do a project. These are being evaluated. I think with the new governments are approaching us, so we want to see what is the best option that we can take as a company. We would definitely prefer tier 1 and tier 2 markets. So based on the availability of land and the receptiveness that we get from the governments, we will take a call on that. The delay is because I think we want to focus on larger markets and larger offerings. So that is the slight shift that we are doing. We want to look at bigger projects, and so we'll have to obviously look at bigger markets, and that is why there is a delay. But we will be announcing something once we have confirmations.
Got it. Arun, with regards to your resort business, how is that shaping up? Because this was a good quarter for that business as well. And, any color that you can give us in terms of expansion plans with regards to the resort business?
So the resort, we have already done an expansion. We have opened a new resort in this financial year called Isle by Wonderla in Bangalore. So we have 2 resorts now in Bangalore. So both together have contributed a 71% growth in revenues from the resort division just for this quarter, and a 48% growth in revenues for the whole year, which is for the 9 months. So that I think will continue. We are expecting to see strong demand from our revamped resort offering. And we want to also expand into the resort business. We will be mostly looking at another location to do a resort project as well. Again, specifics will be announced once we have more clarity on that.
Okay, all right, Arun. Thank you so much for taking out the time and helping us with all those candid answers. And of course, always a pleasure speaking with you.
Thank you.
All right, so that was the management of Wonderla Holidays, stock trading with cuts of about 2%. But moving on to our watch list as to what we're going to talk about, on the show today, and what are the stocks that are actually trending right now. You have HAL in that list, where still the fact that stealth fighter jet project, whether it's an exit or not, is a question mark. And company also did come out with a clarification with regards to their FY26 guidance as well. The second counter that we're putting spotlight on is Interglobe Aviation. The CCI probe is not working out very well for the counter as we speak. We also have Hexaware Tech, which is buzzing in trade today, and this is on the back of weak Q3 earnings. Devyani International and Sapphire Foods are the other two names in the QSR. In fact, even Westlife, for that matter, is doing very well. Devyani on the back of earnings impact. Yesterday also saw good growth. Today, the CFO being elevated to the level of CEO, Mr. Dawar, is also, I think, probably something that the street is liking. And there's also a Jeffries note that has come out. Sapphire Foods, of course, volumes at 3.3 times its 20-day average is what we're speaking. So, good in terms of where the volumes are coming in for both of these counters. And also, we did see a slump in the counters after the merger was announced. Probably on account of profit booking, but today doing very well. Emami earnings impact is what we're seeing. The stock, is kind of doing well. Force Motor profit jumps 250%, and that's enthused a lot of investors out there, and probably the stock buzzing on the back of that. Cummins India double-digit growth has been maintained. Nykaa buzzing probably on the back of, ahead of its Q3 earnings, and you have Hindustan Zinc as silver prices fall in focus. But Sharad, overall, I'll come to you with regards to all of these counters, and go ahead and ask the guests as to why they are buzzing and what should the investor do.
Thanks a lot, Mahima, for that. Joining us is Osho Krishnan. Good afternoon, Osho. We are starting our rapid fire, and the first company to focus on is HAL. The street is spooked on the delivery execution front, and the stock has been tanking the last two trading sessions. Your view on that?
Very good afternoon, Sharad. Firstly, HL has given a strong breakdown from the zone of nearly 4200. So I'm expecting that in the short-term period, the pain can continue. On the lower end, 3950, 3940 will be the short-term target for HL.
All right. And Osho, what about Interglobe Aviation?
For Indigo, there has been a decent momentum in the counter in the recent period. But looking at the recent developments, the counter is attempting to have a kind of a pullback from the lower zone. So one should look for buying opportunity only once it gives a sustained movement beyond the zone of 5,000. And from there onwards, we can see some kind of continuation in the bullish trend.
All right, and Devyani International, what's your view on that? Even all the QSR stocks are getting a rub-on effect. All of them are buzzing in trade.
From the oversold terrain, the counter have seen a very strong pullback, and I'm expecting that with the kind of robust volume development in the last two trading sessions, there is a decent upside, potential upside in this counter. So I'm expecting in the short-term period, 148 to 150 can be seen as a short-term target for this counter.
And what about Sapphire Foods?
Sapphire Foods has the similar kind of a technical setup. It has seen a kind of a pullback from the oversold terrain, but on the higher end, it is having a very stiff resistance around 230 odd levels. So one should wait for 230 to have a crossover, and then only can look for buying opportunity in the counter.
And your view on Emami, strong numbers coming in?
For Emami, I am expecting that with the kind of correction the counter was into, and from the historical support, it is attempting to have a kind of a pullback. There is some potential on the higher end, but again on the technical front, there is a lack of conviction on the technical chart. So one should wait for 520, 525 to get breach, and then only can look for buying opportunity in the counter.
Osho, what about Force Motors? How's the positional setup looking like? Each quarter they're delivering a very strong set of numbers.
A very strong technical setup. The counter have seen a very strong vertical rally. It has given a strong consolidation and again has given a fresh breakout. So I'm expecting that from medium to long-term perspective, one should stay invested in the counter. The technical setup is very robust. Fundamental and earnings also are very positive. So one should stay invested, trail their stop losses or trail their profits towards the zone of 19,200 for the time being, and eyeing for a target of nearly 22,600 to 22,800 from medium-term perspective.
And Osho, what about Cummins India? Management's guidance has also been strong here.
For Cummins India, the counter have seen a consolidation breakout, specifically in the last two trading sessions. So I'm expecting the momentum is there in the counter. Although on the higher end, 4,500 will be the immediate target. So from a long-term point of view, one should stay invested. From a short-term perspective, one should try to lighten positions around the zone of 4,500.
All right, important views coming in the rapid fire segment. Thanks, Osho, for that. But Mahima, over to you. What's there cooking in Devyani International?
Yeah, Sharad. So, we saw as to how both of these counters, both Devyani and Sapphire, tanked after the merger news, probably on the back of profit booking. But today it is seeing gains. Yesterday also Devyani International, once it announced its earnings, did see a rally. Today seeing gains about almost 7% as we speak. And this is on the back of, two things. Of course, brokerages coming out and upgrading their target prices. And secondly, the new management rejig that has happened in Devyani. I'll take up City first, where they've maintained buy and hiked the target price to 192 from 182. What they're saying is that there's early sign of demand improvement. Sustenance, however, is the key to re-rating. They've seen positive same-store sales growth across all its brands. Of course, this is excluding Pizza Hut in Jan. Biryani by Kilo also achieved brand EBITDA break-even ahead of its target. QSR to be the biggest beneficiary of uptick in discretionary spending, and overall improvement in same-store sales growth is something that will drive the re-rating going forward. Jeffries has also gone ahead, upgraded the counter to buy from hold, given a target price of 145. They're expecting the new CEO to take a hard look at the business, the new CEO to put the franchisee back on a sustainable growth path. Chairman also indicated that Pizza Hut turnaround is underway. Jan 26 also started on a positive note for all brands. Sapphire merger may involve short-term uncertainty, but they are viewing the stock from a long-term perspective as a positive one. So this is the overall view as to how and why both of these counters, Devyani and Sapphire, are buzzing in trade today. We're also joined by Vijay Lakshmi, who is the founder of Stock Market Today, joining us now. Vijay, thank you so much for taking out the time. I'll take your view with regards to Devyani and Sapphire as we speak. Both of these counters buzzing in trade.
Yes, thank you for having me here, by the way. And today, Devyani and Sapphire both are in trend. There are two major reasons for this, that these two stocks were in news for their demerger also, and some bonus shares as well. Now, coming to this part, that what we could expect ahead. So simply, like if we look at the technical price and also the valuation upfront, the results are out, and possibly we would be seeing Devyani a bounce back. In fact, we can say there's a bottom buying opportunity is possible here. So people who are looking that whether are confused actually whether to buy or should we also wait, should we still wait for a little more pullback in this? So in my opinion, Devyani International is a kind of a buying opportunity from ranging from 115 to 135, and this is an accumulation zone. If you can hold these stocks for another 3 months minimum, so you can wait for the targets of 155 and second target mostly 175. For these two targets, you need to maintain a very strict and small stop loss that is lands near to 100.
That's interesting take on Devyani International from Vijay Lakshmi. But hold on, we have Interglobe Aviation as well. CCI probe, there is a news flow coming in, and Danish is here with all the details. Over to you, Danish.
The CCI has literally grabbed the whip on Indigo, and while making arguments, Indigo said that this doesn't fall under the purview of CCI, but CCI made it clear that under several competition laws, CCI has full jurisdiction to start this investigation over Indigo. During the course of preliminary investigation, CCI found out that Indigo enjoys a market dominance, and moreover, on over 300 routes, Indigo is the sole operator and they have the highest market share. So this was what was highlighted by the CCI, and this has led to the next step. And by that I mean that the DGCCI will be starting a detailed probe on Indigo soon, and the DGCCI has 90 days to complete the entire probe. And in the course of next 90 days, we will see a lot of back and forth between CCI and Indigo. Indigo will now have to give proper answers that why such flight disruptions in the month of December happened, whether they were avoidable or not, whether they were orchestrated or not. Because in the order which I saw, CCI has also questioned that whether this thing could have been avoided or not, and they said that since you were enjoying such huge market share, probably the airline could have taken certain steps in which it could have avoided it. But now the ball is in the CCI's court. 90 days is a long time. We'll see that what really comes out of it, and after the next 90 days, CCI will issue one final order, and then we can expect some harsh punishment from CCI's side on Indigo.
Thanks a lot, Danish, for that. But Vijay Lakshmi, your view on Interglobe Aviation, where does this company stand right now? Of course, some concerns were there, but some kind of buying did happen, and now another concern coming in from the CCI probe. Is it very much important event? What's your impact on that?
Okay, so I would like to directly come to a very important point, and that is that not in present situation, but yes, very soon this company is going to face a very tough competition, mostly from Adani Group Aviations. So maybe directly or indirectly, but yes, the tough days are still going. We are going to face some more tough days for Indigo Aviation. But thing is, when to buy? Is it all done, or we are expecting some more decline in this? So it depends on there are two answers for this. If you are just looking for a trade opportunity, like swing trades for another 2 or 3 days, then you may look for the buying. But if you are actually looking for a better buying opportunity from the investment point of view, then you need to slow down. You need to wait for a little more while. Right now, this stock is. I'm happy to share this. This stock was trading near to 6,100 something. That time we have discussed. Okay, this is the time to book profit because the decline is very much possible now because the valuation was not at all giving a comfort. And the similar situation, because when you are evaluating the current valuation, you also need to check the other macro factors which may make trigger some negative sentiments about any script or sector which you are looking for.
Okay.
So from this perspective, yeah. So from this perspective, in my opinion, one should wait for at least this current Indigo is currently 8,400 as of now. 4,800 as of now, close to, and very likely 3,900 is very, very much possible.
Got it.
So in my opinion, wait for this level. Before this, no fresh long position.
Sure.
And if you are already in, book your profit.
Okay, all right. So that's if you're coming in on Interglobe Aviation. But moving on, Force Motors is another counter that is in focus on the back of its Q3 numbers. Now it's been a great set of numbers this quarter for sure. The stock is also zooming on the back of that. Lower raw material costs have aided margins. Margins expanded by 531 basis points. Overall profit growth also remains robust in terms of where numbers go. Revenue saw an uptick of 12% and overall net profit saw an uptick of almost 252%. Vijay Lakshmi, I'll come to you on this one. Your quick view on Force Motors?
See, Force Motors still at this price also it is lower. When you see this with the comparison of the sector, it is still at discount. Your sector is trading nearly 33%, 33 of multiples, but stock is still available at 25 multiples. And where you see the profit in the company year on year, you want to check it's a profitable Q on Q basis where there's a profit. So if you want to buy for a good quality stock and you want to if you're looking for something that you can hold, that you can carry in your portfolio, so Force Motor lies in that category. So for now, but the question here is when fundamental supports, okay, this is something that we can buy, but when? So for that, you need to wait for a little while so that you would be able to get a little better price to enter in this quality stock. Okay. And in my opinion, yeah.
Yeah, okay, all right. Sure.
15,000 with the optimum buying range according to me.
Okay, Vijay Lakshmi, thank you so much for giving us that perspective on Force Motor as well. And thank you so much for taking out the time and speaking with us at NDTV Profit. But here's a quick programming note. A global recalibration is underway as economic frontiers shift, placing India at the forefront of the new world order. As the nation prepares its next strategic move, the NDTV Profit Conclave brings together policymakers and corporate leaders for dialogues that shape India's growth. Tune into NDTV Profit Saturday, February 7th to watch policymakers and leaders decoding policy shifts and outlining how India will chart its economic future.
As tariffs rewrite trade and India's New Deal and the US redefine global alignments, a powerful shake-up is reshaping the global economy. What is India's next strategic move? Join Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and leading global voices as they decode this new economic reality at the NDTV Profit Conclave, making sense of the new world order. India, the real deal. 7 February, New Delhi, only on NDTV Profit. As tariffs rewrite trade and India's New Deal and the US redefine global alignments, a powerful shake-up is reshaping the global economy. What is India's next strategic move? Join Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and leading global voices as they decode this new economic reality at the NDTV Profit Conclave, making sense of the new world order. India, the real deal. 7 February, New Delhi, only on NDTV Profit.
A very special moment for us as we announce NDTV Master Stroke, the NDTV Art Awards.
M3M presents NDTV Master Stroke Art Awards. An odyssey of creative brilliance where the masterpiece meets its ultimate recognition.
NDTV bringing this subject forward would have a great integrity of putting it forward where people could understand the importance of art.
This award that is being started, I'm sure is going to be amazing.
Art for India and for Indians is an expression of our Atmanirbharta.
It's actually quite a formidable jury, so I think we'll reveal a lot more as we go along.
This is an amazing platform, I think, today what you're doing.
I have always had this inclination towards art, and if we don't collaborate and bring those artists forward, give them a platform, who else will?
Honoring the masters who define our cultural landscape, M3M presents NDTV Master Stroke Art Awards on the NDTV network.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफटाइम, क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी विक्ट्री, मेरी हिस्ट्री, मेरी ग्लोरी। सो कम एंड विटनेस Yo Honey Singh, this is my story.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला,
Lackluster day of trade on the Lal Street, Nifty trading below 25,650. Stocks beyond the large cap universe though are doing worse than the benchmarks. Small cap and mid cap down 1% each. Nifty, India Defence, Metals, top sectoral laggards. And when you move on and talk about HAL, that extends declines for the second consecutive trading session. The stock dips as much as 4% after the company said that it has not received any official communication on the AMCA program. Silver, meanwhile, pairs some losses to trade in the red again amid profit booking and a stronger dollar. Prices plunge as much as 17% in trade today. Wipes out a two-day recovery to trade below $79 an ounce, which is just a slight recovery coming in from those sharp cuts earlier. And earnings continue to dominate market action. Tata Power remains under pressure after losses at its Mundra cluster weighed on the third quarter performance. In contrast, you do have an Emami and trend that moved higher, supported by a strong showing in the December quarter. And all eyes are going to be on RBI's first monetary policy for this year. RBI likely to hold fire at its meeting tomorrow against the backdrop of the trade deal improving macro outlook. Good afternoon, you're watching Lunchtime Trades with me, Shreyanti Singh, and this is the show that gets you a roundup of everything that is happening in the world of commodities, news and updates on the top buzzers at this hour as well, all while you grab lunch. But first things first, let's quickly take a look at what the markets are doing right now. And when you take a look at the sectoral picture, in fact, that is actually tilted in the favor of red right now. Just a couple of sectors holding on to a tinge of green. So there's PSU banks and media that are resilient right now. But on the flip side, there's India Defence, metal also losing some sheen, realty, IT, consumption, energy, auto, exactly in that order. Those are some of your top losers as well when you talk about sectors. But let's talk about some of the stocks that are ailing in trade right now. So there's a Hindalco with a 3% cut coming in, Eternal, BEL, Interglobe, on the back of that CCI sort of observation coming in when it comes to the Competition Commission of India saying that they're going to be under a probe for that monopoly that they had over prices in the month of December. You do, of course, have a rebuttal coming in when it comes to Interglobe Aviations, but that stock trading with a cut of about 1.5%. Coal India, SBI Life, Titan Company and Kotak Bank, some of your other losers. From within the Nifty 50 pack, what's doing quite well is a trend after that largely inline set of numbers, but it's actually the margin figure that stands out because it's a strong beat coming in when it comes to the margins. Jio Financial Services, Max Healthcare, SBI and Dr. Reddy's, some of your other gainers from within the Nifty 50 pack. But let's also take a very quick look at silver as well. And before we do that, let's also try and get you a slice of the conversation that we had earlier with market veteran Ramesh Damani earlier today. He's also said that gold and silver could be set for an even bigger move up. Here's a slice of that conversation.
I used to think that be in equities, avoid gold and silver completely. And the long-term CAGR for gold is, 3% over 100 years or something like that. And Warren Buffett put it best for this. He said that if in 1980 or 1989 you had bought 1 ounce of gold, even today you would have 1 ounce of gold. Nothing changes. But if you bought 1,000 shares of Infosys in 1993 when it went public, you have probably 1 lakh shares of Infosys today and all the dividends that you enjoy. So gold and silver are good for traders who can move on price speculation. They're not probably good for basic retail investors. But the caveat to that is that I think the world is now moving perhaps to a commodity-led cycle. So I think my sense is gold and silver are probably headed higher, even from the record levels that we saw.
Then there you go, that's the word coming in from Mr. Damani as well, where he's talking about how you need to have an impeccable sense of how the market works, of cycles when it comes to the world of commodities. And let's try and help you get just that, because we do have Ajay Kedia joining in, who's a director at Kedia Advisory. Mr. Kedia, thank you so much for joining in and a very good afternoon to you.
Yeah, very good afternoon, Jayashree. But I think since last 1 week, it is a havoc for commodity market. We have seen a very sharp corrections that was in line of expectation. So I think limelight is there on gold and silver right now also.
No, absolutely, and it is looking like a slightly better afternoon when it comes to gold, at least when it comes to silver. You're looking at those sharp cuts making a comeback here. What do you think is happening? Do you think this is just, dip buying that we had coming in, and then you had, a little bit of profit booking? You do have that sentiment also be rattled because of the CME margin hikes and hence the increased volatility. What are you penciling in when it comes to silver?
I think long-term fundamentals still remain bullish. We have central bank buying, we have numbers are being slightly like economy is not performing well. Everything is in line. Only important is from 2nd of December till 28th of January, we have seen a parabolic gain after a small story that China is making a restriction on exports or curtailing that. And after that, we have seen the gold prices from 2 lakh to around 420 made a high. But now what is happening? First of all, it is in line of expectation prices has to come down on profit booking. Secondly, the margin hike globally. Silver currently on domestic market on MCX, margins are around 65% for silver, and for gold is around 24-25%. So I think the speculative money that has entered in last 3 months is now getting out from the market. And that is why we have seen this type of sudden whipshots in the market and correction. And over and above, there are certain 2-3 news that is negatively impacting precious metal, like US-India trade, US, we can say US-China, US-Iran talks have been going on. So all this made some profit booking that was very much due. And with the higher margin, no fresh position is been building up right now. So we expect this type of momentum would continue for next 1 week period also. A drop towards $70 for silver and drop towards $4,500 for gold is near term possible unless until new story or new trigger doesn't come out.
Absolutely, and what is actually interesting right now is that you are seeing that fundamentals are intact. You do have a bunch of brokerages that actually are quite bullish, at least when it comes to gold. What do you think is going to be happening in the near term? Of course, you've given a sense of what is going to happen, but do you think it can actually script the kind of comeback that we need in the near future, in the next 3 months perhaps, to try and hit those targets when it comes to the end of the year as well?
So first of all, in 2026, I am not expecting gold and silver to giving us a positive return. We can see negative return this time because everything, whatever the factor up till now was supporting, has been matured right now. No doubt, it's too early to predict right now because we don't know how the Donald Trump and the US policy is going to be there towards Greenland or towards Iran or towards China. April, US and China would be meeting. So there is uncertainty still prevailing in the market, but that is sure we can't see positive returns in 2026 because currently risk is being quite high at current level as compared to equity also. So first of all, and secondly, we are bullish. Gold would be around $6,000, but that will take at least couple of years from here if things have been adjusting. So I think from here, a possible correction or consolidation is been due for 2026. Immediate support is 70 and 44, but maybe we can see more liquidation as ETFs is facing some outflows started in China. There was a story going on in the morning that outflow has been started. So maybe from where we have seen this rally is around $52, $53 in international. So I think 52, 53 is going to be a base for 2026 for gold. It could be around 34, 3500 also if things have been settling down. So I think in 2026, gold and silver would be trading with a negative bias only, and people will be out of gold and silver and searching for new opportunity. It could be from base metal, it could be from equity or any other asset class.
Right, and copper is looking quite attractive when it comes to that entire list, Mr. Kedia. But when you talk about silver particularly, or even gold for that matter, what do you think investors should be doing at this point in time, whether or not they're invested in the physical commodity itself or even perhaps in the ETF market as well? Any of these investors who are already invested, what should they do? Should they just hold on, wait for a better time to come, wait for these metals to sparkle again?
So generally, commodity is a game of cycle. you have to understand the cycle and you have to pick your time. So I think gold and silver has already gained very well in the line of expectation. Now we don't expect this rally would be continue. If you are holding gold and silver currently, first of all, you can shift from silver to gold because gold silver ratio, which has hit a low of 43.90, currently around 56, suggests silver will be underperforming gold. So first of all, shift your silver position to gold. Secondly, book your 25 to 30% profit from ETF and continue with your SIP in ETF. Okay, every month we have to put certain amount that will continue, that will help you for value averaging. We see long-term gold and silver is going to be positive. Third, don't be under FOMO because there was a story going on that copper would be new gold or copper would be new silver. But please try to understand in last couple of months, nothing fundamental has been changed. Supply concern, since last 6 months, we were seeing from Indonesia, from Chile, that was continuing to be there. So don't be under FOMO right now. For copper, we are expecting a correction around, let's say, 1100, 1140 as China market on account of New Year, there will be a holiday. Some correction would be there. After that, you can start again in your positions.
All right, and so it does look like that you're saying that gold is the new gold and copper, in fact, isn't. Silver definitely in this market, is not. But thank you so much on that note, Mr. Kedia, for joining us on the show today. So there you go, gold is the new gold and copper doesn't even cut it close, nor does silver. But let's also cut across to India, GCC signing terms of reference for India Gulf Cooperate Council FTA as well.
Diversification and resilience in our supply chain. So it is something which is win-win for India also.
Thank you. It is being done virtually. Thank you.
All right, then there you go. That's just a snippet when it comes to this particular term signing as well when it comes to India and GCC. But let's also put the spotlight on Fractal because, you do have Anthropic's AI move that has shaken up the entire Indian IT space. However, AI's capabilities are somewhat underprojected in the long term and overprojected in the short term. That, in fact, is the word coming in from Shrikant Makani as well, who's the co-founder of Fractal Analytics, during an exclusive interview with NDTV Profit earlier today. Let's go across and listen into a slice of that conversation.
Behind every market exuberance or market fear, there is a kernel of truth. And there certainly is a huge kernel of truth here that AI will compress everything. And all services, if you're taking 100 hours, it might be possible to do it in 50 hours and then maybe in 25 hours. So what happens when something that takes a certain number of time becomes compressed? It means that you need fewer people. It means that models which involve billing people per hour will suddenly shrink, and therefore there is threat to revenues to all services companies, including legal services and certainly even IT services. So there is a kernel of truth. But I think there's also somewhat overblown. The capacity of AI, the capability of AI is always overprojected in the short term and maybe underprojected in the long term. So today, when Anthropic shows something like this, it's easy to see that, okay, this is where the puck is moving and it will compress all of IT services. But realize that IT services are handling some of the most complex transformations inside large companies. They have incredible software complexity, system complexity, user complexity, stakeholder complexity. They have to manage, connect all the data pipelines using mostly structured data, not unstructured data. What Anthropic has shown is success over unstructured data, which is video, voice, text. Most of what Indian IT services works with are structured data sets, things on rows and columns in databases, massive number of them. And therefore, to expect that you can just plug in a tool and it will completely transform something immediately is somewhat overblown.
All right, then, so that's the view coming in as far as the entire AI piece of the puzzle is concerned. But let's also take a look at Devyani International because that stock, in fact, is soaring away in trade, 7% uptick coming in on that particular counter. You do have Citi and Jefferies that are turning more constructive on the stock with upgrades coming in, target hikes also that they're looking at, and early signs of demand improvement for the key calls and what's really driving the re-rating narrative here. Let's go across to Mahima, who's standing by with some more details here.
Right, so I think overall, if you take a look at Devyani, yesterday it came out with its earnings and we saw the uptick coming in, and that's extended today as well. After the news coming in regards to, the CFO being elevated to the CEO level, Mr. Dawar being elevated to that CEO level. So positive momentum coming in, and Sapphire also following that trend. We saw, profit booking for both of these counters when merger was announced, and today's the day probably when people are finding opportunities to buy in. Jefferies has, of course, upgraded to buy from hold with a target price of 145. They're expecting the new CEO to take a hard look at the business and put franchisee back on a sustainable growth path. The chairman also indicated that Pizza Hut turnaround is underway, and Jan 26 also started on a positive note in terms of both same-store sales growth, and this is for all the brands except for Pizza Hut. The announced merger with the announcement with Sapphire merger might involve short-term uncertainty, but view for long-term is positive. Citi has also maintained buy with a target price of 192, which they've hiked from 182 earlier. Early signs of demand improvement is something that they're looking at, and sustenance is the key, of course, going forward for re-rating. They're seeing positive same-store sales growth across brand. They expect QSR to be, the biggest beneficiary of uptick in discretionary spending, and improvement in same-store sales growth going forward will drive the re-rating going forward. So this is the overall view of what's working for Devyani as well as Sapphire.
Well, absolutely, and thank you so much, Mahima, for joining us with that update there when it comes to Devyani International. But one more stock that is doing quite well for itself, currently trading at the day's high, is Trent as well, with that 2.8% uptick coming in. And Mahima, when we talk about this one, it's a strong beat on margins that you're largely looking at, but let's also go through some of the views that brokerages also have when it comes to this one as well.
Right, so at its day's high point, and largely on account of a strong beat that it saw in terms of where margins go. Overall, Q3 revenue, of course, was at a multi-quarter low, but like-for-like growth is something where it was lacking. Management is seeing gradual recovery in consumer sentiment, and beat on PAT was further fueled by a 201% increase in terms of where the other income goes. In terms of what brokerages are kind of penciling in, Bernstein has maintained an outperform with a target price of 5,000. Strong margins delivered, growth revival still loading is what they believe. The margin improvement trajectory stabilizes and is sustainable according to them. Jefferies has maintained hold but cut the target price to 4,575. Negative like-for-like growth in terms of fashion was partly attributable to shift in festive calendar, and they like improving disclosure standards that the company has now given. Lastly, Morgan Stanley has maintained overweight but cut the target price to 4,963. Strategy appears to remain intact with focus on improving density of presence in select areas is what they believe. And lastly, Citi has maintained sell with a target price of 4,350. Quality of earnings is a beat, but weak in terms of where margins go. So weak in terms of whether margins are sustainable or not is something that they are kind of penciling in. So this is the overall view of what brokerages are making of Trent and why it's buzzing in trade today.
Well, absolutely, and thank you so much, Mahima, for joining us with that entire update when it comes to not just Devyani International, but also Trent, that is trading at its day's high right now with that uptick of about 2.8% coming in. But what's not doing so well right now is an Interglobe Aviation with that cut of about 1.5% thereabout. And the Competition Commission of India has cracked the whip when it comes to this particular company, ordered investigation alleging market dominance by the airline, and this is on the back of the flight cancellations in the month of December. We do have Danish Anand who's joining in. Danish, you have a copy of the CCI's order. Let's take a look at some of the details when it comes to this particular investigation.
Well, the CCI has literally grabbed the whip on Indigo, and while making arguments, Indigo said that this doesn't fall under the purview of CCI, but CCI made it clear that under several competition laws, CCI has full jurisdiction to start this investigation over Indigo. During the course of preliminary investigation, CCI found out that Indigo enjoys a market dominance, and moreover, on over 300 routes, Indigo is the sole operator and they have the highest market share. So this was what was highlighted by the CCI, and this has led to the next step. And by that I mean that the DGCCI will be starting a detailed probe on Indigo soon, and the DGCCI has 90 days to complete the entire probe. And in the course of next 90 days, we will see a lot of back and forth between CCI and Indigo. Indigo will now have to give proper answers that why why such flight disruptions in the month of December happened, whether they were avoidable or not, whether they were orchestrated or not. Because in the order which I saw, CISA has also questioned that whether this thing could have been avoided or not, and they said that since you were enjoying such huge market share, you probably the airline could have taken certain steps in which it could have avoided it. But now the ball is in the CCI's court. 90 days is a long time. We'll see that what really comes out of it. And after the next 90 days, CCI will issue one final order, and then we can expect some harsh punishment from CCI's side on Indigo.
All right, and so that's Indigo that we're talking about as well. That stock is tanking under pressure as well. But let's also take a look at some of the other counters that are in focus, in fact, on the back of their earnings. So there's actually a Quality Power that is holding up quite well with a 4% uptick coming in right now on the back of that big jump that we've seen in the third quarter. Let's take a closer look when it comes to some of their financials as well and the earnings in the third quarter. So you're looking at execution that has actually improved across product lines. It's holding an order backlog of over 895 crore rupees, and that particular counter is buzzing away in trade. When you talk about the revenue, you've seen that very big jump coming into that revenue. About 291% jump is what you're looking at when it comes to this one. EBITDA also, triple digit jump that you've seen coming in when it comes to the EBITDA. The margins have expanded and are currently around that 27.8% level. When you talk about net profit as well, you're looking at a 3-digit increase in terms of, the growth in the net profit as well. Net profit is at about 38 crores thereabout. So that stock is cheering that particular result when it comes to the third quarter. When you talk about Metropolis Health, you do have patient volumes that have risen 14% on a year-on-year basis. When you talk about the B2C revenue, that's also risen about 19%, and the B2B revenue has risen about 35%. So that's something that you're looking at. And mind you that these figures actually include the recent acquisitions in the various locations. So that's something that you're looking at. When it comes to this particular counter, when you talk about their revenue as well, you're looking at an uptick of upwards of about 25% that you're looking at. EBITDA uptick as well of about 31%. When you talk about this counter, right now, it's doing quite well for itself in trade, 1.6% at least uptick coming in on this particular counter. And when you talk about their EBITDA margin as well, you've seen a margin expansion coming in to the tune of about 105 basis points. Net profit as well, uptick of about 32% coming in for this particular counter. On the flip side, what's not doing so well right now is the Tata Power, with that cut of about 2% coming in on the back of a weak quarter. So when you talk about this quarter, this was largely affected by higher losses when it comes to the Mundra cluster as well, and the continued delays when it comes to the commissioning. Now, when you talk about the demand picture, that largely remained flat in the third quarter versus that 7% year-on-year increase coming in the previous quarter on a year-on-year basis. Now, when you're talking about the solar manufacturing, that's also largely flat. And you're looking at the solar manufacturing that might just dip in the next quarter as well on higher captive sales. So that's something that you're looking at. All in all, a weak quarter is what you're looking at. And going forward as well, the outlook for solar manufacturing is not all that good. But tell you what, let's also, take a look at a global recalibration that is underway as economic frontiers also shift, placing India at the forefront of a new world order. As the nation prepares its next strategic move, NDTV Profit Conclave brings together policymakers, corporate leaders for dialogues that shape India's growth. Tune into NDTV Profit on Saturday, February 7th to watch policymakers and leaders decoding policy shifts and outlining how India will chart its economic future. As we wrap up on the show, let's take a look.
As tariffs rewrite trade and India's New Deal and the US redefine global alignments, a powerful shake-up is reshaping the global economy. What is India's next strategic move? Join Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and leading global voices as they decode this new economic reality at the NDTV Profit Conclave, making sense of the new world order. India, the real deal. 7 February, New Delhi, only on NDTV Profit. As tariffs rewrite trade and India's New Deal and the US redefine global alignments, a powerful shake-up is reshaping the global economy. What is India's next strategic move? Join Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and leading global voices as they decode this new economic reality. At the NDTV Profit Conclave, making sense of the new world order. India, the real deal. 7 February, New Delhi, only on NDTV Profit.
I propose to raise the STT on futures to 0.05% from the present 0.02%.
There's a buzz of a potential hike that could happen when it comes to options STT, and this could be major negative coming in.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफटाइम, क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी विक्ट्री, मेरी हिस्ट्री, मेरी ग्लोरी। सो कम एंड विटनेस Yo Honey Singh, this is my story.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफ टाइम, क्योंकि मेरे
Good afternoon. You're watching Small Cap Buzzers on NDTV Profit with me, Soumit Sarkar, and my co-anchor Varsha. In the next half an hour, we'll take you through the most important small cap stocks that have been buzzing in trade today. But before that, let's look at what's on the show. Firstly, we'll be speaking with the management of D Development. Now, the company has come out with its Q3 numbers. If you look at the revenue, that's up nearly 77% on a YOY basis, while the order book stands at close to 1,300 crore, which is nearly 1.2 times its last 12-month revenue. So, what's the way forward is something that we'll be speaking with this management. Second, we'll be also getting the management of Infra. Now, this is the largest fully integrated value-added ferrochrome product in India, and recently they had acquired some unit from Tata Steel as well. The company is yet to come out with the Q3 numbers, but when they come out, you will get them first on NDTV Profit. So do stay tuned in to NDTV Profit. Apart from that, couple of other stocks that we'll be discussing on the show today. Firstly, it's Sudarshan Pharma. Now, the stock has been gaining for the third consecutive session, and it has gained nearly 10% in trade. And if you look at this is the biggest intraday move that we have seen for Sudarshan Pharma since July 2024. And lastly, we'll also be talking about Parag Milk. It has snapped its 2-day gaining streak. The stock has fallen as much as 10% in trade. And if you look at the volumes, they are nearly 6 times their 20-day average. But before we start with the small cap segment, just let's look at how the Nifty has been performing. It has snapped its 3-day gaining streak. It's trading anywhere between the 50 and the 100 DMA. It's down around 150 odd points in trade right now. Among sectoral indices, none of them are trading in green. But when it comes to the small cap index, that's down nearly 1.3% in trade. But which are the small cap stocks that have been buzzing in trade today, Varsha?
Let me start with the gainers, Soumit, first. You have Pokerna, which is, this is the third consecutive day the stock is up. Now, again, India-US trade deal is one of the reasons why you're seeing the stock in focus. There you go. The stock is up almost 10% in trade. Then you have AB Infra. Now, the board is expected to meet on 13th Feb to approve the results. So, maybe, people are expecting good results when it comes to AB Infra because the stock is buzzing as of today. Then you have Aztec Life also buzzing in trade today. You have NGL Finecam, which is, I think this is the second consecutive day the stock is up. So these are basically the gainers when it comes to, small cap. But let's see who are the losers. You have iValue Info Solutions, which is under pressure as of today. Then you also have Zuari Agro, which is, the stock is under pressure. Now this is on the back of Q3 numbers. The numbers, the street is not liking the numbers. So basically the stock is down almost 10%. You have Mangalam Organics as well, which is trading under pressure. Parag Milk is one more stock which is under pressure. Now this on the back of Q3 numbers, if I were to talk about. And lastly, you have Indotech, which is again in pressure. So these are all the stocks which are actually gaining and losing when it comes to small cap 250, which is under pressure. It's down almost 1% as of today. But moving on the sidelines of India, GCC signing terms of reference for FTA, the Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal says that India and US are close to forming up the first division of the FTA. A joint statement is likely within days with a formal agreement targeted by mid-March. Listen in to his comments.
बहुत ही सार्थक चर्चा चल रही है भारत और यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ऑफ अमेरिका के बीच, जो हमारे दोनों नेताओं ने निर्णय लिया है। हमारा पहला ट्रांच बायलैटरल ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट का लगभग तैयार हो गया है। हमारी उम्मीद है कि अगले 4-5 दिन में हम एक जॉइंट स्टेटमेंट यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ऑफ अमेरिका और भारत के बीच में फाइनलाइज करके साइन कर देंगे। और उस जॉइंट स्टेटमेंट के आधार पर शुरुआत हो जाएगी हमारे दोनों के बीच में इस समझौते की पहली कड़ी। साथ ही साथ एक फॉर्मल एग्रीमेंट ड्राफ्ट हो रहा है जिसको शायद महीना भर 1.5 महीना लग सकता है और उस फॉर्मल एग्रीमेंट को मिड मार्च तक साइन करने का अंदाजा है। लेकिन 18% जो यूएस टैरिफ्स घटने हैं वो जॉइंट स्टेटमेंट अनाउंस होने के बाद एग्जीक्यूटिव ऑर्डर द्वारा यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ऑफ अमेरिका कर देगा।
Well, moving on, let's look at our first management of the show is D Development Engineers. Just for the benefit of viewers, this company is an Indian manufacturer of specialized process piping solution. If I were to talk about Q3 FY26 numbers, the revenues were up 77%, margins up 1,310 basis points, and net profit at 18 crore versus loss of 13 crore. But to speak more about the numbers and what lies ahead, I'm here joined by Mr. KL Bansal, who is the chairman and managing director at D Development. Mr. Bansal, welcome at NDTV Profit, and always pleasure to have you. There was a strong growth when it comes to revenue at around 77%. What specific project drew this, and what's the outlook going ahead?
We have a very healthy order book, and our target for this year is also big. So, accordingly, we are moving forward. Historically, our Q3, Q4 numbers are normally very good. So, that's the way forward also. And that's the reason, you are able to look at the growth in Q3 numbers.
Mr. Bansal, so that was precisely my second question, because if you see the guidance being given by you is around 1,300 crore for FY26. That means the Q4 should be the strongest of all, of around 500 crores revenue. Am I on right track?
No, you're absolutely right. But, since there is a slight hit from our power sector unit, and we have been telling in all our calls that, due to that, there will be a hit of almost around 76 crores of rupees in terms of our top line. Rest everything looks to be in place even now. And, even if I will still qualify that let us say that there is a little bit downfall in the top line, but, the bottom line, whatever we have projected is absolutely intact, and it will, and we are committed to that.
Right. Okay, if you could just give us some guidance on the order inflow that you could see in the fourth quarter and in FY27 as well.
We are likely to get about 400 crores worth of order in Q4. And, the order book for the coming year is almost around 2,000 crores, which we are expecting to have in the coming financial year.
Bansal, you just said that you're expecting a downfall when it comes to revenue for FY26. If you could quantify us for the benefit of viewers, because you were expecting almost 1,300 crores of revenue for FY26. So what's that?
So I'm saying there is a revenue fall. Major reason for that is our loss due to tariff revision for our power division, which is around 76 crores. And apart from that, there may be around 25 to 50 crores worth of revenue, less revenue. But, again, I'm saying we are going to compensate it with much higher EBITDA and PAT levels.
Okay. And what's the EBITDA margin expected? Are you on track when it comes to margins?
Yeah. We had projected that with losses in the power division, the PAT EBITDA level should be between 16 to 18%. We still stand by that, and they shall be in that range only.
Right. And the growth target that you have given for FY26, anything you could share with us for FY27 as well, sir?
Minimum 20 to 25% CAGR basis, sir. Minimum.
That is the top line.
Yeah.
And bottom line will also be remain on similar range?
Almost similar range, but we are projecting the EBITDA levels to be in the range of 18 to 20% in the coming year.
And if you look at the non-core power generation business, that was down around 42%. Any specific reason behind this?
Because of tariff revision only. It's not that the plant efficiency has gone down. Our tariffs were revised by the regulatory commission since we had a PPA and it was supposed to be reviewed after 13 years in one plant, and one PPA got expired after the expiry of 20 years. So, one of the PPAs, review PPA, the new rate has come, which is around 587, which is lower by almost 2 rupees than the previous earlier PPA. And in the second power plant, the rate got dropped from 8.5 to 3.5 rupees. But both the plants, we are in litigation with the government, and hopefully we'll get some positive outcome by February or by March end.
Mr. Bansal, you're also establishing seamless pipe manufacturing plant at Anjar to reduce, import dependence. What's the current status of that plant?
It's the trials are going on. We shall be declaring the COD very shortly. As a matter of fact, the trials have been done successfully. So some more formalities are required to be done before we can declare the COD. So we are doing that. We are in the process of doing that.
And are you expecting or are you in talks with any potential clients for large order that could come in?
Yeah, we are already, and the approval process is going on for that. And 2 of the customers have already visited us, and they have given their report to their higher management for the approval.
And Mr. Bansal, the heavy fabrication segment of yours grew almost 161% year on year. So is this one of what's the outlook when it comes to this segment? Will you be seeing this kind of growth, sustain over the next maybe few quarters?
It may not be like that. But, year-on-year growth will again continue to remain above 20% CAGR.
Right, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us and giving us the way forward for development. Well, that was the management quite optimistic on the growth plans for FY27 and beyond. They're expecting a 20% growth that could come in. Let's also welcome in our fundamental guest, Lancelot Dicona, CIO, ValueX Wealth Connect. Lancelot, you heard the management strong growth prospect. They are expecting 400 crore of order win to come in alone in the fourth quarter. How are you looking at this company at the current valuations?
So I think currently it's trading at about 17 times its earnings, and the order book addition is a very positive development for the company. However, one has to look at its return on equity as well, and return on equity has been relatively low, probably because of the capex involvement in terms of a larger capex, and hence the return is on the lower side. So given that background, while there is revenue growth and there is profit growth, the company will need to make further investments that will keep its return on equity relatively lower at the lower end of the band. So given that it is a small company, it's an upcoming company, it's better to wait for a while if one means to make investments till some of these investments that they make mature, and then the ROEs improve, and then you would see increase in valuations. I think it's fairly priced at this point in time.
Right. Well, thank you for that view. Now, moving on, time to dive into the BSE F&O market setup and the cues shaping trade today. Let's bring in Sharad to give us more details on that.
Thanks a lot for that. And it seems like the rally which we had seen 2 days ago, it's trying to fizzle out. Options data is also suggesting a range-bound movement, much more red than green in the Sensex constituents. Of course, sell-off increasing in the larger consumption names as well. What's holding up is Trent and SBI, but nothing much convincing. Only Trent is up almost 2.5%. Story in the BankX also remains the same. The selling has intensified in the sea of red coming in. Kotak Mahindra and my HDFC Bank. That's where the selling is coming in. Apart from the stocks, long build-up coming in the QSR play and certain capital goods names. These are the ones on your screen. And short covering, that also we are seeing some kind of moves happening. And yes, it's the same. ABB India also makes it to the list. And Dabur, a slight jump up definitely coming in this counter. Long unwinding, the candidates include Samman Capital and Gale. Hasn't changed since the last time we did at 10:45, the BSE Sensex F&O wrap. And lastly, I'd like to point out the short build-up. Tube Investments, there's a big downtick coming in. It's almost down 10% now, with Hindustan Zinc also reversing with a fall in silver prices, down almost 5%. So, of course, sector-specific moves, Q3 earnings, that's what the impact is and driving the F&O markets. But hopefully we can see some kind of recovery. That's what the traders are suggesting.
Right. Thank you so much, Sharad, for all the details. Well, moving on, Sudarshan Pharma is gaining for the third straight session with 10% intraday move. Now, this is biggest since July last year. Let's see what's the key highlights or what are the key milestone or key triggers when it comes to this counter. One is the PLI scheme for vitamin B1 and B6 manufacturing, and they've also acquired Ratna Life Science and Ishwari Healthcare. And the overseas subsidiaries, if you see Singapore plus Dubai, are some of the key milestones for this company. Well, talking about their Hyderabad API unit, 50 plus key APIs, the starting materials have been developed, several patented intermediates are also being developed, and contract manufacturing through GMP facilities also one of the key highlight. Talking about the value proposition, high quality specialty chemicals plus intermediate plus APIs are some of the key high value products that the company has. Also, they have reliable supply chain plus on time delivery. But onto the export markets for this company, so these are some of the key triggers. They have strong presence when it comes to Africa, Middle East and Asia, and also USA, UK, Europe, Canada and Australia. Talking about the financials, if you see the EBITDA has been improving. Now this is on the back of higher manufacturing plus exports, considering the high margin that the exports have usually. They are fully integrated pharma value chain. They have API backward integration Hyderabad plant, which will help to ease out the cost pressure. Also, they have diverse product portfolio across key therapies and of course network of subsidiaries for global reach. So overall, a lot of things are actually working when it comes to Sudarshan Pharma. But Lancelot, what is your view when it comes to this counter? What should investors do? The stock is up today.
Yeah, I think the stock is trading at almost 26 times earnings. So it is a little expensive at this point in time. But yes, there are a lot of positives in the stock, as you had mentioned. There are good growth. There is some specialty chemicals, manufacturing export orders that may come in. So given all that background, yes, it is an interesting idea, but one has to look at the valuation. At this point in time, I think valuations are really expensive. Maybe if it does correct, then that would be an opportunity to add or accumulate the stock.
Right. And Lancelot, just, which are, except Sudarshan Pharma, which are all the other small cap counters when it comes to pharma that you are bullish on and that investors should keep a watch on?
So I think there are a couple of companies which have reported good results. There's a company called Synoris Pharmaceuticals that has announced good results and has an interesting play as far as growth is concerned. So maybe if somebody can look at something on that front, something like that.
Shifting focus to Parag Milk Foods, the company delivered record revenue in the third quarter, but the stock has snapped its gaining streak and it's been under pressure today. What could be the potential reason behind this? Is it because of commodity inflation? Let's get in Mahima with more details.
Right, Somit, so as you rightly mentioned, I think commodity inflation and the commentary that, came in from the management is possibly hurting the stock. Overall, commodity witnessed an inflation of almost 20% on a YOY basis and 6.5% sequentially, and that's, reflected in the way margins have also fared. And management has said that headwinds of commodity inflation are likely to continue in the foreseeable future. So it, further will put pressure in terms of where margins stand for Parag Milk. Now, in terms of overall numbers, revenue stood at a growth of 14.5%. EBITDA came down by around 8%. Margins stood at 6.7% versus that of 8.4%. And net profit was down almost 18%. In terms of stock performance, of course, it snapped its two-day gaining streak. Has fallen, almost 10% in its intraday low, and volumes are near 6 times its 20-day average. Overall, in terms of operational metrics, improvement is there. Underlying volume growth was at 8%, but not as compared to how it did last quarter, highest ever quarterly revenue, but overall core categories saw volume growth of 12%. New age business is something that's auguring growth, of course, on a very low base and a small segment at that 123%. In terms of core categories, the volume growth was at 12% and value growth at 21%. So largely, the beat coming in is with regards to the price hikes that they've taken and not volume. And new age business, as I mentioned, has recorded a growth for around 123%. So this is the overall view of how the quarter spanned out for Parag Milk Foods.
Right. Lancelot, any view on Parag Milk Foods? Revenue growth was quite strong, but because of commodity pressure, margins have come under pressure. How are you looking at this counter, and any other stock in this space that you find attractive?
I think, in this space, commodity input cost does play an important, important role. And we've seen it impact the profits of this company, even though, Parag Milk Foods is one of the leaders with the cow ghee category. They have almost 22% market share in the Govardhan ghee. They're also one of the few companies to make, fresh paneer with a long shelf life. And they have the largest automated dairy farm with almost 3,000, 4,000 cows, etc. So in the private sector, I think they are a good company. But at this point in time, given that the outlook is going to be continue to remain difficult, one should probably stay away at this point in time and wait for the price to correct to a reasonable level. Currently, it trades at, even at this level, trades at 22 times earnings. So maybe if it does become attractive and cheaper, then one can look at accumulating the stock for the long term.
And Lancelot, any other stock in this space that you find attractive, or just avoid the entire sector?
I think one should avoid the sector at the moment because everybody in the sector is going to struggle. And then you have Amul, who is the largest, which is not listed. But, they will obviously be a dominant player at this point in time because of their scale. So I think at this point of time, it's better to stay away from the sector. And when the sector begins to turn, then one can look at putting money to work.
Right. Another stock that I want to discuss today is on PB Fintech. Obviously, it's not a small cap company, but the move that we are seeing in this counter, it's up nearly 9% in trade. And this is on the back of one single announcement that came out on the stock exchanges, and that is the fact that the company has cancelled their board meet regarding fundraise. Now, why is this a positive move? Because if you look at the share price move over the last or on a YTD basis, the counter has been continuously on a downtrend. And that is largely because the company was looking to do a fundraise and was looking for an acquisition in the overseas market. At least that is what the management had indicated. And the street had taken this news quite negatively because there's a lot of uncertainty that comes in when there's an acquisition that happens in an overseas market, and that was the major reason why the stock had been declining from around 1722. It had come down to close to 1440. And the major reason behind this was this acquisition buzz that was there on the street. And given the fact that now the company is not looking to do a fundraise, the street is now expecting that they won't go ahead and do an acquisition as well. And that's the reason we are seeing this kind of a cheer coming in for PB Fintech. The stock is up nearly 9% in trade. It's trading close to around 1,572 at this point. Lancelot, PB Fintech valuations, I believe, are on the cheaper side, given the fact that the stock at one point of time used to trade above 1,800 rupees. But the buzz of around insurance cap that has come in has put pressure on the share prices, and this additional news that was there that they might look to do an acquisition, which now overhang goes away. So how are you looking at this counter overall at this juncture? Is it still a value buy even after this 9% move?
So I think even after the 9% move, it is not really a value buy because if you look at its profitability, it still trades at about 125 times earnings. So that is an expensive valuation. But the reason it trades at a higher multiple is because it's one of the new age businesses and it can scale up much faster without having to depend on physical infrastructure, since all their business is basically done digitally or through the web. So given that background, yes, they would enjoy a little higher, higher multiple. But I think still this kind of price multiple, there is a lot of risk if anything new comes up or there's any negative part about the business, you could see some serious price correction happening later. So from a risk reward perspective, one needs to probably stay away.
Well, thank you so much, Lancelot, for all the views and joining this conversation. Always pleasure to speak to you at NDTV Profit.
Thank you.
Well, moving on, a global recalibration is underway as economic frontiers shift, placing India at the forefront of a new world order. As the nation prepares its next strategic move, the NDTV Profit Conclave brings together policymakers and corporate leaders for dialogues that shape India's growth. Tune into NDTV Profit on Saturday, Feb 7 to watch policymakers and leaders decoding policy shifts and outlining how India will chart its economic future. Well, this is all the time that we have on this edition of Small Cap Buzzers. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
As tariffs rewrite trade, and India's New Deal and the US redefine global alignments, a powerful shake-up is reshaping the global economy. What is India's next strategic move? Join Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and leading global voices as they decode this new economic reality at the NDTV Profit Conclave, making sense of the new world order. India, the real deal. 7 February, New Delhi, only on NDTV Profit. As tariffs rewrite trade, and India's New Deal and the US redefine global alignments, a powerful shake-up is reshaping the global economy. What is India's next strategic move? Join Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and leading global voices as they decode this new economic reality at the NDTV Profit Conclave, making sense of the new world order. India, the real deal. 7 February, New Delhi, only on NDTV Profit.
I propose to raise the STT on futures to 0.05% from the present 0.02%.
There's a buzz of a potential hike that could happen when it comes to options STT, and this could be major negative coming in.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफ टाइम, क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी विक्ट्री, मेरी हिस्ट्री, मेरी ग्लोरी। सो कम एंड विटनेस Yo Honey Singh, this is my story.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला
Welcome, you're watching NDTV Profit. This is Ask Profit, the afternoon edition. I'm Mahima Vajrajani and with me is Puneet Javeri as always. Puneet, I think today, despite of the three management that we took, we managed to solve those 54 queries.
Yeah.
I think we'll try to solve more on this afternoon edition of Ask Profit. But before that, quickly, I think as to where the markets are right now, not a very happy day for the markets. I think one day of, hurrah of the India-US trading and we are back to that 25,600 levels. The Nifty 50 down by about 0.5%. The Bank Nifty also in the red, down by about 0.4%. With regards to where, the Nifty 50 heat map is concerned, the counters that are putting pressure on the Nifty includes names like Hindalco, Eternal seeing profit booking today, 2.5% of a downtick, Kotak Mahindra Bank, PEL, Bharti Airtel, Interglobe Aviation, as well as Titan, Coal India. All of these trading with cuts of about 1% to 2% each. But on the flip side, Trent has come back, topping that chart up 2% on the back of its numbers, where it did see a good beat in terms of where margins go, but still I think revenue growth is still a question mark and we'll have to wait and watch out for as to how things fare. But apart from that, I think ONGC, DRL, Tata Steel just seeing gains, bought that 0.6 to 0.8%. So not much, strength coming in from the gainers on the Nifty 50 as we speak. But let's also quickly pull up the sectoral heat map to see as to how sectors are doing, and then the advanced decline ratio, because that will give us a picture as to how the broader markets are doing, except for PSU Bank. I think there is pressure across that heat map. You have Nifty Defense, which is down 2%, Metals down 1%, Realty seeing downtick of about 1%. A lot of these counters, consumption, FMCG, IT continues to be under pressure, but the advanced decline ratio indicates that the broader market is also under pressure, right, Puneet?
Well, most certainly, and we've seen declines being almost 1,700. But very interesting, I don't think anybody anticipated Trend to be the biggest gainer at the last hour of the trading session. And Bharti Airtel also down in trade for the Nifty. Results come today, so watch out for that counter. And in terms of the broader markets, mid cap and the small caps, so we can pull up. You're seeing that pressure on these indexes. We've seen a recovery from the lows from the mid cap 150. For the small cap 250 though, it has been largely an area of strength barring today. So it's down 1.1%, but Mahima highlighted the India-US FTA not visible at all in the benchmarks. A lot of broader market stocks have also in the textile space, in Avanti Feeds, the likes of those counters are also not reacting too much. But a couple of them, if you can look at the BSE 500 very quickly before we start with all your stock-related queries. Avanti Feeds in the green. Let's pull up the BSE 500 now. Finally, to top of that list of we're seeing Westlife, Foodworks. Actually, it wasn't a very strong set of numbers, but still stocks up 12%. PV Fintech 8.8% because they've cancelled their board meet for a fundraise and enthusing the street in that sense. So the last half an hour, you'll see that move. Apart from that, Jubilant Foodworks also. It's a good day for the QSRs. Tube Investments down, and we'll put that focus on that stock in our profit intelligence segment in India market close. What's leading to the downtick? Suzlon, Vedanta, Redington amongst the others. But let me welcome in CA Tapan Doshi of CATapan.in. At this point of the show, we also have Chandan Taparia of Motilal Oswal joining in. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining in today for the afternoon edition of Ask Profit. Let me go across and take the first query then. It is on JM Financials and it's a short-term one. So Chandan, coming to you. Lalita from Bengaluru is holding 210 shares at 110 rupees per share and asking if the gains right now seen in the stock is something that she should book out of. Chandan, what would you recommend?
Looking at this counter, before I talk about any capital market related stock, let me add my disclaimer and disclosure. But yes, talking about this name, it has been making lower top, lower bottom on the monthly chart and the weekly chart. Structure is weak. I believe one need to follow the support near 110. Upside hurdle is at 145. So use this level. I don't have any buy or sell recommendation here.
Got your view, Chandan. The other question, the next one is from Ashish from Mumbai. It's again a short-term query. So Chandan, let me come to you. He's asking a short-term query actually on data patterns. Now the whole defense pack actually seeing some correction today, Chandan. So any view on this counter?
So data pattern has been consolidating in a broader range. In fact, multiple supports are visible near 2300. Hurdles are visible near
we'll wait for Chandan, of course, to get us that the hurdle rate as well. But definitely, let's pull up the VSC, the India Defence Fund, and you'll see what we've been talking about. There's been a correction, broadly a correction across those stocks. So let's pull up those counter as well. Chandan, if you're ready in terms of that stock level, because I think we missed the hurdle that you were talking about. Go ahead.
Yeah, so talking about data pattern, it has been consolidating in a broader range. As I mentioned, that multiple supports are visible near 2300, hurdles are intact at 2800, and we believe the counter is likely to be in this broader range. So my suggestion is a buy on decline can be done, but follow the range between 2300 to 2800. If it moves the upper band and holds, then only the fresh leg of rally could be there. So better to trade the broader trading range, which is happening from last couple of months.
Got your view, Chandan. But the next question that's coming in is on a stock that's doing very well in trade today, and that's Force Motors. On the back of its profitability increasing by almost 2.5 times, Madhusuna is asking if it's a good time to actually enter the stock. Tapan, good afternoon. Welcome to the show. Would you recommend Madhusudan to enter the stock right now? It's been a very a dream run in the last 1 year. What would you recommend?
Yeah, good afternoon, Puneet. Yes, it is a dream run, and you see the results also are very good. In all front, the results are very good. Even if you see in last few quarters also, this company is doing well. Again, next 2-3 quarters, I think automobiles should do well. So I'm positive on the stock. Of course, on valuation point, of course, the stock has gone up a lot. My suggestion will be buy on dips. But yes, for long term, any type of dip can be accumulated for the long term.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on Force Motors. We've got our first caller for this edition of Fast Profit, of course. Rajesh is calling us from Bengaluru. Rajesh, hi. A very good afternoon to you. I believe you have a query on Kalyan Jewellers.
Hi, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am.
Go ahead and ask your question, Hello. Rajesh.
Ma'am, Kalyan Jewellers in right time to investment in 5 lakhs in planning in investment. Correct level in buying, please technical analysis, ma'am.
Technical analysis. Okay, Rajesh, got your question. I'll take this up with Tapan then. Chandan then. Chandan, Kalyan Jewellers, a lot of viewers are asking this query and want to understand if it makes sense right now to make an entry. Would you recommend that?
Actually, the structure of the counter is slightly negative. It has been making lower top, lower bottom. If I discuss the same on the technical point of view. In fact, if I look at the price behavior of last 20 days, it had seen a correction from 535 to almost 355 and now has been consolidating. So structure is weak and bounces are being sold. So I believe better to wait and watch till it doesn't surpass above 400. It would be tough for the counter to hold at higher levels. In fact, it can go to 350, 320 levels. If someone is interested to focus in the same sector, I believe counter like Titan can do better.
Got your view, Chandan, but the next question that's coming in is for Tapan, and Mr. Rao is actually asking the question. He wants to invest 1 lakh rupees in Aarti Industries for the next 2 to 3 years, and that'll constitute to almost 5% of his portfolio. Tapan, would you recommend that trade?
Well, the Aarti industry already gone up a lot recently, and if you see from 340, it has been now 440. It's been 100 rupees up. And see, overall, the chemical sector is now coming up slowly and gradually. If I see the overall results also, the profit, I have an issue on the profitability and the current jump. I think better avoid this stock for to invest. I think there are much better stock. Currently, avoid chemical sector. I think it will take time to recover.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on Aarti Industries. But the next question is an interesting one. Jay Krishnan is asking this question and he's writing in from Kerala about textile stocks. He wants to know if any of these counters looks attractive right now to make an entry from a 9-month perspective. Chandan, I'll come to you on this one with the kind of rally that we've seen in a lot of these names. For example, Gokul Das, KPR Mills, Welspun Living, Kitex, etc. Do you think it makes sense to make an entry right now for the next 9 months?
So we have seen a major bottom out approach post the trade deal, and we believe that the recent trade deal will be beneficial for most of these counters. So to talk about Gokex or Gokuldas export, it really made the bottom near almost 530 marks and has been making higher top, higher bottom on the daily chart. It's up by more than 30% in this week, and supports are gradually shifting higher. So if someone is holding or interested to hold the position, keep the support near 750, and this textile counter can head towards 880 to 920 kind of levels. Apart from Gokuldas, I believe other name like Arvind Fashion, which has bottomed out near 420, can head towards 540 kind of levels. With higher support of 451 can hold the long position. So I believe that textile counter already seen the good momentum in last few days. Some more positive strengths cannot be ruled out from current levels.
Actually, before we go on to the next query, let's just quickly pull up the Nifty 50 because I think we've broken the 25,600 mark yet again. And trading, and there you see the pressure yet again on the index. Chandan, before I move forward, the 25,600 mark, a big psychological mark for the Nifty, we've just broken it, and I know we should let it settle a bit, but how important it is for the Nifty for that particular level, and what are the other subsequent levels on the bottom side that you will be watching out for?
Yeah, so in last 5 days, market really had a roller coaster ride. On budget day, it made the low near 24,571, but after that, on Tuesday, market open gap up led by trade deal and headed towards 26,341. So we have a huge boundary of 1,800 points, and I believe some more swings could be there in between. But to talk about immediate level, I believe 25,450 could be a major support. On last trading session, it made low near 25,563. That is going to act as an intraday support. So if it goes below 25,563, then the structure will be down. But I believe major support is at 25,450. If market manages to hold, then some range bound bias could be seen. Otherwise, below 25,450 structure could again turn cautious to retest 25,200 to 25,000. On upside, it requires to cross 25,650. So for me, 25,563 and 25,650 are level to look at the market on immediate level, while on positional, 25,450 to 25,800 could be the range for Nifty index.
Got it. Thanks so much, Chandan. Definitely those 20 points on the downside, 70 on the upside that you have to watch out for, according to Chandan. The next question coming in is on Cipla. Our viewer, Reenu from Bengaluru, is actually holding it at 1,492 rupees per share. Asking that, she's holding 60 shares and hence currently sitting on a loss, asking what's the view for the next 3 to 6 months. Chandan, what would you recommend? Should she average down right now?
To look at the Cipla, actually, selective pharma counter started to witness buying interest when I talk about counter like Lupin. But name like Cipla has been underperforming. However, it remained consolidative in last 8-9 days, but before that, it was making lower top, lower bottom. In the last month, counter has seen a major correction from 1,540 to 1,280. So not getting any sign of major momentum, might be a range bound setup. On downside, it has support near 1,300. On upside, hurdle is at 1,375. So this is going to be the probable trading range with mixed bias. Upside or bounce seems to be limited as of now.
All right, so that's the view coming in on Cipla. We've got Mohan calling us from Bengaluru. Mohan, hi, a very good afternoon to you. What's your query about?
I just want to buy this AkzoNobel. Will it be the right time to buy now for a long-term perspective?
Okay, I'll take this up with Tapan. Then Tapan, largely, of course, their decorative business is now a part of the JSW Paints business. But considering they still have a part of their business, which is, coatings, etc., would you recommend him to buy at this moment from a long-term perspective?
Well, talking about ExxonMobil, of course, this was one of the better counter in paint industry. And no, it has been almost a debt-free. And overall, if you see, it has been taken away by JSW Paints. But from here, I still feel no, the overall paint industry will struggle with the margin issues. Lot of competition is there. Again, no, ExxonMobil and also if you see Buildup are having a very aggressive discounting policy. So this is where I have an issue. I think better to avoid this counter currently because no overall in future competitions then the margin will be on a lower side. So better to avoid currently.
Got the view, Chandan. But another caller coming from Andhra Pradesh, and this is Priyanka dialing in for a stock query. Priyanka, good afternoon. Welcome to Ask Profit. What's your query? Hi, Priyanka. Am I audible to you?
Yes. Yeah, audible.
Go ahead, Priyanka.
Yeah, my query is regarding RVML.
Okay.
I'm holding 300 shares at the rate of 345. After, last budget, I anticipated that railway stocks could rally, but I took this for a very short term. So I would like to know the short-term view for this.
Got it, Priyanka. Well, Chandan, coming to you, RVNL bought at 345 by Priyanka. Should she continue to hold? What would you recommend?
Immediate structure of the counter is negative. In fact, in the month of December, it really dwelled from 320 to almost 400 kind of levels. But momentum fizzled out and again it's back to those levels. However, the buying price is slightly higher and price of the counter is right now is around 8-10% down. So I don't suggest to exit at current juncture. Let the RVNL hold the key support of 300 because there is a multiple support which is working well from last many months. So if manages to hold 300, she can get the price near 335 to 350 marks.
Well, got your view, Chandan. But viewers, it's now time for the rapid fire round in this edition of Fast Profit. Chandan as well as Tapan request you to keep your answers on buy, sell or hold, so we can take as many queries in the next 3 minutes. The question coming in is on IRB Infra. Satyan, who's a regular viewer, is holding it at 46. Chandan, should he continue to do so?
Hold.
Okay, the next one is on Trent. Bala Subramaniam has bought 10 shares at the levels of 7,600. Wants to know if he can dispose of this counter. He's a long-term investor at this price point. Tapan, what would you recommend?
No, now valuation is now okay. He can hold.
Ecos Mobility, Tapan, we don't talk about it too much, but is it the right time to enter for Prashant?
Yeah, on dips basis.
Okay, Aventel is the next one. Sriram is holding 50 shares at the levels of 116. From a 1 year perspective, Chandan, what would you recommend?
Can hold.
Ram is asking if he can enter Bank of Maharashtra for almost 5% of his portfolio. That's almost 5 lakh rupees. So it's a 1 crore portfolio. Tapan, would you recommend that?
No.
Okay, and Indraprastha Medical is the next one. 410 is the buying price of Mr. Srinivas Rao. He's asking if he can continue to hold this for 1 year from a fundamental perspective. Tapan, your view?
Yeah, he can hold.
Crompton bought at 282. Chandan, should he average down right now?
Don't average, but hold.
Okay, Zydus Life Sciences is the next one. And this is, okay, we don't have the name of the viewer, but the viewer has 25 shares at the levels of 825. Should he accumulate more at the current level? Chandan, your view?
Hold, but don't accumulate.
Suzlon is the other one, and our viewer is asking if he can, buy at 52 rupees and accumulate more as well. So she's already bought it at 52. Tapan, would you recommend that?
Yeah, she can average.
Okay, Emami is the next one. Afreen from Hyderabad wants to know from a long-term perspective, is this a good company to hold? Tapan, your view?
Yeah, currently hold.
The next question that's coming in is on Tube Investment. And this is coming in from Piyusha. Piyusha, tune in at 315 for a profit in this segment as well. But Tapan, your view on the stock?
Hold.
Canara Bank, is this a good buy right now? Chandan, your view?
Yes.
The next question that's coming in is on Voltam Transformers. And our viewer is asking if he should, he's currently at a loss because he's at a loss of almost 14,000 rupees. Should he continue to hold, Chandan?
Yeah, can hold. It can go to 8,200 to 8,500.
Okay, GMR Airports is the next one. Mahati from Hyderabad wants to know if this is a good hold from a long-term perspective. Tapan, your view?
Yes, please hold.
The next question coming in is on Cupid, and we've spoken about the stock quite a bit over the last few days. Holding shares at 77 rupees, so it's currently 420, almost 6x. Tapan, what should he do?
He can exit.
Piramal Pharma is the next one. Bhaskar from Rajamundry is asking whether he can hold or not. He's got 500 shares at the levels of 92. Chandan, your view?
Can hold.
ABB bought at 5925. Tapan, should he continue to hold?
Yes, hold it.
Okay. Hindustan Copper, is this the right time to buy, Chandan?
Almost can buy in few tranches. I'm very positive. I think can accumulate in between 550 zone and it can head to a 750 to 850 kind of level on positional.
Wow, 850. The stock is currently trading at 604.
I think that might be the only buy call that we've been getting actually on Hindustan Copper. Chandan, that's definitely a big, huge call. But thanks so much for that. Both of you for helping us solve the query. PVR was one of the key stocks. I just wanted to pull up before we wrap up this edition of Ask Profit because the results came right now. If we can pull up that stock and find out because about for PVR as well, because that was the key one. So stocks down almost 2.8%. And we were awaiting an update in terms of the management as well, because they were expected to join us. So we will get you that update, if not now, in India market close. But thanks so much. But thanks so much for watching, viewers. It's all the time we have on this edition of Ask Profit. Stay tuned. India market close comes up next.
As tariffs rewrite trade, and India's New Deal and the US redefine global alignments, a powerful shake-up is reshaping the global economy. What is India's next strategic move? Join Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and leading global voices as they decode this new economic reality at the NDTV Profit Conclave, making sense of the new world order. India, the real deal. 7 February, New Delhi, only on NDTV Profit.
I propose to raise the STT on futures to 0.05% from the present 0.02%.
There's a buzz of a potential hike that could happen when it comes to options STT, and this could be major negative coming in.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफ टाइम, क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी विक्ट्री, मेरी हिस्ट्री, मेरी ग्लोरी। सो कम एंड विटनेस यो हनी सिंह, दिस इज माई स्टोरी।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes
Hello and welcome. You watching India Market Close here at NDTV Profit. I am Mahima Vachajani and with me is Alex Matthew and Sharad Dubey. Before we move on to everything that we've planned for you on today's India Market Close, let's take a quick look as to how PVR is doing. PVR came out with Q3 numbers, revenue up 9.5%, net profit at that 95 odd crore versus that of 35 odd crore. So good growth in terms of where profits and revenue both stand. And to understand as to how the quarter is fared and how the future of the company is looking like, we're joined by Sanjeev Kumar Bijli, who is the Executive Director at PVR Inox, and Saurabh Pant, who is the Vice President, Finance and Investor Relations at PVR Inox, joining us. Welcome to both of you, gentlemen, and a very good afternoon to you. Sanjeev, I'll take up the first question with you. It's been a good quarter. Overall, this 9 months also, we've seen collections growing. We've seen overall occupancies also held at that 28% plus mark. Just want to get a sense of this particular quarter that has gone by, and largely I think this quarter was led by Dhurandhar, but your view in terms of what were the hits and misses this quarter?
No, you're right. Dhurandhar was, of course, the biggest hit, and we all know about it. It's done over 1,000 crores. But in addition to that, I think in our business, there is a rallying of other films as well that has helped us. We had Kantara, which was a big release and a big box office success, which did about 741 crores. We also had an English Avatar, which did about 232 crores. And we had a small movie like Lalo Krishna from Gujarat, which did about 114 crores. So I think that's the beauty of our business in India, that we have so many films from different regions which rally at the box office and become surprise hits. And the accumulation of that is what leads to the kind of attendances that we are seeing. And Q3 typically has been a very strong quarter for us because of the holidays. There's Diwali, there's Christmas. Everybody's in the mood to get out and entertain themselves. Plus, obviously, we had a lot of other strategies in place to draw more and more audiences. And I think the result is there to show now.
That's interesting. Saurabh, just talk to us about the fact that you have several movies that cross that 100 crore mark. So is it simply the sign of the times that this burgeoning creativity suddenly that is taking place, or are more people buying into the idea of going to the cinema halls again?
Yeah, Alex, absolutely. I think this is the highest number of movies in any year that we have seen crossing the 100 crore mark, right? So it also shows an amount of OTT fatigue that's setting in. People are obviously craving to move out. And therefore, we have seen a mix of movies doing well. While there were obviously those franchise hits, but there have been smaller movies like Sanyara, like Lalo in Gujarati, like Mr. Kumar mentioned, which have done well, right? So it shows that people are willing to come out. It's the quality of content that's taking precedence over a lot of other factors. And therefore, we have seen 37 movies crossing 100 crores. We are very excited about the lineup ahead as well. So we have started the year with a bang, with Border crossing 300 crores of box office, right? And the lineup for the rest of the year, we can talk about it, but that also looks absolutely amazing.
That's interesting. Sanjeev, there are two important releases happening. I was just checking the dates. March 19th, two big movies are coming. One is Dhurandhar Part 2 and the other is Toxic from South. Yash Superstar is there in that. Overall Q4, how is it looking? Will it sustain that same operational parameters for Q3 as well?
I mean, the lineup is good. We've concluded January with Border 2. February also has some movies like Romeo and a couple of other films that are coming out. March looks strong with these two films, as you mentioned. Q4 is also looking strong, but normally Q4 is slightly muted. But obviously, given these two strong releases, we all could be in for a big surprise.
Saurabh, with regards to selling off of that brand of 4700 BC, just want to get a sense, because after selling this, you will have around 220 odd crores that you'll be getting. I want to understand how will you be utilizing that, because in your press release, you have mentioned that overall, your net debt has gone down significantly and you are on path to become debt free, right? So wanted to understand how will you be, putting to use this 220 odd crores that you'll be getting?
Sure. Mahima, so in the near term, obviously, you rightly mentioned we are at the lowest levels of net debt that we have seen since the two entities merged in March 23. We have reduced net debt by almost 1,060 crores. We are at about 365 crores of net debt as of 31st December. And we closed this transaction where we divested ZMAs to Marico, and we have received about 227 crores in cash. So this will further reduce the net debt numbers from the level where we are in 31st December, on 31st December. The idea, I think it's the board will take a measured decision of how best this cash can be utilized. At the moment, we are also considering prepaying some of the long-term debt that we have on our books. And I think other priorities relating to capital allocation will be decided and we'll be guided by what the board decides.
Okay, a quick follow-up there, Saurabh. Then before I come to Sanjeev on the plans for 2026, what kind of gearing ratio are you comfortable with at this point?
So we are very comfortable at 1x net debt to EBITDA. We are obviously significantly below that ratio. But see, the idea was that as this business was significantly impacted by pandemic, the board had guided us on certain key priorities. One of the key priority was reduction of leverage on books. The idea was that you should not carry a lot of financial leverage in a business which has a high operating leverage. And therefore, this priority of getting to a negligible net debt figure was decided a couple of years back. We are very happy that we have achieved it before schedule, and I would rest at that.
Okay, fair point. Sanjeev, quickly want to talk about the expectations or plans for 2026. The pipeline seems to be supportive. You've already described what Q4 is going to look like, and seemingly those creative juices are flowing once again and getting some blockbuster hits. But from your perspective, the question is, how do you expand your reach? You're already the largest player in the industry. So therefore, what happens next? Are you going to utilize the available space on the debt side because you've actually delevered, you've sold this asset and you've raised some capital? How is that going to work, and what are the kind of screens that you're adding? What's the strategy there?
No, of course, you're right. I mean, not just the Q4 lineup, even the lineup for the next financial year is very promising. We've got these big films like Ramayan and Love and War and Salman King from Shah Rukh Khan. So there's no dearth of good content, be it Hindi, English, and regional. And we've got about a minimum of 100 to 120 screens already under fit out. These are very value creative screens. We are finding opportunities not just in the main cities, like we just opened 2 more centers in Hyderabad, and we are opening more even in Bombay and Bangalore as we go forward. But we're finding a lot of great opportunities in places like Agra, in Jabalpur. We recently opened in Leh Ladakh, which is doing about 50% occupancy. So India is very underscreened as opposed to the rest of the world. And we're getting some great opportunities around the country in both Tier 1, Tier 2, and a Tier 3 strategy as well, where we're looking at even smaller centers where there is absolutely no cinemas and no retail infrastructure. I think if we manage our growth of cinemas very well with a combination of asset light and FOCO model, where our capex exposure also reduces substantially, the way it has been reduced in the last 2 years, coupled with a great lineup of films, I think these two things will really work well hand in hand and give us the kind of results that we all are desiring for.
Saurabh, just one last quick question. Analysts believe that, on this stake sale of 4700 BC, your PAT upgrade could be anywhere in that 15 to 18% range. And this, from my understanding, is that because the business was in the cash burns phase, and, ROEs could also improve going forward. Can you give us a perspective or color on that?
Yeah, sure. So I'll talk about FY25 figures for ZMAs. So it had about 100 crores of revenue and about 16-17 crores of EBITDA loss. And obviously, once this entity goes away, our EBITDA would be accretive by the same number on an annualized basis. And you're correct. It would be both accretive on EBITDA level and on PAT level.
All right.
For the entity.
All right. On that note, gentlemen, thanks so much for taking the time for speaking to NDTV Profit. We appreciate the time you spent with us and wish you all the best for the rest of the financial year.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having us. Thank you.
All right, it's back to the markets, but we'll do that after this very, very quick break. And then we'll take you through all of the stocks that you should be keeping on your radar. Do stay tuned.
As tariffs rewrite trade, and India's New Deal and the US redefine global alignments, a powerful shake-up is reshaping the global economy. What is India's next strategic move? Join Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and leading global voices as they decode this new economic reality at the NDTV Profit Conclave, making sense of the new world order. India, the real deal. 7 February, New Delhi, only on NDTV Profit.
I propose to raise the STT on futures to 0.05% from the present 0.02%.
There's a buzz of a potential hike that could happen when it comes to options STT, and this could be major negative coming in.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक
All right, thanks so much for tuning in. You're watching India Market Close, and my name is Alex Matthew. With me is Sharad Dubey and Mahima Vajrajani, and we'll take you through the next few minutes heading into the close of trade today. And we're trading with cuts of about 0.6%, very close to the low point of the day for the Nifty 50. And this is really what we've seen from the start today, a little bit of pressure on the benchmark. And this continues from what you're seeing yesterday. Yesterday, the focus was, of course, the downside on the IT space. You're seeing selling in IT again, not to the extent that you saw yesterday, though. So cuts of just about 0.5% or so. Let's pull up the heat map for the Nifty 50, because this will tell you that there is pressure in a few pockets. A few large cap counters are actually seeing a little bit of pressure. But what's working first? Trent, on the back of a better than expected profit performance, and some might have argued that that revenue increase is not really something that justifies the valuation that they still command, but the margin performance might just have outweighed those fears of growth. So it's up and about, the top gain on the Nifty 50. A few of the metal counters up and about, steel counters in particular, Tata Steel, JSW Steel doing particularly well. Max Health, ONGC for the last couple of days has been buzzing on account of the underlying. It's all about the underlying commodities, right, and what they're doing. And in this case, it is crude oil heading higher that has been a tailwind for ONGC. On the other end of the spectrum, not too much in the way of other big gainers, as you can see. So let's look at what's not working. Eternal was one of the top gainers yesterday, losing a little bit of ground. One can argue that maybe a certain amount of profit taking is coming to the picture. Hindalco from the broader metal pack not doing particularly well. This is what you're seeing in base metals, but there are a few other stocks. This is the problem area. Reliance Industries, heavyweight, losing about 1% or so. So that kind of gives you a perspective on the benchmark Nifty 50, the broader markets. Let's pull those up as well, because you're losing ground on the mid-cap index, but you've come off the low point of the day. Let's pull up the small cap index as well and see where it's at. This is where the pressure is. And so pull up the advanced decline ratio, which from this morning has been a little bit wide, and it is more or less at the high point of the day. It's widest right now. So let's talk about some of the stocks that you should watch out for. And this is from the broader markets, quite a few of them reacting to earnings. Mahima, what's on the watch list today?
Right, so I think a lot of counters in focus on the back of news flow as well. Firstly, I think you have HAL coming in, with clarification with regards to their jets, but there is no respite there with regards to where the stock is concerned. Still, slight recovery is what we saw, but still down around 3.8%. A lot of textile names today seeing profit booking, in trade today, and technical analysts now suggest that you have to be a little cautious with regards to all of these textile names. Devyani and Sapphire, on the other side are zooming in trade. Westlife also has seen good recovery coming in, and this is one of the quarters where Westlife has stood out in terms of where earnings stand. But all of these three QSR names doing fairly well. Westlife almost at its day's high point. Devyani and Sapphire on the back of course, the management upgrade coming in, plus Jeffries and Citi also upgrading the counter as well. But that's with regards to where all of these names are concerned for watchlist. But Sharad, what are you picking up right now in terms of where key triggers stand for the markets?
Mahima and Alex, that fizzle is actually coming out in the markets.
The sizzle is fizzling.
Yes, the sizzle is fizzling. That's correct. And
just one day of Hura is what we saw.
And me and Mahima are finding also the color of the markets. It's red. But just to give you more perspective, how things are moving, and options data is suggesting some mixed cues coming in. Sensex expiry is at play, and the recent rally that's actually fizzling out. Nifty is testing a very, very important support levels of 25,500 to 25,600. Minor, just some minutes ago, there was a dip below the 25,600 mark, but then again, there was a technical bounce back. So that is where the strength is lying. Nifty Bank's technicals are still better than Nifty if you compare them. And this is happening for the second straight session. But a bigger bummer is that the broader indices, they are seeing a bigger decline, and that is where the concerns are coming in, which we saw 2 days of value buying in this segment. And the IT stocks, they are under pressure for second straight day. They were giving us some hints of short covering, but then that also reversed, and that's where the concerns are coming in. And European markets have also opened up mixed right now. So this is the important numbers to look at, and this is the closing which we have seen the last two trading sessions. Each time there was a higher closing coming in, and today we might have a closing which might be on the lower side. So these are the important data and the numbers you should be looking like. And joining us is CA Tapan Doshi. He's a research analyst at catapan.in, and Rajesh Palvia, SVP at Derivative Research at Axis Securities. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Starting with Rajesh. The technical levels, especially for Nifty, now we see this some kind of selling is continuing after what we saw 2 days ago. How you're seeing these important levels and good technical levels to bounce back? What would that be?
Good afternoon, everyone. So Nifty is trying to get support around 100-day moving average, which is almost placed at around 25,600, 25,590 kind of zone. So which is very important for this correction. If Nifty breaks below 25,590, then we could see furthermore, supply pressure in Nifty, and then possibly Nifty will attempt to fill the gap which was there in the market post this Trump tariff announcement news. So I think 25,590 needs to watch closely on a closing basis. If it breaks, then possible supply pressure would be there towards 25,500, even 450 zone also. But looking at the stock specific action, I think we may see some support buying action here only at put based concentration is still there at 25,600. We may see some support buying action here only at put based concentration is still there at 25,600 zone. So some buying action we may see here around these levels. On the higher side, Nifty is still struggling to cross major call concentration area, which is placed at 25,750, 25,800 zone. Once we able to take out 25,800, then some short covering action we may witness in the market, and then possible pullback can extend further higher towards 26,000 also. But Bank Nifty, as you mentioned, here is the strength, and 59,800 is the important level for Bank Nifty. Till we are holding this level, I think one should use this decline as a buying opportunity. On the higher side, 60,200, if it crosses, then here also we could see some short covering action towards 60,300, 400 zone also.
Okay, all right. So we were talking about how the sizzle has fizzled, but the question to you, Rajesh, is whether or not it's still buy on dip. And the way that you're talking about levels, it seems to be the case that it is buy on dip. And so from that perspective, what are the individual stocks that are looking attractive to you?
So the metal basket is still showing sign of buying interest, and SAIL, Steel Authority of India, is looking attractive. The way stock is continuously moving up above 155 level. So there is a breakout on the near-term chart, and I think the way data is shaped up for SAIL, here we could see good traction towards 165 to 168. SAIL is buy. On the downside, one needs to keep a stop loss around 154. And second stock is Adani Energy. Here also, this is the fourth consecutive day where stock is making higher high-low formation. And the way stock is now trading above to all its near-term moving averages, we believe the stock has potential to extend its gain. Possible target towards 1040, 1045 we could see on a trading point of view. On the downside, 995 needs to keep as a stop loss.
Okay, all right. So that's the perspective of Rajesh Palavia on all of these counters that he has recommended. But two counters from the real estate that are in focus right now. One is DLF and the other one is Oberoi Realty. And both, starking difference, because one, City has upgraded to buy from neutral, and this is for DLF, and given a target price of 830. What they're saying is that DLF leads in ultra luxury segmental mix, and balance sheet right now is also looking very positive in terms of where the strength stands, and there is inventory discipline also when it comes to DLF. DLF is right now trading below the historical averages, and right now it's leading its way in that ultra luxury segment and could be the true player in the luxury segment is what they believe, and that is why they've upgraded the counter with a target price of 830. But on the flip side, you have City on Oberoi Realty, which is where they've downgraded the counter to neutral from buy and have cut the target price to 1650 from 2080. What they're saying is that pre-sales is set to moderate going forward, and MMR, the region, is the fragmentation right now is set to intensify going forward because a lot of players have actually come in the MMR region, and annuity mix is improving, but there is insufficient near-term offset for this particular counter. So that's the reason as to why they have downgraded the counter. Tapan, I'll quickly come to you on both of these names, and apart from these names, any other names that you are liking in the realty space?
Yeah, so if you see, real estate stock has not been doing well from last few quarters, and the reason is there is a price, you can say upcapped overall in India, but I think from here it may do well as the interest rate going down, and now the affordable housing may push up, and that is where I think the opportunity lies. Of course, in luxury segment, I am positive on DLF. DLF has a very good pre-sales number. Now the margin is also a little bit improving, and the prospects look good. So yes, I'm positive on DLF. And if you talk about affordable housing, I'm positive on Prestige. There also, if you see the book is.
Yes, multiple stocks continue to remain in focus. A lot of action that we are seeing in the dealing room. But few stocks that dealers have highlighted in trade today. Firstly, again, it's on pharma names. Dr. Reddy's one counter that remains in focus. There are buy flows on the PMS desk, and dealers are indicating that one of the competitors of semaglutide drug has withdrawn from its submission in the Canada market. So this could be a positive news that could come in for Dr. Reddy's going forward. Then it comes to Devy's Lab. There are sell flows on the large HNI desk. Dealers are expecting that the third quarter earnings could be on the weaker side for this counter, so keep an eye out for Devy's Lab as well. For Keynes Tech, there are sell flows that we are seeing on the PMS desk. The company will be reporting its numbers today, and dealers are indicating that with the numbers, the company will downgrade their guidance that they had given earlier for FY26. So keep an eye out for Keynes Tech as well. The stock has declined a lot from its peak. So a downgrade does not necessarily mean that the counter will fall more from the current levels. And lastly, when it comes to, not lastly, but the second last stock on the list is Hitachi Energy. What dealers are indicating is that there is accumulation on the HNI desk on this counter, and they're expecting strong commentary to come in from Hitachi Energy's side with the earnings. In fact, they are also indicating that the order book might as well be at an all-time high for Hitachi Energy, so keep an eye out for that counter as well. And lastly, when it comes to Hindustan Aeronautics, the stock is down for the second consecutive session. Today, Morgan Stanley downgraded its rating on the counter to underweight. Dealers are indicating that similar action could come in from other brokerages as well, so keep an eye out for Hindustan Aeronautics as well.
Thanks a lot, Somit, for that. And just Dredging Corp also is coming out with its numbers, and we are seeing that the company is turned into a loss from PAT. Compare that with a year-on-year basis. Let's just pull up the chart. It's down 9% in the trade as well. And earlier we were talking about Page Industry as well. The entire industry was muted for the last 2 to 3 odd years, but a significant amount of up move coming in the stock. It's up 4%, and Mahima is tracking the sector. What are you getting the internals?
Right, so Sharad, the overall revenue has seen a good uptick of around 6% and this is after a really long time. Net profit did see a degrowth of around 10%, but there's a one-off there with regards to labor code. Otherwise, it's up almost 10%. Margins have slightly taken a downtick from that 23% mark to that 22.8% mark, but overall volume growth has come in, and I think that is why the street is liking the fact that after 3 to 4 odd quarters that Page Industries is seeing a volume growth of around 2 odd percent, and probably that's why we're seeing the spike in the stock as well. Management commentary also looking very positive. The management has gone ahead and said that with the growth of e-commerce and quick commerce, they will continue to grow at the pace that they are growing at right now, and probably will go at a double-digit growth going forward. So that's with regards to where Page Industries stand. Rajesh, your quick view on Page Industries. Of course, a very expensive stock in terms of how it's trading, but overall view with regards to where charts are concerned.
So after almost 7 months of correction, now some recovery trade is taking place in this counter. In this recovery process, stock is now trading about to 20-day, 50-day moving average. So on a near-term chart, some buying interest is visible. Looking at the near-term structure, 35,500 is the important level to watch for. Now, if stocks continues to hold above 35,500 level, I think some more pullback towards 36,500 to 37,000 we may see in the near-term perspective. So those who are already on the long side of trade can trail their stop loss at 35,500, 600 zone and hold the position.
Okay, quick view from Tapan on Page Industries. This seems like a turnaround quarter. Is it according to you?
No, I'll still wait for another quarter, because we have seen that there are cycles, when the 1 or 2 quarter company may do well, then again fizzle out, and this is what I'm little bit afraid of. Of course, the volume growth is little bit going up, but not at that level, and still premium valuation is there, and demand sensitivity is there with the pricing and all that. So competition is already there, and the margin pressure is there. So I'll still wait for 1 more quarter, even though I know that little bit recovery is there, because long term you have to be very sure that companies are reviving actually.
That's interesting. Hosiery space, that's also something to look at. But Tapan, I would like to congratulate you on something, because last month also I had asked you on the IT space and you had stated that stay away from this counter, and now we are seeing why you had stated this. And now what your view remains? Any value emerging or still uncertainties there and you'll be away from the IT space?
No, sure. No, actually, IT space is a space where there is a lot of uncertainty, and from last few days, whatever news flow is coming, there are still, I think the problems are more deeper. Now, the way AI is coming up, they are doing an end-to-end solution. Now, that is when our company will suffer. TCS, Infosys, HCL, and all that. Even I was little bit positive on Coforge and Persistent, but the way things are going on, we don't know where the things will go, how the margin pressure will be. And the way I think AI is coming, there will be a pressure of at least 15-20% on margin in coming few years also. So it will take some time, and I think 1.5 year or 1 year it will consolidate unless our company comes up with a very good AI solution and with good margin, then only I think things will be better. Otherwise there will be derating on PE ratio of most of the IT companies.
Okay. All right, so that's the view coming in for IT companies, but I think QSR is in focus today, and that is the sector of the day for sure. You have Devyani, Sapphire, Westlife Food, all of these counters buzzing in trade. Devyani, of course, on the back of Citi going ahead and upgrading the counter and also hiking the target price to 192. What they've said is that early signs of demand improvement is there, but sustenance is the key going forward, and that is something that will drive the re-rating going forward as well. Positive same-store sales growth across all its brand has been seen this quarter except for Pizza Hut, but there also I think there is revival on the cards. Biryani by Kilo has achieved brand EBITDA break-even ahead of its target. That is something that the street really liked, and you know, one of the possible reasons as to why we saw the counter buzzing in trade yesterday as well as today. QSR, industry is going to be the biggest beneficiary of the uptick of discretionary spending going forward is what Citi believes, and improvement in same-store sales growth going forward can drive re-rating for something like a Devyani International. So that's with regards to where Devyani International stands. And on sentiment, you have Sapphire also buzzing because there was an upgrade of management from CFO to CEO of Mr. Hargave for Devyani as well, and sentiment of that. Sapphire Foods is also moving, and Westlife on the back of good Q3 numbers. But with that, we're completely out of time on this. We are taking a very, very short break, not completely out of time. Don't go anywhere. Very short break, right back on the other side.
As tariffs rewrite trade and India's New Deal and the US redefine global alignments, a powerful shake-up is reshaping the global economy. What is India's next strategic move? Join Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and leading global voices as they decode this new economic reality at the NDTV Profit Conclave, making sense of the new world order. India, the real deal. 7 February, New Delhi, only on NDTV Profit.
I propose to raise the STT on futures to 0.05% from the present 0.02%.
There's a buzz of a potential hike that could happen when it comes to options STT, and this could be major negative coming in.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफटाइम, क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी विक्ट्री, मेरी हिस्ट्री, मेरी ग्लोरी। सो कम एंड विटनेस Yo Honey Singh, this is my story.
presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
Expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot.
Welcome back to India Market Close, and right now we are having the numbers coming in for Hindustan Copper, and let's just pull out that number, and we see the numbers are looking good. The net profit numbers, that's almost more than doubled up. We are seeing the screen, it's in the day's high also. Interesting counter to actually look at. Rajesh, a quick view on Hindustan Copper now. The numbers are also out. What will be your view on that?
No, after a strong rally, stock has corrected, but still, if you look at the near-term, short-term structure, stock is able to hold 20-day moving average in this corrective move. Looking at the long-term structure, we are holding bullish view. The way stock has managed to give breakout on the long-term chart and series of higher top, higher bottom formation is taking place. We believe that this dip should be used as a buying opportunity till stock is trading above 595 zone. I think any minor decline should be used as a buying opportunity. On the higher side, once stock able to cross 625, then next upward trajectory towards 650, 660 we may see for Hindustan Copper.
All right. By the way, so you're going to look at Hindustan Copper, you're going to compare it with the second quarter, and you look at the sequential performance. Revenue is declined by about 4.3%. You have a contraction in the margin, and the EBITDA is down about 13.4%, as a result of which the net profit is down as much as 16%. Tapan, quick view on Hind Copper, if you've got it. Were you anticipating a specific number on the PAT side? There was, of course, the underlying performance of copper, which has led to a relatively okay EBITDA performance.
Yeah, see, I was expecting a better result because of the base metal going up. But honestly, at this level, I feel it's overvalued. I've never seen a stock at 102p metal stock. Again, the way the rally has happened. See, any type of dip at a base metal will bring this stock at least 20% down. As a long-term investor, one has to be very, very careful. Here, I think there will be a volatility in the profitability in coming year. And if you see, it's at an all-time high. And of course, if you say from the valuation point of view, we have never seen Hindustan Copper at this valuation. So valuation comfort is not there. So long term, I think one should not go with this. Of course, short term is another call. I think it's quite a risky bet to bet.
Even on the technicals, and if you're looking for a trade on these metal counters, make sure that you keep your stop losses very firmly in mind because of the kind of volatility that you've seen in these metal counters in the recent past. Let's talk about the rapid fire segment on India Market Close, and we've got Rajesh Palvia, of course, who's going to answer all of your questions. Rajesh, I'll come to you on stocks that are buzzing on account of fundamentals. The first stock we're talking about is Uno Minda. Q3 revenue and profit growing as much as 20%, margin uptick as well, EBITDA up as much as 21%. How does it look on the charts?
The charts are looking bullish. I think one can hold the position. 1200 is the stop loss and possible target towards 1300 we may see on the near term.
Okay, from the defense pack, Hindustan Aeronautics seeing significant pressure. The first is the exclusion from the stealth jet program, and there's also that an update, of course, that 5 Tejas aircraft are ready for delivery. It remains confident of meeting a projected FY26 guidance. It's down 4% on account of several setbacks. What do you do with the stock?
I think wait for further more correction. 3,900 would be the next level where one should try to buy this stock in this decline. Wait for another 100-point correction in the counter.
Okay, wait for correction. Cummins India management has retained a double-digit growth outlook in its conference call, and it's bullish on data centers in the next 3 to 4 years. What's the outlook on the stock?
I think one can buy here. 4550, 4600 would be the next target. Keep stop loss of 4350.
PP Fintech is the next one. The company has cancelled its board meeting today, which was supposed to discuss QIP, which was overall a big overhang because they were planning on an international acquisition. The stock has risen sharply after that. Rajesh, your quick view on the charts?
I think one should try to exit in this pullback. 1600 is the major supply zone. So if it comes around 1600, exit from the position.
Okay, steel stocks, that's the other pack that's in focus. Dealers have indicated steel price hike in Feb 2026. Total price hike of 7,500 per ton since November is what we've seen already. Tata Steel, JSW Steel, SAIL as well as Jindal Steel, or are the key beneficiaries? Rajesh, any of these that you're liking on the charts?
Yeah, definitely SAIL have already mentioned in the opening of show. I think one can buy SAIL for upside target of 165, 168. Even Tata Steel is also looking bullish. Possible target towards 210 we may see on the near term.
So that's the view coming in on the steel counters. Let's quickly pull up Hindustan Copper because that's tanked now as we speak. It's down by about 1% right now on the back of its numbers. I think, Alex, probably the fact that the revenue has come off versus the kind of prices that we've seen, and the way that this stock has run up is probably the reason where we could see some more profit booking in the counter.
Yeah, I think the EBITDA performance is maybe lower than what the street might have anticipated, considering the kind of underlying move that you've seen in the price of copper. Of course, down about 1.2% or thereabouts, and not at the low point of the day, off the low point of the day, but quite a bit of volatility. This really is par for the course. Now, despite a robust fundamental performance, Tube Investments' Q3 results have raised a little bit of a concern, particularly when it comes to cash allocation and its EV business. Puneet is joining in to tell you about why there is a bit of a concern on these fronts and what is happening with the stock. Puneet, when it comes to the earnings, what are you focused on?
Well, the revenue and the EBITDA growth was quite strong, but the profits is where it's lacking, down 14% in this particular quarter. And that's largely visible in the weak performance of certain businesses. Now, it's a conglomerate, so there are 8 to 9 separate verticals on the consolidated basis. While revenue and EBITDA has grown, kept in pace, the profit has seen a dip. There was also a labor code impact, so that has led to the impact. But there's one key concern that's propping up over the last couple of quarters, and that's his electric vehicle division. Now, that's one of the major ones, and because of the incremental free cash flow, that's increasingly directed towards the EV vertical. So the other businesses are doing well, generating those free cash, but that's going in the loss-making EV business, and now has started to balloon and have an impact as well. Brokerage firm Avendus Spark estimates that roughly 950 crores of cash balance at the end of FY25 is now fully utilized. So it's gone in the businesses now, and a lot of it in the EV business. The third key aspect is that the management's decision to largely double down on cash allocation concerns essentially in the EV business of almost 750 crores from the current high margin, highly profitable core business as well. It's also despite the other aspect that they've started to invest a lot in this business, but there has been a delayed scale up of the EV business, and hence it's putting much more pressure and incremental need for cash flow as well. And finally, in terms of constraints, this is of course cash optionality. So they could be used for more value accretive M&As, which is now missing as of now. The other aspect is on deployment concerns has been that the EV business till now has, in the last almost compared to the same time last year, taken almost 1,900 crores of cash versus just 694 in December of 2024, reflects that over the last 12 months, how much of a capital guzzler essentially this vertical has been. And it expects that roughly around 500 to 700 crores additional will be needed in terms of investments in FY27. So you have to continue to monitor this aspect. Finally, in terms of Axis Securities, they've maintained a cautious stance on the EV business and not given it much value in their target prices. But there could be some further pressure ahead. They've said that it remains one of the subdued businesses in the high margin EBIT business for Tube Investments. I just want to put out one final point on what could be the further pressure ahead, because at the current cash burn, there could be more incremental post FY28 cash flows as well. And also that beyond EVs, the capital allocation has to be remaining very selective in the other verticals as well, with largely focused on medical devices and CDMO. So that's the picture on Tube Investments. You have to watch out for the EV business, because it's not a business that will show returns right now. But it'll be a tough management call for the management to largely, mention the utility of this business.
Thanks a lot, Puneet, for this detailed deep dive on Tube Investments. The stock is down almost 10%. Rajesh, there's a big fall coming in the stock, and it's near its day's low. Important levels to track here, and if any, stop loss?
I think stock has corrected significantly, and looking at the fall, I think one should keep strict stop loss of 2340 if you are already in the position at this juncture. 2340, if it's break, I think furthermore, supply pressure we could see towards 2200 also. On the higher side, the major supply zone is placed at around 2500. Until the stock not crosses those level, I think stock may remain under pressure only.
Okay, all right. Let's take a look at where the markets are at right now, and pretty much holding at 0.5% cuts for the benchmark Nifty 50. The action really on the downside continues to be in the broader markets, where you're seeing cuts of about 1% for the small cap index, as a result of which the market breadth is tilted in favor of the decline. Some of those stocks from the broader markets that are losing the most amount of ground, some of them reacting now to earnings. You have a Tube Investment, you have Hexaware Technologies, which has been under pressure since morning, down about 7% or so. IDBI Bank, one of those that is losing ground. MCX, which has seen quite a bit of volatility in the recent past. It's moving more or less in tandem with those precious metals, losing about 5.5% or thereabouts in trade today. Redington, another stock that is losing ground. Vedanta, Hind Zinc. So the entire basket of base metals and other allied metal players are losing ground today. On the flip side, you have Sapphire Food that continues to reign supreme in the broader markets, gaining about 8.5% or so. PB Fintech, Devyani, we've spoken about all of these stocks over the course of the last 1 hour or so. But AB Real Estate also makes the list. Whirlpool of India is up about 5%. Jubilant Food, recently not seen it move up 5%, have we?
Yeah, I think the entire QSR pack is doing fairly well. I think the commentary coming in from Citi as well as Jefferies is very positive for the entire sector, and probably because of that we are seeing a lot of up move coming in on all of these.
And Mahima, after a long time, Hosari stocks and QSR stocks, they were out of flavor.
Yeah.
Now we are seeing that. Anything in the footwear?
Not really, not seeing any gains today, but I think one stock that stands out still is Pokarna. I mean, that is the one stock that has upheld its gains since the announcement of India-US trade deal, still up 13% as we speak. A lot of these textile stocks have, come down and are seeing profit booking, but this has continued to see that uptake. Just, out of curiosity, Rajesh, anything that you're observing on the charts right now? I think in the past 3 days, if I'm not wrong, it's over 50% gains is what it's seen.
Yeah, almost 54% gain for this itself. And the way stock has attracted the volume and buying action, I think there is a breakout on the near-term chart. The way stock has moved up, I think 90,000 would act as a support area in minor corrective move now. So till stock is now trading about 1,000 level, I think furthermore, really we may see in this counter possible target 1130, 1150. We may see in the continuation of this up move.
Okay. All right. By the way, there are a few more stocks that are reacting to earnings. Among them, Metropolis is one of them. It had a pretty reasonable growth in the quarter gone by, and it has actually built strength through the day. Now trading at very close to, not necessarily very close to the high point of the day, but certainly doing better than it was in the morning. And the other is actually also reacting to earnings, and this is Force Motors, because the kind of performance it had on the bottom line, okay, it might have had a 12% up move on the top line, but the bottom line growth has been absolutely fantastic. So Tapan, these two counters on the fundamentals, do they warrant a look? Would you say that you can still invest at these levels?
Well, talking about Force Motors, of course, a very good result, and from last few quarters it is doing well. Even if still I see the valuation and compared to other peers, I think it is decent only. And what the management comment is that it's quite good for next 1 or 2 quarter. They are predicting a good volume growth also. So margin uptick is there. So yes, I'm quite positive on Force Motors. You can buy at a SIP manner, but already it's at 21,000 level. But yes, it's a good stock to hold. Metropolis also decent result. It's been doing well over the time, but of course the valuation is little bit stretched. So I think from here, what the guidance of management is saying, the slowly and gradual improvement will be there on the revenue part and the profit part, and even execution will be better on the next projects also. So yes, that will be you can buy at this level and at a lower level also. I'm positive on that stock also.
Okay, that's a positive view coming in for Metropolis Healthcare, but there is a big churn underway in India's IT job market. Entry-level roles are shrinking, while level 3 jobs, the high-skill positions, are seeing a sharp surge in demand. What's driving this shift and what it means for freshers and experienced professionals? Ridhima is in here with all the details. Ridhima?
So level 1 entry-level jobs will see a drop in their demand from, that's what we're hearing from the experts. But the good news is that the level 3 jobs will see an uptick. And as per the experts, they also say that actually the level 3 jobs will become the new level 1 jobs in the coming time. Now let's understand what's L1 and L2 and L3 jobs. So L1 and L2 jobs are the entry-level jobs like, software developers. L3 job is basically the experience required is 5 to 15 years, and these are senior level jobs which require cybersecurity, cloud-based architects, and cybersecurity and all. So now, why are we seeing the demand in these jobs, L3 jobs? This is firstly because of the AI and automation. Second is the rise of GCCs, the global capability centers and data centers, which was announced in the budget as well. And these people are also being paid premium of 30 to 40%. So because of the fact that they are not many in number, the level 3 people, and the demand is more. So is India actually ready for this? I mean, the experts say that that's not the case, because right now even in premium institutes like the IITs, the level of education is not to the level that can match up with the growing demand for L3 jobs. So reskilling of people is required, and also more work has to be done to reskill the people.
Right. All right, Ridhima, thanks so much for that. And so not so good news in terms of L1 jobs or entry-level jobs in the IT space going away, but there is a possibility of reskilling and moving towards other jobs. In fact, that's a conversation that we had today with the head of Fractal, actually. And what he said is that there's likely to be a pretty seismic shift in the industry. Listen in to some part of what he said.
Behind every market exuberance or market fear, there is a kernel of truth. And there certainly is a huge kernel of truth here that AI will compress everything. And all services, if you're taking 100 hours, it might be possible to do it in 50 hours and then maybe in 25 hours. So what happens when something that takes a certain number of time becomes compressed? It means that you need fewer people. It means that models which involve billing people per hour will suddenly shrink, and therefore there is threat to revenues to all services companies, including legal services and certainly even IT services. So there is a kernel of truth. But I think there's also somewhat overblown. The capacity of AI, the capability of AI is always over-projected in the short term and maybe under-projected in the long term. So today, when
AI is impacting jobs in IT, especially the coding jobs, there has been a substantial drop in the number of coding jobs that we used to do 2 years back, or even for that matter, 1 year back to now. But however, we have quickly shifted gears, and now we have built all our capabilities in under specialized staffing.
Okay, all right. So quite a few changes that are underway, right? And these companies are going to have to shift. One of the points that was made by the Fractal CEO was that the IT companies are capable of making a shift, but then they might have to get permission from the street to undergo a period of low profitability. And whether that permission is given or not is the question. Mahesh Doshi is joining in. Mahesh, we're talking about the implications of what Anthropic has announced, right? And various other updates in the world of AI and what it means for these tech companies or IT companies here in India. You've been underweight on the space. Has anything changed that changes that view for you? Do the valuations coming off make them more attractive at any point?
Afternoon, Alex. I think the basic premise goes that this is just the beginning, right? And more is to come when it probably comes to innovations as far as products and platforms are concerned. And I totally subscribe that it's not going to be an overnight change. Looking at the scale and the deployment that various industries, sub-segments, sub-sectors, and various companies are going through. Therefore, the tectonic shift that will probably happen in terms of a full-blown AI model is also going to take time as business processes evolve domain-wise. However, I think our own IT companies probably need to ramp up both in terms of organic and inorganic growth perspectives as far as AI is concerned. And AI is going to be the new norm a few years down the line. So we can't take it with laxity that maybe a few quarters down the line we'll start something related to AI, upskilling, etc. I think it has to start now and in real earnest for a large pool of the companies.
Right, that's the view coming in from Mayuresh. But Rajesh, what's your BTST trade today?
I think Sterlite Technology is looking attractive. The way stock has managed to give breakout of previous swing high, I think here we could see some more follow-up buying action. Possible target towards 145 we could see in the near term. On the downside, 130 needs to keep as a stop loss. And from F&O space, Grasim is looking attractive. Now stock is negotiating with its multiple supply zone area. Any move beyond 2870 can take this stock further higher to 2900 to 2920. So Grasim is buy with stop loss of 2840.
All right, well, the big event at the end of the week has to be the outcome of the monetary policy review by the Monetary Policy Committee of the Reserve Bank of India. Let's take a look at what is expected. If you consider the poll of economists, it suggests that it's likely to be a status quo. The repo rate kept unchanged at 5.25%. And based on a poll that was conducted by Bloomberg, practically 34 out of the total of 39 have weighed in and said that they anticipate a pause. Of course, there's an outside chance based on 5 economists that there could be a 25 basis points cut. So if there's no cut that is anticipated, then what's the big deal? There's going to be quite a bit of focus on what the outlook for inflation and growth will be, because there are major developments in the space. Take a look at this. There's a change in the base year for CPI that comes into effect on the 12th of February, and that could well change the way that you look at CPI for the rest of the year. There's also the fact that the trade deal has been announced earlier this week, and that means that what was being shaved off of growth estimates will now have to be put in again. By the way, CPI, you have a change in the number of items in the basket. It goes up to 358. But on the growth front, like I was saying, people were anticipating that a 30 basis point of hit would take place on account of this lack of a trade deal and the tariffs therein, but that will likely have to come back in. 7.6% was the last estimate in December. This was lower than the previous forecast. I wonder what happens next. Now, beyond this, of course, is the transmission as well as rupee and liquidity. All of those things come into focus. The rupee, of course, has strengthened from those lows of 92 that it saw at the end of January. The meaning of that is that the RBI will now have to intervene less than it has had to in the past, and that is good news for liquidity. Liquidity is important, of course, from the perspective of transmission of the 125 basis points of rate cuts that you've already seen, and that is not complete. And so the RBI will likely have something to say about the liquidity going forward. That is also something that you should watch out for in trade tomorrow.
Yes, so it's the interest rate sensitive stocks is something which we are talking about. But there are 3 important previews I'd like to point out. Post market hours are likely to come with the earnings. Bharti Airtel's preview, looking at it, the revenue, the EBITDA numbers, that's expected to be largely flattish. And remember the ARPU growth, that's going to be on the higher side in terms of premiumization. And already the Airtel Africa has come out with its numbers and it has been largely in line. And the new CEO's vision, that is something which the Street will be watching out for. This will be his first quarterly call in the role, and potential tariff hikes this year going forward as well is something that the Street will be looking out for. Capex plans going ahead, and the non-mobile segment, which is the home broadband, that's also expected to have a strong segment coming in. And D2H, that's going to be weak. That's what the analysts are penciling in. Tata Motors PV, another important preview coming in. JLR volumes, they have collapsed. Volumes, that's down 43%, but the India PV business volumes, that has done well. And we're talking about the Tata Motors PV numbers. It's expected that the overall India PV revenue will rise up almost 28%. And another nifty company, Hero Moto, they'll be also coming out with its numbers. The total volume growth expectations is roughly 16% on a year-on-year basis. And the most important thing to watch would be the demand momentum on the ground post GST cut. This will be the second straight month where you'll find the benefits and the profitability of its EV two-wheeler space as well. I want to get Mayuresh on this. Three important previews we discussed. Out of these three, which looks attractive here?
So Sharad, both Hero and Bharti are stocks to watch out for, large stocks and leadership stocks within their individual spaces itself. Specifically, I think the volume numbers post GST cuts and heading into the new year for Hero MotoCorp are going to be extremely critical, because that is going to be a key indication in terms of how well it's under demand. Is expected to come back, stabilize, and show signs of improvement going forward as well. Obviously, we are hearing a lot of new launches happening, at least on the electrical mobility front. And Hero's platform, Vida, is probably capable enough in terms of both launches, expectations of larger dealer and distribution network. On Bharti, again, I think the ARPU number mostly it should be in line with estimates. But commentary is going to do the trick. And if you probably hear Mr. Sunil Bharti Mittal himself at Davos, I think he was still very, very confident in terms of ARPU increases happening for the remainder part of this year. So if that probably takes place, I think the balance sheet strength that Bharti already has, it amplifies the balance sheet even more. And to that extent, Bharti and Hero are the numbers to watch out.
Okay, Bharti and Hero, I noticed that you didn't mention Tata Motors at all. It's going to be a pretty bleak quarter. The question is how quickly are they able to bounce back from this? It's all about JLR, isn't it? But let's go across to Rajesh to find out whether he has an opinion on these three stocks. Would you buy any one of them? And of course, a major event in the form of earnings post that. What's the view?
So I think Bharti Airtel is, available at a very attractive price point. We have already witnessed a correction in last couple of weeks. Looking at the long-term structure, stock is holding the strength on the long-term chart. So I think this decline is giving you buying opportunity. On the downside, 1950 is the 1950 needs to keep as a stop loss, and I think there is a high possibility that stock may show some buying interest from here onward. Once stock able to take out 2030, I think we may see a rally towards 2100 also. So Bharti is looking promising after this corrective move.
Okay, all right. Let's from the broader large cap stocks though, you've seen a bit of a recovery in that there are more stocks that are gaining now. We're heading towards even Stevens for the Nifty 50. Pull up the heat map and you will see that. All the contributors chart. Reliance Industries, ICICI Bank, Bharti Airtel losing ground at this point. Reliance Industries actually losing about 1% or so. On the technicals, Rajesh, a lot of people have looked at this stock closely, but it's yet to give that breakout, right?
I missed the stock name.
We're talking about Reliance Industries.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so Reliance Industry, after this correction, we're trying to give some recovery from the lower level, but still it's not able to take out its 50-day moving average, which is placed at around 1480, 1500 zone. So looking at the near-term, short-term structure, we may see some consolidation in this counter, but those who are looking for a little, for investment perspective, yes, they have opportunity to buy this stock, as already stock has corrected from 1600 level. So they can buy and accumulate for little, positional perspective. On the downside, 1380 needs to keep as a stop loss. Once stock able to take out above 1500, then yes, possible all-time high trajectory we may see in this counter.
Right, that's the view coming in when it comes to Reliance. Thank you very much, gentlemen, Mayuresh and Rajesh, for giving your views, both fundamental and technical. But coming back to the markets, a slight recovery coming. And interestingly, let's pull out the Nifty, where the strength is coming in. It's still down, but nevertheless, we see a little bit of recovery coming in. Nifty Bank's technical setup is looking much better, and that's down almost 200 points. The advanced decline ratio clearly not favoring the broader market. Let's pull up the mid cap and the small cap indices to give you the flavor. And largely mid cap is also bleeding, but small cap, that's where the selling is continuing. Rupee is interestingly ending near the day's high level. It's strengthening a lot. If you just pull out the rupee also to show what the Indian rupee is doing, and that is also doing well. It is showing a good strength. Also, apart from this, let's look at the key constituents. What's the movement looking like in the Nifty? And we mentioned earlier, just a little bit earlier, Trent, that is doing well on the back of good earnings. Your metal stocks is a good recovery coming in, and aided the Tata Steel and the JSW Steel. We had pointed out about the price hike coming in. What's not working is, of course, Bharti Airtel just ahead of its results. ITC seeing more selling pressure, and Eternal and Hindalco also in the losers list. Of course, 3 Nifty heavyweight earnings are also going to come post-market hours. And the sectors, let's have a look at the sectors where the action is there. And only PSU Bank and the Healthcare Index, they are the only one in the green, rest of them in the red. But of course, the selling is higher when you talk about the small cap indices and the defense pack as well. Important volumes are being reported. Let's just have a look at the advanced decline ratio also, how things pan out. And today, the value buying is missing when it comes to the overall markets. The declines roughly 1670. Compare that with the advances in NSE, that's roughly 805. But let's just pull up the stocks in the BSE 500 to give you the picture in the entire broader markets, how things have moved. And it's a day for QSR, very strong numbers coming in, broking upgrades coming in. Look at them, all of them up. Westlife Food is up almost 16%. Interesting names. Jubilant Foodworks also makes it to the list. Amongst the losers, we are having Tube Investments. That's where the capital deployment concerns are coming. Varroc Engineering on the earnings impact. And apart from that, MCX also seeing some important selling in the counter. But yes, it's been a day where the sizzle has actually fizzled out when it comes to the important earnings for the Nifty. But let's see what are the cues to watch. And tomorrow is a very important day for the Indian markets. Of course, the jobless claims data and Japan's forex reserves come, and overall, India's RBI interest rate decision, the expectations is a status quo statement would be coming in, so we'll be looking at it. Interest rate sensitive stocks would be in focus. Demerger, there's an important corporate action coming in for Genus Power, which we'll be tracking. These are the important 4 stocks where the anchor lock-in will be coming off. Remember, there might be some selling pressure from the individuals or institutions. Important board meeting or fundraise for these 2 counters. And of course, the earnings season, that's the most important thing. Bharti Airtel is something we'll be watching out for. And also, there are 2 other important Nifty earnings which would be in focus as well. And they haven't actually come out with their numbers yet. We're talking about Hero MotoCorp and Tata Motors PV, and these are the other companies which we'll be looking out for tomorrow. But that's all, folks, for India Market Close. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit, and up next is Market Express by Himangshi.
As tariffs rewrite trade, and India's New Deal and the US redefine global alignments, a powerful shake-up is reshaping the global economy. What is India's next strategic move? Join Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and leading global voices as they decode this new economic reality at the NDTV Profit Conclave, making sense of the new world order. India, the real deal. 7 February, New Delhi, only on NDTV Profit. As tariffs rewrite trade, and India's New Deal and the US redefine global alignments, A powerful shake-up is reshaping the global economy. What is India's next strategic move? Join Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and leading global voices as they decode this new economic reality at the NDTV Profit Conclave, making sense of the new world order. India, the real deal. 7 February, New Delhi, only on NDTV Profit.
When you're starting with a mutual fund investment, you cannot go with a trend-based mutual fund or a random mutual fund without any thinking.
So we have launched a very interesting tool called CRISP. What is that kind of behavior nudge that you're providing?
As a platform, we have actually able to champion our cause.
I think it works very well when people stick to the product and invest with a long-term perspective.
I propose to raise the STT on futures to 0.05% from the present 0.02%.
There's a buzz of a potential hike that could happen when it comes to options STT, and this could be major negative coming in.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंह। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर।
Hello and welcome viewers, I'm Himakshi Bahugna and you're watching Market Express, coming to you right after the closing bell. So the markets have wrapped up their day, but the news cycle certainly hasn't. So let's get you up to speed with everything moving India's political, economic and national landscape. So viewers, first up, let's see how the markets have fared today. So it was a weak day for Dalal Street as benchmarks have erased the positive momentum. Nifty has tested the important, support levels of 25,500 to 25,600 levels on a lackluster day, while the Sensex has fallen nearly, 500 points on the expiry. Now, broader markets, however, have seen, deeper cuts with small cap index declining more than 1%. And sectorally, if we look at, other than the PSU banks, it was a sea of red across the sectors, and this was led by the defense pack. So metal stocks have also lost their shine in the trade, followed by the realty counters. And now let's look at some key earnings of the day. First up, we have Hindustan Copper. That was in focus after the company delivered a weak operational performance in Q3. Net profit has fallen 16% to 156 crores as compared to 186 crores last year. If you look at the revenue, that has also declined 4.3% to 687 crores, while the EBITDA has dropped 13% to 245 crores. Margins, however, have compressed sharply to 35.6% from 39.3%. However, the quarter includes a one-time cost of 96 crores linked to a post-retirement, benefit scheme. Excluding that, EBITDA actually grew 21% to 340 crores, with margins expanding to 49.5%. And next up, we have Page Industries that has posted a mixed set of Q3 earnings. The company's net profit has declined 7.4% to 190 crores as compared to 205 crores last year. and this includes a one-time cost of 35 crores. This is linked to the implementation of a new labor codes. So revenue grew 5.6% to 1,387 crores, while the EBITDA was up 5.2% at 318 crores. Margins have remained broadly steady at 22.9% versus 23%. And in a shareholder-friendly move, the company has announced an interim dividend of 125 rupee per share. So what was a major win for the stock was the beat on the EBITDA front. Next up, we have PVR's Q3 numbers. So they have failed to set the markets buzzing, but the cinema giant certainly rode Dhurandhar wave at the box office. Collections were up 13%, with theatres clocking 28% plus occupancies. More people walked through, the doors too. Patron visits grew 8.6% year on year. Ticket prices have inched up 4.1%, and what audiences have spent on food and beverages, they've also rose by 4.2%. And on the balance sheet side, PVR has reported its lowest net debt since merger and rolled out 20 new screens across 5 cinemas. A steady quarter operationally, but clearly not enough to thrill the street. Next up, we have Tata Power that has delivered a weak Q3 with profitability hitting by higher losses, in the Mundra cluster, and also continued delays in the renewable energy commissioning. Demand has stayed flat, and the company's solar manufacturing business posted steady profits quarter on quarter, though a dip is expected in Q4 due to higher captive sales. But there was one clear bright spot there. The Odisha discoms, where profits surged 2.6 times, emerging as the strong driver, for the quarter. And on to the stock that has ended the day with deep cuts over 9%. Dredging Corp has reported a weak set of numbers. The company has reported a net loss of nearly 25 crores versus profit of 16.1 crores, and the revenue had a downtick of 14.9%. Meanwhile, the EBITDA was down nearly 40% as well. Margins have contracted nearly 12%. Keeping with the earnings momentum, J. Kumar Infra has delivered a weak Q3, dragged down by softer execution and also margins. Profit has fallen 17.1% to 82.9 crores as compared to 100 crores last year. EBITDA has slipped 14.1% to 188 crores, while the revenues were down 11.8% at 1,311 crores versus 1,487 crores. So margins have also inched up lower at 14.3% this quarter as compared to 14.7% last year. And viewers, Cummins has revved up the sentiment this quarter, powered by a strong and confident management commentary. Now, the company has retained its double-digit growth outlook and is also even targeting the double-digit domestic growth in FY27. So, its core power generation business has continued to fire on all the cylinders, delivering a near double-digit growth while the broader demand environment stays supportive. Management also flagged a big structural tailwind, an EU free trade agreement, which could boost the India's data center momentum, where the company's already seen a robust project pipeline. And viewers, Force Motors has jumped after delivering a strong set of numbers this quarter. The company's Q3 net profit has jumped to 406 crores, which is a sharp rise from 115 crores last year. Revenue is up 12.7%, coming in at 2,129 crores, while the EBITDA has surged 61% to 374 crores. Margins have also improved significantly, rising to 17.6% from 12.3% last year. And importantly, this quarter includes a one-time gain of 211 crores, which has boosted the bottom line. Next up, we have Minda Corporation that has delivered a strong Q3 performance. Net profit has jumped 32.3% to 86 crores compared to 65 crores last year. Revenues have also seen a solid rise, up 24.6% to 1,560 crores versus 1,253 crores. Operating performance, however, remained healthy, with EBITDA growing 27.8%, which is nearly 28%, to 184 crores, and also margins inching up to 11.7% from 11.4%. And viewers, HAL stock has seen some selling pressure, primarily after reports confirmed that the company has been excluded from the AMC fifth generation fighter jet program, marking a major strategic setback. HAL has officially stated that it is awaiting formal communication from the DRDO and also therefore cannot confirm or deny the reported developments. And this ambiguity has further amplified the investor caution. Parallel to this, HAL has achieved meaningful progress, including the completion of 14 Tejas Mk1A aircraft, 5 of which are ready for delivery. So, but these, positives have been overshadowed by the AMCA fallout. Next stock in focus is Alembic Pharma that has reported steady Q3 with revenues rising 10.8% to 1,876 crores versus 1,693 crores. EBITDA was up 12.8% at 294 crores and margins have held firm at 15.6%, slightly higher than last year's 15.4%. But profits have taken a hit here. PAT has slipped 3.9% to 133 crores from 138 crores, largely due to a one-time loss of 42 crores linked to the new labor codes. So operationally strong, but the bottom line weighed down by that exceptional item. And viewers, the street is turning more constructive on Devyani International City. City has maintained its buy rating and also even hiked the target price to 192 rupees, saying that better same-store sales growth could actually spark a re-rating. And Jefferies has gone a step further, upgrading the stock to buy from hold with a target of 145 rupees. Brokerages are saying that the incoming CEO is expected to take a hard look at the business, with management already indicating that a Pizza Hut turnaround is underway. Jefferies sums it up. They view the stock as a long-term positive, and also the street seems to be warming up to that view. And viewers, Trent has delivered a strong margin beat in Q3, even as revenue growth has slipped to a multi-operation, quarter low, and also like-for-like sales have turned negative. Management is saying that a gradual recovery in the consumer segment, is underway, which could support the momentum ahead. But the PAT beat was powered by a massive 201% jump in the other income, helping the retailer shine despite softer top-line trends. And on the street, opinions remain split. Bernstein maintains outperform. Morgan Stanley stays overweight. Jefferies holds its hold rating, while Citi sticks to its sell rating, flagging concerns around the quality of the earnings. Keeping with some brokerage notes, Citi has upgraded DLF to a buy, setting a target price to 830 rupees. The brokerage is saying that DLF remains the true ultra-luxury player in India, leading not just in high-end launches, but also in the segmental mix and also inventory discipline. Now, Citi has added that DLF's dominance in the ultra-luxury space gives it a clear edge as demand for premium housing continues to surge. And viewers, Pinnacia Biotech has come under regulatory pressure after Hungary's National Center for Public Health and Pharmacy has issued a statement of non-compliance. For its Buddy manufacturing facility, the notice follows an inspection conducted in late January, where the regulator has flagged multiple GMP deviations and also revoked all sort of valid GMP certificates for the site. And the company says that it is already implementing corrective and preventive actions and will seek a re-inspection at the earliest to restore the approvals. And importantly, the regulator did not identify any sort of risk to the quality of the products already released, and the financial impact is expected to be limited. Keeping with the earnings momentum, viewers, we have Quality Power that has delivered a blockbuster Q3 driven by stronger execution across product lines, and revenues have surged 291% to 283 crores, while the EBITDA has jumped 354% to 78 crores, with margins expanding 382 basis points to 27.8%. The bottom line was equally strong. Net profit soared 181% to 38 crores. The company has also highlighted a robust order backlog of over 895 crores, and this is underscoring sustained demand visibility. Next up, we have Metropolis that has delivered healthy Q3. This is buoyed by strong volume growth and also improved profitability. Patient volumes have rose 14% year-on-year, while the B2C revenues were up 19%, and also B2B has surged 35%, including the contributions from recent acquisitions. And on the financial front, revenues grew 26% to 405.9 crores, which is nearly 406 crores. EBITDA has jumped 32% to 94.8 crores, with margins expanding 105 basis points to 23.36%. Organic EBITDA margins for MHL alone has improved by 280 basis points, signaling better operational efficiency. Net profit has also strengthened, which is up 32% to 41 crores rupees. Now on to some corporate action. Viewers, markets are eyeing the Reserve Bank of India's upcoming MPC meet with steady anticipation, Most of the economists are expecting the central bank to keep the repo rate unchanged this week and holding the fire, after a series of cuts already delivered. And headline inflation has climbed off the recent lows but remains comfortably within the RBI's 2 to 6% target band, reducing pressure for further action. And with transmission of past rate cuts still lagging and also inflation showing signs of, firming up, the RBI appears keen to watch and wait rather than, tweak the policy again just yet. So growth still looks solid, but cautious wording from the MPC could shape the market expectations. And on that note, while central banks stay cautious, a new competitor enters India's ride-hailing arena today with the launch of Bharat Taxi, billed as the country's first cooperative cab platform. But what's the twist here? Well, the drivers are not just contractors here. They're owners paying a small fixed daily access fee instead of, per ride commissions. And that structure could translate into fares up to 30% lower for the riders and also higher take-home earnings for the drivers, and bluntly challenging the dominance of Ola and Uber. So union leadership in Delhi has launched the app amid optimism that the cooperative model could shake up the pricing amid the profit dynamics in the sector. And viewers, Adani Energy Solutions has hit a major infrastructure milestone by delivering 1 crore smart electricity meters across India's distribution networks. Now, this is a major digitization milestone for India's power sector. And this rollout is considered one of the fastest in the industry and also forms a key part of the government's ambitious push to modernize electricity networks. And smart meters bring real-time usage monitoring, allowing the remote reading, reducing the transmission losses, and also curb billing disputes, and all critical, for improving distribution efficiency. So Adani says that the installation pace has exceeded the targets and is helping DISCOMs unlock better revenue recovery and operational transparency. Viewers, a major shockwave in the media world. The Washington Post has announced one of the most sweeping layoffs in its history, cutting nearly 1/3 of its entire workforce as part of a dramatic restructuring plan. Now, the move, will significantly scale back the paper's coverage of sports, local news, and also foreign bureaus, with entire teams dissolved and long-standing desks shuttered. And executive editor Matt Murray claims that the motive is to restore the stability, but employees they have condemned what they call one of the darkest days, for the storied publication. And among those who have been laid off is senior columnist Ishant Tharoor, son of Congress MP Shashi Tharoor, who has shared a somber image of the newsroom and said that he was heartbroken. Viewers, Bitcoin has dipped below the $72,000 mark, reigniting debate over whether the current downturn is just another market cycle or something more fundamental. And the selling pressure comes amid persistent outflows from the Bitcoin ETFs, broader risk of global sentiment, and also nervousness about the liquidity conditions across crypto markets. Analysts are saying that part of the decline reflects a temporary crisis of faith, where traders are questioning Bitcoin's role as a hedge and also a store of value, especially with traditional assets outperforming in the recent weeks. Volatility is nothing new for crypto, but the sharp sentiment shift that has traders watching key support levels closely. Whether Bitcoin bounces or slides further will likely hinge on flows into institutional products and also macro risk appetite. And viewers, the Japanese yen is on track for its biggest weekly decline since October. And the timing is no coincidence. Elections are just around the corner. Traders have interpreted, comments from the political figures as an indication that Japan may tolerate a weaker yen to support its export-led economy. That narrative has pushed the currency lower against the dollar, sparking chatter of potential central bank intervention to stabilize the slide. And with volatility rising and uncertainty around post-election policy, foreign exchange desks are bracing for continued swings. While Japanese authorities prefer stability, markets are reading the signal as a green light for short-term weakness, making the yen one of the most watched currencies this week. Viewers, are now on to some national news. A long-anticipated India-United States trade agreement is finally moving into the home stretch. India's Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal says that a joint statement on the first phase of the trade pact is expected in the next 4 to 5 days, and the full legal text should be signed by mid-March after paperwork is completed. Now, once the joint statement is out, the US will issue an executive order to reduce its tariff on the most Indian exports to 18%, which is down around 25% previously, clearing a major hurdle in bilateral commerce. India, in turn, will cut the tariffs on certain US goods once the legal agreement kicks in. And the minister has stressed that the key sectors such as agriculture and dairy will be protected even as new opportunities open up for textiles, engineering goods and MSMEs. Now, the deal is seen as a strategic win for Made in India competitiveness and also a deepening economic partnership with the world's economy, though discussions on the sensitive items continued behind the scenes. Viewers, in a major geopolitical and economic move, India and the Gulf Cooperation Council including Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, Oman and Bahrain have signed the terms of reference, that is the TOR, to begin the long-delayed free trade agreement negotiation. And this move revised the talks that stalled for years and sets the framework for deeper goods and also services exchanges and better market access and also stronger investment ties. Officials say that the pact could be a game changer for India's exports, especially in energy, food processing and petrochemicals, while facilitating smoother trade with the region that's both an energy hub and also home to millions of Indian workers. Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal has presided over the signing and has called it a big step forward, in India's economic diplomacy. Viewers, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar used a key forum in Washington to highlight a strategic threat many countries are now focused on: China's overwhelming dominance of critical mineral supply chain. And addressing the inaugural Critical Minerals Ministerial attended by over 50 nations, Jaishankar has said that excessive concentration of production and processing capacity can make global supply chains vulnerable economically and geopolitically. He has underscored India's own initiatives like the National Critical Minerals Mission and also called for structured international cooperation to de-risk these essential inputs for technology such as the solar batteries and also telecommunications. And viewers, India's Ministry of External Affairs has reiterated that New Delhi is open to importing crude oil from Venezuela, but strictly subject to commercial viability. Spokesperson Randhir Jaiswal has said that discussions continue as India explores the energy sourcing options amid the global market shifts. The MEA has clarified that this is not a formal agreement yet, rather than an openness to explore terms that work for Indian refiners, a pragmatic approach balancing the geopolitical engagement with economic realities. And viewers, in a high-level, call ahead of a planned summit, US President Donald Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping discussed a wide slate of issues from trade and security to Taiwan and agricultural purchases. Both the leaders have painted the conversation in constructive terms, with Trump saying that it was positive and highlighting China's willingness to boost the soybean purchases from the US, and a welcome signal for American farmers facing export challenges. So relations between the world's two largest economies have been, strained on multiple fronts, from tariffs and technology control, to military posturing around Taiwan. But in this call, the emphasis was on stability. Viewers, that's all from this edition of Market Express. I'm Himakshi Bahogna. Thank you for joining us. We'll keep tracking every development as it unfolds, so keep watching NDTV Profit.
When you're starting with a mutual fund investment, you cannot go with a trend-based mutual fund or a random mutual fund without any thinking.
We have launched a very interesting tool called CRIS. What is that kind of behavior nudge that you're providing?
As a platform, we have actually able to champion our cause.
I think it works very well when people stick to the product and invest with a long-term perspective.
As tariffs rewrite trade, and India's New Deal and the US redefine global alignments, a powerful shake-up is reshaping the global economy. What is India's next strategic move? Join Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and leading global voices as they decode this new economic reality at the NDTV Profit Conclave, making sense of the new world order. India, the real deal. 7 February, New Delhi, only on NDTV Profit.
I propose to raise the STT on futures to 0.05% from the present 0.02%.
There's a buzz of a potential hike that could happen when it comes to options STT, and this could be major negative coming in.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर।
Market ends lower with Nifty closing below 25,700 while Sensex losing over 500 points. Broader market shows mixed performance. All sectors barring Nifty PSU Bank Index end in the red. Defence leads the losses. Hindustan Aeronautics closes more than 4% lower after the company clarifies that it has not received any official communication on the AMCA program. PVR Inox fails to impress the street with its third quarter numbers. Loses 2% despite reporting a 166% jump in Q3 profit. Suzlon Energy also falls 4% even after the profit jumped 15%. Ace investor Ramesh Tamani sees ominous signs for Indian IT amid Anthropic buzz. Says the ship has sailed for most traditional Indian IT companies. He believes that by and large these companies have become comfortable with providing good old services. Anthropic's AI move has shaken the entire Indian IT space. However, AI's capabilities are somewhat underprojected in long term and overprojected in short term, says Srikanth Velamakani, co-founder of Fractal. India and the US will issue a joint statement on the trade deal in the next 4 to 5 days, says Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal, adds that the government aims to sign by the mid of next month. India adds 9th trade deal to its kitty after signing FTA terms with the Gulf Cooperation Council. Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal says this deal will bring in a lot of investment, encouragement, food security and create jobs at both ends. Silver pairs some losses to trade in the red again amid profit booking and a stronger dollar. Prices plunge as much as 17% intraday, wipes out a 2-day recovery to trade below $78 an ounce. Prime Minister Modi is set to speak in Rajya Sabha today, a day after the Lok Sabha was adjourned, seconds before he was about to reply to the debate on motion of thanks on the President's address. Hello and welcome viewers. A warm good evening. This is Profit 360 on NDTV Profit and I'm Malika Mishra. Along the next half an hour, we'll bring you the latest on markets as well as national and international news. As is habit, let's first check how the Indian markets closed today. The Indian equity markets ended lower with the Nifty 50 falling about 0.51% or 130 points. Broader indices showed mixed performance as the Nifty Midcap 150 declined 0.31%, outperforming the benchmark, while Nifty Small Cap 250 dropped about 0.99%. That's close to 1% underperforming the benchmark. Market breadth remained weak with the Nifty advanced decline ratio at 21:29. All major sectoral indices closed in the red except Nifty PSU Bank, which extended gains for the fourth consecutive day. For more on today's market action, let's go across to my colleague Varsha.
So yes, Nifty falls below 0.51% today, which is down 130 points. Broader market shows mixed performance. Nifty Midcap 150 falls 0.31%, outperforms benchmark, while Small Cap 250 if you see fell 0.99%. Hindalco leads the fall in Nifty, down more than 3%. Tube Investment and Hindustan Zinc lead the fall in Nifty Midcap 150. Tube Investments falls 10%, while Hinzinc follows, which is down almost 4.5%. JP Power and Reddington are the top losers when it comes to Nifty Small Cap 250, which fell more than 5%. While all sectors barring Nifty PSU Bank is in red, Nifty Metals lead the falls down almost 1%. Vedanta and Hindustan Zinc become top losers when it comes to Nifty Metal.
Thanks for that, Varsha. Now, viewers, ace investor Ramesh Tamani says that the ship has sailed for most traditional Indian IT companies. He believes that by and large, these companies have become comfortable with providing good old services, the services that provide stable profit margins instead of taking solid risks. Our exclusive conversation with the market legend comes amidst the noise around Anthropic AI and the blow it has had on the Indian IT pack. He also prognosticated the employment route of software jobs in India in the coming decade. Further, he shed light on what really needs to be done to catch up with the ever-evolving pace of artificial intelligence. Let's listen in to a brief portion from our interview with him.
Is this the nth time you've seen the Indian IT companies being written off, or does it feel different this time?
It feels different this time, though, and I've been a big bull and a big beneficiary of the big software boom that has engulfed India for the last 30 years or so. But here's someone sent me a tweet yesterday, which I'll share with you. This is the top Indian 7 software companies are worth about $350 billion. Anthropic is worth $350 billion in itself. Anthropic has 2,000 employees. We have 16 lakh employees. That is the scale of productivity change that is happening in this business. So, while I think the business will continue, I think the multiple of these businesses have already been derated and will continue to probably be derated. So I think the world for the last 30, 40 years, ever since I've been in the market, the apex of value in India has always been brands, software, licensing, patent, intellectual property. I think that's about to change. I think the next 10, 20 years will be led by a different set of leaders than what we saw in the post-1992 era.
Now, so I'm going to dig a little deeper on that, because what has been loved about these companies also is that they are cash rich, they give dividends, and they are conservative in their approach. I'm talking about the big ones. You think that something which was seen as a positive now becomes a negative, that they are not moving fast enough or they're being too careful?
I mean, that's been the rap, that these guys are using their cash piles to pay out dividends as opposed to investing in new technology like AI learning models or product development. I think maybe the ship has sailed for these companies in terms of riskability. There are a few innovative companies that are doing that, but by and large, the massive Indian companies are focused on good old services business, which brings good, stable profit margins. I think it is under threat. I think it also a reminder that nothing is permanent in this world. You know, the business models change and keep evolving.
Ramesh, I wonder if you've thought about the implications if things go the way some people are suggesting, to say that the workforce that you spoke about, the 16 lakh employees, if that needs to be curtailed at some point, the knock-on effects of the destruction of demand here in India in various pockets, maybe even real estate to a certain extent? Because I was in Coimbatore just the other day. They say 60-70% of people buying real estate there are IT professionals. Does that have a huge knock-on effect?
See, it's very difficult for me to prognose into the future of how this will go because it's a bit above my pay scale, to be honest with you. But there's a lot of movement in global capability centers in India, which will take the role of software, so there will be employment there. And there'll be displacement. I don't think there'll be the easy entry-level software jobs that people got graduating from IIT or a technical institute will probably be gone. But they're different jobs. For example, if you were in the 80s, you never heard of someone, you were a bank teller, you never heard of an ATM expert or a YouTube influencer. All these new jobs keep getting created. So while there is some pessimism regarding the software jobs in India, I think overall the employment will continue to be fine. I would not be too worried about that at this point.
Apart from Ramesh Damani, let's give you a peek into another important conversation on artificial intelligence. In our interview with Srikanth Velamakkanni, co-founder of Fractal Analytics, the founder interestingly pointed out that AI's capabilities are somewhat under-projected in the long term and over-projected in the short term. Let's listen in to what he says about Anthropic's AI game in India.
Behind every market exuberance or market fear, there is a kernel of truth. And there certainly is a huge kernel of truth here that AI will compress everything. And all services, if you're taking 100 hours, it might be possible to do it in 50 hours and then maybe in 25 hours. So what happens when something that takes a certain number of time becomes compressed? It means that you need fewer people. It means that models which involve billing people per hour will suddenly shrink, and therefore there is threat to revenues to all services companies, including legal services and certainly even IT services. So there is a kernel of truth. But I think there's also somewhat overblown. The capacity of AI, the capability of AI is always over-projected in the short term and maybe under-projected in the long term. So today, when Anthropic shows something like this, it's easy to see that, okay, this is where the puck is moving and it will compress all of IT services. But realize that IT services are handling some of the most complex transformations inside large companies. They have incredible software complexity, system complexity, user complexity, stakeholder complexity. They have to manage, connect all the data pipelines using mostly structured data, not unstructured data. What Anthropic has shown is success over unstructured data, which is video, voice, text. Most of what Indian IT services works with are structured data sets, things on rows and columns in databases, massive number of them. And therefore, to expect that you can just plug in a tool and it will completely transform something immediately is somewhat overblown.
Well, that was how some industry experts and industrialists think about artificial intelligence, especially here in India. Let's take a look at how PVR numbers have turned out to be. PVR Inox closed 2% lower despite reporting a stellar set of numbers for the third quarter. Consolidated profit jumped 166% versus last year to over 95 crore rupees as it rode the Dhurandhar wave at the box office. Revenue also increased more than 9% to more than 1,800 crore rupees. Margin grew at 33% as the collections gained 13% and theatres clocked more than 28% occupancies. Patron visits grew 8.6% year on year and ticket prices inched up 4.1% as well. But now let's listen in to what the Executive Director Sanjeev Bijli has to say about the company's performance in an interaction with us earlier.
And we've got about a minimum of 100 to 120 screens already under fit out. These are very value creative screens. We are finding opportunities not just in the main cities, like we just opened 2 more centers in Hyderabad, and we are opening more even in Bombay and Bangalore as we go forward. But we're finding a lot of great opportunities in places like Agra, in Jabalpur. We recently opened in Leh Ladakh, which is doing about 50% occupancy. So India is very underscreened as opposed to the rest of the world. And we're getting some great opportunities around the country in both Tier 1, Tier 2 and a Tier 3 strategy as well, where we're looking at even smaller centers where there is absolutely no cinemas and no retail infrastructure.
And it seems like volatility is the nature of the game as far as precious metals are concerned, because precious metal ETFs witnessed a sharp erosion in value today as a sudden sell-off in futures markets ended a brief two-day rebound. Silver-linked ETFs suffered the steepest losses, in fact. The decline was triggered by an aggressive fall in MCX silver futures during early trade, which quickly spilled over into ETF prices, exposing investors to one of the most volatile sessions in recent months. Let's get in my colleague Shreyansi from the newsroom live with us on all the details on silver's action.
Well, absolutely, and volatility is the name of the game, so much so that you would perhaps need a crystal ball to be able to tell you what is going to happen next to prices, because charts clearly are not doing justice right now. Let's quickly take a look at the levels when you talk about gold and silver. Silver, the fall was actually much sharper because you're looking at a plunge of as much as 17% coming in for silver prices. In terms of the other factors as well, we'll come to that, but you do have silver also retreating by more than a third from that all-time high that was hit on January 29th. So that should give you an idea of what kind of decline we've seen coming in when it comes to silver prices. So it's actually more volatile than gold due to the liquidity concerns as well. You do have a smaller market size that you're looking at, and market cap, of course, when you talk about the white metal, and that's something that is being reflected in the prices, which is why you do have that bigger cut coming in as far as silver is concerned. But even gold is not faring much better. 2% downtick is what you're looking at right now when it comes to gold as well, and you're looking at a 9.6% fall coming in for the last 5 days. When you talk about silver, though, that is much sharper, upwards of 30% downtick coming in just the last 5 days. When you talk about factors, there's actually two factors among others that make it to this list. So number one, of course, is dollar strength. So you do have a stronger greenback that is currently weighing on appeal for both bullion as well as the white metal. And lastly, when you talk about the second factor, there is actually profit booking, and that's actually quite the concern here, because you do have those elevated levels that do provide that little bit of impetus for people to be booking profits when it comes to both of the metals.
Right, Shreyanti, thanks so much for giving us clarity on what really dipped the prices as far as gold and silver is concerned. But viewers, while profit booking has been seen in both these commodities and a bit of a shadow on the sheen of silver and gold, we caught up with market veteran Ramesh Damani earlier today, and he said that gold and silver could be set for an even bigger move up. Here's that slice of conversation for you.
I used to think that be in equities, avoid gold and silver completely. And the long-term CAGR for gold is, 3% over 100 years or something like that. And Warren Buffett put it best for this. He said that if in 1980 or 1989 you had bought 1 ounce of gold, even today you would have 1 ounce of gold. Nothing changes. But if you bought 1,000 shares of Infosys in 1993 when it went public, you have probably 1 lakh shares of Infosys today, and all the dividends that you enjoy. So gold and silver are good for traders who can move on price speculation. They're not probably good for basic retail investors. But the caveat to that is that I think the world is now moving perhaps to a commodity-led cycle. So I think my sense is gold and silver are probably headed higher, even from the record levels that we saw.
That was a big projection for gold and silver from Ramesh Damani. But moving on, in a spree of trade agreements, India has signed the terms of reference for a proposed free trade agreement with the six-nation Gulf Cooperation Council. So India has moved closer to signing this FTA. The negotiations that have been stalled for nearly 2 decades are now back on the table, signaling a push to deepen economic engagement with one of its most important trading regions. Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal said that this will enable free flow of goods and bring policy stability.
It is most appropriate that we now enter into a much stronger and robust trading arrangement, which will enable greater free flow of goods, services, bring predictability and stability to policy, help encourage greater degree of investments, and take our bilateral relations between the six-nation GCC group and India to greater heights.
And speaking on the sidelines of the same India GCC signing terms of reference for the FTA, the Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal also said that India and the US are close to firming up the first tranche of the bilateral trade agreement. A joint state fact is likely to be visible within a few days from now, with a formal agreement targeted by mid-March. Listen into his comments on this as well.
बहुत ही सार्थक चर्चा चल रही है भारत और यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ऑफ अमेरिका के बीच, जो हमारे दोनों नेताओं ने निर्णय लिया है। हमारा पहला ट्रांच बायलैटरल ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट का लगभग तैयार हो गया है। हमारी उम्मीद है कि अगले 4-5 दिन में हम एक जॉइंट स्टेटमेंट यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ऑफ अमेरिका और भारत के बीच में फाइनलाइज करके साइन कर देंगे और उस जॉइंट स्टेटमेंट के आधार पर शुरुआत हो जाएगी हमारे दोनों के बीच में इस समझौते की पहली कड़ी। साथ ही साथ एक फॉर्मल एग्रीमेंट ड्राफ्ट हो रहा है जिसको शायद महीना भर 1.5 महीना लग सकता है और उस फॉर्मल एग्रीमेंट को मिड-मार्च तक साइन करने का अंदाजा है। लेकिन 18% जो यूएस टैरिफ्स घटने हैं वो जॉइंट स्टेटमेंट अनाउंस होने के बाद एग्जीक्यूटिव ऑर्डर द्वारा यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ऑफ अमेरिका कर देगा।
And viewers, one of the most evident and prominent conditions of our free trade agreement, our trade agreement with the US, was our decrease of buying Russian oil. And the government now has clarified its stance on President Trump's claim that India has agreed to stop buying Russian oil. The MEA spokesperson Randhir Jaiswal said that the government has stated publicly on several occasions that ensuring the energy security of India's 1.4 billion people is the supreme priority of our government. He also clarified if there is indeed a shift to buying crude from Venezuela. Listen into his comments.
The government has stated publicly on several occasions, including me here, that ensuring the energy security of 1.4 billion Indians is the supreme priority of the government. Diversifying our energy sourcing in keeping with objective market conditions and evolving international dynamics is at the core of our strategy to ensure this. All of India's decisions are taken and will be taken with this in mind.
Let's now shift focus on a significant trigger for D Street, which is the RBI MPC meeting with the policy decision due tomorrow. A Bloomberg poll shows most economists expect a pause on further rate cuts as the RBI focuses on bond market stability and currency risks. To tell us more about it, we are now being joined by my colleague Alex.
The big event at the end of the week has to be the outcome of the monetary policy review by the Monetary Policy Committee of the Reserve Bank of India. Let's take a look at what is expected. If you consider the poll of economists, it suggests that it's likely to be a status quo. The repo rate kept unchanged at 5.25%. And based on a poll that was conducted by Bloomberg, practically 34 out of the total of 39 have weighed in and said that they anticipate a pause. Of course, there's an outside chance based on 5 economists that there could be a 25 basis points cut. So if there's no cut that is anticipated, then what's the big deal? There's going to be quite a bit of focus on what the outlook for inflation and growth will be, because there are major developments in the space. Take a look at this. There's a change in the base year for CPI that comes into effect on the 12th of February, and that could well change the way that you look at CPI for the rest of the year. There's also the fact that the trade deal has been announced earlier this week, and that means that what was being shaved off of growth estimates will now have to be put in again. By the way, CPI, you have a change in the number of items in the basket. It goes up to 358. But on the growth front, like I was saying, people were anticipating that a 30 basis point of hit would take place on account of this lack of a trade deal and the tariffs therein, but that will likely have to come back in. 7.6% was the last estimate in December. This was lower than the previous forecast. I wonder what happens next. Now, beyond this, of course, is the transmission as well as rupee and liquidity. All of those things come into focus. The rupee, of course, has strengthened from those lows of 92 that it saw at the end of January. The meaning of that is that the RBI will now have to intervene less than it has had to in the past, and that is good news for liquidity. Liquidity is important, of course, from the perspective of transmission of the 125 basis points of rate cuts that you've already seen, and that is not complete. And so the RBI will likely have something to say about the liquidity going forward. That is also something that you should watch out for in trade tomorrow.
Thanks so much for that, Alex. But viewers, that's all the time we had on this edition of Profit 360. But do stay tuned to NDTV Profit as we have an extremely important interview lined up on the other side of this very short break.
We plan for targets, but do we plan for time?
Today's workforce dreams fast, but peace of mind doesn't come from paychecks.
It comes from a plan to invest in your retirement.
The National Pension System, a trusted, flexible and fully digital retirement solution. It's simple to adopt and delivers high returns, helping employees grow their retirement corpus steadily. Smart companies adopt NPS Corporate. Smarter employees ask for it.
NPS zaruri hai.
Future security is teamwork. That's why.
NPS zaruri hai. It's challenging to know which sector may perform next. Data, tech and AI help our fund managers spot suitable sector opportunities. Presenting Geo BlackRock Sector Rotation Fund. NFO closes the 9th of February 2026. Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
The global plastics industry comes together at Plastindia 2026, the world's largest plastics exhibition. Visit and explore opportunities from 5th to 10th February at Bharat Mandapam, New Delhi.
Welcome back, viewers. HAL is in the spotlight as, especially for the fact that the delivery of its light combat aircraft Mark 1A series seemed to have been delayed from March of 2025, and that was the promised timeline. The company's shares traded under pressure today, extending its decline to a second session after reports said the Defence Ministry shortlisted private players over the PSU giant for an advanced fighter jet program. Now, HAL has clarified it has not received any official communication in this regard and will therefore not comment on the reports. And on the delivery of the light combat aircraft Mark 1A series, the company issued a statement today saying that 5 LCA Mark 1A aircraft are fully ready for delivery and that an additional 9 aircraft have already been built and flown. So to discuss and clear the air on some of these subjects, we have DK Sunil, Chairman and Managing Director of HAL, joining us. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. I also have my colleague Sharad Dubey with me to partake in this conversation. Sir, my first question to you is that you've issued a statement today saying that 5 LCA Mark 1A aircraft are fully ready for delivery and that an additional 9 aircraft have already been built and flown, as I said in my introduction as well. Of course, this depends upon the receipt of engines from GE. These aircraft will be made ready for delivery. What do you have to say on these? And could you also give us some clarity on why there was a delay? So I think...
Thank you for having me on the show. As I said, as you have said, the aircraft are ready, 5 aircraft are ready with engines and 9 more have been flown, test flown and are also ready. So as of today, 14 aircraft are ready, we have 5 engines and by the end of the year we will have 24 of these aircraft ready. So I think we have been building the aircraft notwithstanding the shortage of engines. I was also at the GE plant and I see that they have opened a new line and also have put in new automation for increasing the rate of testing. So the guidance from GE is that in the second half of this year, H2 of calendar year 26, we will be getting more engines. So it is expected that we will get about 24 engines in the calendar year 26.
Interesting.
So
Hi,
I
Sunil
think,
sir. This is Sharad here.
This
Yeah,
is
please continue.
Yeah. So these aircraft are now, as I said, 14 are ready, and we will be continue building these aircraft, and as and when the engines come, we will be in a position to deliver. These 5 aircraft already we have done the testing, the missile testing, the bombing, and the integration of the EW suite and the EXA radar. So I think these are in a capable condition, and we will be talking to the Indian Air Force to accept these 5 aircraft in the current financial year.
Hi, Sunil sir. Sharad here. And how does the management interpret the AMCA shortlisting outcome and the reported clause that discouraged companies with large order books? What does this imply for HAL's positioning in the future large platforms?
Yeah, so as I said, I would first of all make a disclaimer that as of now we don't have anything in writing that we are out of the race. But notwithstanding that, this contract is for building 5 prototypes. It's purely a design and development contract where the consortium will assist ADA in producing these 5 prototype aircrafts. And once the certification is done, the production will once again be open as a tender. So even assuming that HAL is out of the race, we will still be in the race when it comes to production. So we will throw our hat into the ring. We have a capable workforce, we have the plants, and we have the pedigree. So therefore, we will be the right candidates to produce the aircraft. So, excuse me, I think I don't see it as a setback. Let us wait and see what is the final outcome. Also, I would also like to make a point that the AMCA is not catered to in our revenue plan for the next 10 years. We know that this is a design and development effort. It will take 10 years to come to production. So in our planning for the next 10 years, this doesn't figure in our revenue projections at all. So I think this has been misread that if HAL is out of the AMCA race for this phase, it will have no impact at all. We have a very robust order book which will take us to FY 22-23. We are building the 156 Prachand, 180 LCAs. We will be building about 60 of the maritime helicopters. We have just got an order for the Dhruv NG, which is the civil version of the ALH. And we see a very good order book coming up for the LUH and other products which are under design. We have a lot of products in the pipeline for design like IMRH and other aircraft which we are designing. So I don't see this news has any material impact on our revenue projections or our profitability projections.
Noted that point. You've said that the AMCA program, you've not penciled in the effect of it into your revenue, at least for the coming decade. So that's a big takeaway from what you've said. But sir, coming back on the engine delivery, you've received 5 F404 engines from GE. And I'd like to ask you, what is the status of the remaining engines? Are they on track with the delivery schedule or facing any further delays? Because as far as we've read, we've known that the delay in delivery of these engines was exactly what caused the delay in the entire, the entire delivery of the aircraft to the Indian Air Force as well. And we are already running back on schedule by almost a year. So even if these 5 are delivered soon, I'd like to ask you, what is the projection of these delivery of 180 aircrafts that you've promised to the Indian Air Force?
The guidance from GE is that in the second half of this calendar year, H2 of 26, we will be getting further engines, and in the whole year, they will deliver 24 engines to us. So that is the guidance we have from them, that we will get engines. The way we have now planned it out, we will still be able to meet the deadline for the two contracts, 83 plus 97, and we will be able to close it in FY 22-23 as per the schedule. So we will be able to catch up, notwithstanding the initial delay in the deliveries of aircraft. We will still be able to catch up and deliver the balance aircraft on schedule. As I've said, we have 2 lines in Bangalore. We had recently inaugurated a 3rd line in Nasik. So we have 3 lines in HAL and a 4th line in the private sector, where we have parts of the fuselage coming from our partners in the private sector. So effectively, we have built 4 lines for the LCA, and I don't see any constraint in capacity for producing this and meeting the overall deadline.
And Mr. Sunil, can you give us an update on the long pending CCS approval, for Su-30 upgrade project? This project is having a valued estimate of roughly 60 to 70,000 odd crore rupees. What will be your views on that?
Yeah, I think that is in the final stages, as I see. Some of the modalities are still being worked out between IAF and HAL. I think it should shortly go to the CCS. It's in an advanced stage. The technical parts have been ironed out. It's more to do with the financial details of the project that are being ironed out. So I expect that it should happen in the next couple of months.
All right, and Sunil sir, at the end of FY25, you had guided a FY26 revenue growth of 8 to 10%. Do you expect to surpass this target given that the performance in H1 has been good?
I think we will maintain the guidance that we have given. Given that there are some headwinds still in terms of the engine deliveries and so on, but still we will be able to make the numbers by pulling up some of the other parts of our portfolio like the engines or the helicopters. So I think we still maintain the guidance that we have given.
Right. So although you've said that the AMCA program does not have much of a consideration into your revenue, how does HAL assess competitive intensity from L&T, BEL, Tata Advanced Systems and Bharat Forge-led consortia and future large programs beyond AMCA?
See, the intent of the government is to bring in, build this sector and build in more players. So I think that really doesn't at this stage worry us, because you see, from what we were, say, 30, 40 years ago, where we were a TOT-led company, where we used to produce, manufacture under license. Today, if you look at our product range, they are all designed, developed by HAL. So we have a very strong R&D culture, and we have built these products. If you look at the Prachand, which is an attack helicopter as good as anything in the world, we have the LCA. We have built the HDT-40, which is a trainer. We have the light utility helicopter. So we have moved from a licensed manufacturer to a IDDM category company, indigenously designed, developed, manufactured, right? So which is the first category in the DPP for procurement, which is 50% of indigenous content. And our aircraft have indigenous content upwards of 60% and more. So I think the capabilities that we have built and the strength, core strength that we have in building new products is unmatched in India. And our competitors are truly only abroad. I mean, it is the foreign OEMs who are really competitors to us. So we don't see any significant competition coming to us from indigenous companies, because they still have to move up the ladder from a licensed manufacturer to this stage and the capability that we are in today. But notwithstanding that, yes, we are working with all these companies, the private sector companies as an ecosystem, to make our products more competitive by roping in their capabilities also. So I think as a company we are evolving on two fronts, by building our own products and secondly also collaborating with the private ecosystem being built in the country to make our products more competitive.
And Mr. Sunil, does HAL expect the Ministry of Defence procurement norms to increasingly cap the exposure to any single vendor with a large order book, and how this might actually impact HAL's ability to win the future mega contracts?
No, I don't think there is any move like that. I mean, in this particular RFI, that was a condition where they had, given 0 marks if you had an order book which was more than a certain threshold. So, which we did also protest to ADA that this was unfairly, tilted against us, because it goes to say that a company which has better financials and better strength is more qualified to do a project of this nature. So, however, notwithstanding that, we did participate in the RFI, and let us see how this pans out. But my own submission is that today we need to grow in size to be able to compete on the global stage. You see, HAL has a $4 billion turnover roughly. And today the major companies of the world talk to us because of the size of our balance sheet and order book. So I think if we have to go global and export and become a big player on the global stage, then size does matter. So I am not very happy with this narrative that if a company becomes too big, it is a negative for the company. I think this is not true. In the global stage, if you have to grow and compete with the big OEMs, then you have to grow in size. Your balance sheet has to become stronger and stronger. So I feel that this is not a negative for us. It will only add to our stature when we are trying to export across the globe. Having a larger order book and a strong balance sheet will help us export more. So I think this is should be seen as a positive and not as a negative for the company.
Right. Mr. Sunil, I remember coming to your Nasik base when during the first official launch of the LCA Mark 1A Tejas aircraft, and that time in a short interaction with me you had said that the delivery of the 180 aircraft is on time and you project to deliver that by 2032-33. My question is that the current backlog that HAL stands at is about 7 times trailing 12 months sales. And I just previously right now asked you that we're already behind schedule, although you've said that you expect 24 engines to be delivered by this year. I just need some clarity on those timelines. You do not see any disturbance to the capacity and the projection, but do you think you will be able to deliver all those 180 aircraft by 2032-33? And if yes, what is going to be the rate of delivery per year? Is it going to be 24 per year or is it going to increase every year?
Yes, you see, the aircraft deliveries will pick up as the engine deliveries pick up, and we are confident that in the second half of this year the engine deliveries will start stabilizing. So the kind of rate that is promised by GE will be about 28 to 30 engines per annum. Once this year we get those 24 engines, we expect that in the subsequent years they will be delivering 20, 32, 30 aircraft. So on an average about 30 engines per annum. This is the kind of ramp up they are doing. So that is the basis for our confidence that even though there is some catching up to do with these engines, as the rate ramps up, we will be able to meet the contracted schedule. And as I said, notwithstanding this, we are building the airframes. Today we are going to have 24 airframes by the end of this financial year. And we have 4 lines, as I said. So I don't see any constraint in meeting this schedule. As long as the engines deliveries meet the promised numbers, we will be able to complete these deliveries as scheduled.
Interesting, Mr. Sunil. But the biggest question remains is, do you have any contingency plans if the engine shipments face the further delays?
Unfortunately, you see, we can't change the engine on a fighter aircraft of this class. The aircraft is built around the engine. You first decide an engine and then you build the aircraft around it. So, unfortunately, you can't pull out the engine and put in a new engine because it's as good as a brand new aircraft. So, that's the reason we reached out. I myself I visited the GE plants, had discussions with their top brass. So I am confident that the kind of changes they have brought into their management structure, the new lines of production that they have opened and the testing facilities, I'm quite confident that GE is giving the kind of seriousness to this project. And I'm confident that in the second half of this year, we will get those deliveries.
Okay. Thanks so much, sir, for conversing with us on these subjects that have brought HAL to the forefront of our coverage today. And of course, thank you so much for giving us clarity on the AMCA program, the revenue projection that you see from that, also the timeline of the deliveries of the LCA Mark 1A series. So thanks so much for talking on these various points. It was a pleasure having you. And viewers...
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And viewers, that's all the time we had on this special conversation with HAL, but do stay tuned to NDTV Profit as we bring you a lot more news and updates. This is Malika Mishra and Sharad Dubey signing off.
Agarwal Packers and Movers Limited. Man with the cap, not 300.
Today, Uttar Pradesh has become the country's largest and most trusted investment destination. So far, foundation stones have been laid for more than 16,000 projects involving investments exceeding 15 lakh crore. Well-planned initiatives in areas like the defence corridor and electronic manufacturing have helped UP shed its image as a Bimaru state.
सुशासन में ही निवेश सुरक्षित हो सकता है, हमारे युवाओं की आकांक्षाओं की पूर्ति का माध्यम बन सकता है.
Investment and infrastructure development are complementary to each other. UP has a portfolio of 330 infrastructure projects worth 10.48 lakh crore, which is the largest in the country. Of these, 128 projects worth 2.37 lakh crore rupees, that is about 39%, have been completed and commissioned.
उत्तर प्रदेश में आया हुआ 45 लाख करोड़ रुपए का निवेश का प्रस्ताव नौजवानों के लिए नौकरी की गारंटी का दस्तावेज है.
पापा, फीस ज्यादा है.
बेटा,
याद है बोनस के कुछ पैसे हमने दूसरे खाते में रखे थे?
2 साल से खाते में कोई लेन देन नहीं हुआ है. शायद
इनऑपरेटिव हो गया होगा।
तो अब बैंक जाके या वीडियो केवाईसी से केवाईसी अपडेट कराओ, खाता होगा एक्टिव एकदम फ्री। चलो
कहाँ?
एडमिशन कराने, खाता हुआ एक्टिव।
RBI कहता है
जानकार बनिए, सतर्क रहिए। We plan for targets, but do we plan for time?
Today's workforce dreams fast, but peace of mind doesn't come from paychecks.
It comes from a plan to invest in your retirement.
The National Pension System, a trusted, flexible and fully digital retirement solution. It's simple to adopt and delivers high returns, helping employees grow their retirement corpus steadily. Smart companies adopt NPS Corporate. Smarter employees ask for it.
NPS जरूरी है.
Future security is teamwork. That's why.
NPS जरूरी है.
Bittu and Kittu.
Same.
Houses, cars.
Same.
Cars same, but how does yours give so much more mileage? Ask this question not just to your car but also to your fuel. Good fuel means better mileage. Petrol at GOBP with international active technology increases mileage up to 100 kilometers per year at no extra cost.
Same.
Today, Uttar Pradesh has become the country's largest and most trusted investment destination. So far, foundation stones have been laid for more than 16,000 projects involving investments exceeding 15 lakh crore. Well-planned initiatives in areas like the defence corridor and electronic manufacturing have helped UP shed its image as a Bimaru state.
सुशासन में ही निवेश सुरक्षित हो सकता है, हमारे युवाओं की आकांक्षाओं की पूर्ति का माध्यम बन सकता है।
Investment and infrastructure development are complementary to each other. UP has a portfolio of 330 infrastructure projects worth 10.48 lakh crore, which is the largest in the country. Of these, 128 projects worth 2.37 lakh crore rupees, that is about 39%, have been completed and commissioned.
उत्तर प्रदेश में आया हुआ 45 लाख करोड़ रुपए का निवेश का प्रस्ताव नौजवानों के लिए नौकरी की गारंटी का दस्तावेज है।
When you're starting with a mutual fund investment, you cannot go with a trend-based mutual fund or a random mutual fund without any thinking.
We have launched a very interesting tool called CRIS. What is that kind of behavior nudge that you're providing?
As a platform, we have actually able to champion our cause.
I think it works very well when people stick to the product and invest with a long-term perspective.
Hello, Moto.
Welcome back, viewers. This is Malika Mishra on NDTV Profit, and you're watching Profit 360, a show that keeps you ahead of all the news and updates. Let's begin with an important commentary. Ace investor Ramesh Damani says that the ship has sailed for most traditional Indian IT companies. He believes that by and large, these companies have become comfortable with providing good old services. The services that provide stable profit margins instead of taking solid risks. Our exclusive conversation with the market legend comes amidst the noise around Anthropic AI and the blow it has had on the entire Indian IT pack. He also prognosticated the employment route of software jobs in India in the coming decade. Further, he also shed light on what really needs to be done to catch up with the ever-evolving pace of artificial intelligence. Let's listen in to a brief portion from our interview with him.
Is this the nth time you've seen the Indian IT companies being written off, or does it feel different this time?
It feels different this time, though. And I've been a big bull and a big beneficiary of the big software boom that has engulfed India for the last 30 years or so. But here's someone sent me a tweet yesterday, which I'll share with you. They said the top Indian 7 software companies are worth about $350 billion. Anthropic is worth $350 billion in itself. Anthropic has 2,000 employees. We have 16 lakh employees. That is the scale of productivity change that is happening in this business. So while I think the business will continue, I think the multiple of these businesses have already been derated and will continue to probably be derated. So I think the world for the last 30, 40 years, ever since I've been in the market, the apex of value in India has always been brands, software, licensing, patent, intellectual property. I think that's about to change. I think the next 10, 20 years will be led by a different set of leaders than what we saw in the post-1992 era.
Now, so I'm going to dig a little deeper on that, because what has been loved about these companies also is that they are cash rich, they give dividends, and they are conservative in their approach. I'm talking about the big ones. You think that something which was seen as a positive now becomes a negative, that they are not moving fast enough or they're being too careful?
I mean, that's been the rap, that these guys are using their cash piles to pay out dividends as opposed to investing in new technology like AI learning models or product development. I think maybe the ship has sailed for these companies in terms of riskability. There are a few innovative companies that are doing that, but by and large, the massive Indian companies are focused on good old services business which brings good stable profit margins. I think it is under threat. I think it also reminds us that nothing is permanent in this world. You know, the business models change and keep evolving.
Ramesh, I wonder if you've thought about the implications if things go the way some people are suggesting, to say that the workforce that you spoke about, the 16 lakh employees, if that needs to be curtailed at some point, the knock-on effects of the destruction of demand here in India in various pockets, maybe even real estate to a certain extent, because I was in Coimbatore just the other day. They say 60-70% of people buying real estate there are IT professionals. Does that have a huge knock-on effect?
See, it's very difficult for me to prognose into the future of how this will go, because it's a bit above my pay scale, to be honest with you. But there's a lot of movement in global capability centers in India, which will take the role of software, so there will be employment there. And there'll be displacement. I don't think there'll be the easy entry-level software jobs that people got graduating from IIT or a technical institute will probably be gone. But they're different jobs. For example, if you were in the 80s, you never heard of someone, you were a bank teller, you never heard of an ATM expert or a YouTube influencer. Sure. All these new jobs keep getting created. So while there is some pessimism regarding the software jobs in India, I think overall the employment will continue to be fine. I would not be too worried about that at this point.
A global recalibration is underway as economic frontiers shift, placing India at the forefront of a new world order. As the nation prepares its next strategic move, the NDTV Profit Conclave brings together policymakers and corporate leaders for dialogues that shape India's growth. Tune in to NDTV Profit on Saturday, February 7th to watch policymakers and leaders decoding policy shifts and outlining how India will chart its economic future.
As tariffs rewrite trade and India's New Deal and the US redefine global alignments, a powerful shake-up is reshaping the global economy. What is India's next strategic move? Join Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and leading global voices as they decode this new economic reality at the NDTV Profit Conclave, making sense of the new world order. India, the real deal. 7 February, New Delhi, only on NDTV Profit.
Agarwal Packers and Movers Limited. Man with the cap. Not 300.
We plan for targets, but do we
define global alignments? A powerful shake-up is reshaping the global economy. What is India's next strategic move? Join Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and leading global voices as they decode this new economic reality at the NDTV Profit Conclave, making sense of the new world order. India, the real deal. 7 February, New Delhi, only on NDTV Profit.
When you're starting with a mutual fund investment, you cannot go with a trend-based mutual fund or a random mutual fund without any thinking.
We have launched a very interesting tool called CRISP. What is that kind of behavior nudge that you're providing?
As a platform, we have actually able to champion our cause.
I think it works very well when people stick to the product and invest with a long-term perspective.
I propose to raise the STT on futures to 0.05% from the present 0.02%.
There's a buzz of a potential hike that could happen when it comes to options STT, and this could be major negative coming in.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफ टाइम, क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी विक्ट्री, मेरी हिस्ट्री, मेरी ग्लोरी। सो कम एंड विटनेस यो यो हनी सिंह, दिस इज माई स्टोरी।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
राष्ट्रपति जी के अभिभाषण पर आभार व्यक्त करने के लिए
This is not correct. Please take your seat. This is not correct. Please take your seat. No. Please take your seat. आप बैठिए प्लीज, आप बैठिए प्लीज। प्राइम मिनिस्टर इज ऑन हिज लेग्स, प्लीज आप बैठिए, प्लीज आप बैठिए।
आदरणीय सभापति जी, इस धन्यवाद प्रस्ताव पर समर्थन के लिए इस सदन में अपनी भावनाओं को व्यक्त करना मैं अपना सौभाग्य मानता हूं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, विकसित भारत की यात्रा में बीते वर्ष देश के तेज प्रगति से विकास के वर्ष रहे हैं।
Nothing will go on record except Prime Minister's
जीवन
speech.
के हर क्षेत्र में, समाज के हर वर्ग को उनके जीवन में परिवर्तन का एक कालखंड रहा है। एक सही दिशा में तेज गति से देश आगे बढ़ रहा है। आदरणीय राष्ट्रपति जी ने ही बढ़िया तरीके से पूरी संवेदनशीलता के साथ उन्होंने
दिस इज नॉट करेक्ट,
इस विषय को
सीट योर सीट
हम सबके सामने प्रस्तुत किया है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, मेरी एक प्रार्थना है, आदरणीय खड़गे जी की उम्र देखते हुए वो बैठ करके भी नारे बोल सकते हैं तो अच्छा होगा, ताकि उनको कष्ट न हो। पीछे नौजवान बहुत लोग हैं, तो खड़गे जी को आप बैठते बैठते भी
व्हेन यू आर स्पीकिंग दे आर लिसनिंग, यू आर
नारे बोलने की अनुमति दे दीजिए। आदरणीय सभापति जी, राष्ट्रपति जी ने इस देश के मध्यम वर्ग, इस देश के निम्न मध्यम वर्ग, इस देश के गरीब, इस देश के गांव, इस देश के किसान, महिलाएं, विज्ञान हो, प्रौद्योगिकी हो, कृषि हो, सभी विषयों को लेकर के बहुत ही विस्तार से भारत के प्रगति का एक स्वर संसद में गूंजा है। देश के नौजवान भारत के सामर्थ्य को कैसे आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं, इसकी भी विस्तार से चर्चा की है। हर वर्ग के सामर्थ्य को उन्होंने शब्दांकित किया है, और इतना ही नहीं, आदरणीय राष्ट्रपति जी ने भारत के उज्जवल भविष्य के प्रति एक विश्वास व्यक्त किया है। ये अपने आप में हम सबके लिए प्रेरक है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, 21वीं सदी का प्रथम क्वार्टर पूरा हो चुका है, लेकिन ये दूसरा क्वार्टर जैसे पिछली शताब्दी में भारत की आजादी के जंग में दूसरा क्वार्टर बहुत ही निर्णायक बना था। मैं साफ साफ देख रहा हूं कि विकसित भारत के निर्माण की दिशा में ये दूसरा क्वार्टर भी उतना ही सामर्थ्यवान होने वाला है, उतना ही तेज गति से आगे बढ़ने वाला है। और इसलिए आदरणीय सभापति जी, राष्ट्र का हर व्यक्ति ये महसूस कर रहा है कि एक अहम पड़ाव पर हम पहुंच चुके हैं। अब न हमें रुकना है, न हमें पीछे मुड़ करके देखना है। हमें आगे ही आगे देखना है, गति से चलना है, और लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करके ही हमें सांस लेनी है। उस दिशा में हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं।
Nothing should go on record except to the Prime Minister's speech.
आदरणीय सभापति जी, वर्तमान में अगर हम देखें तो तो भारत के भाग्य के अनेक सुयोग एक साथ हमें नसीब हुए। ये अपने आप में बहुत ही उत्तम संयोग है, ऐसा मैं मानता हूं। सबसे बड़ी बात है, विश्व के समृद्ध से समृद्ध देश भी बुजुर्ग होते जा रहे हैं। वहां की आबादी उम्र के उस पड़ाव पर पहुंची है हम जिन्हें बुजुर्ग के रूप में जानते हैं। हमारा देश ऐसा है जो विकास की नई ऊंचाइयां छू रहा है। उसी समय दिनों दिन हमारा देश युवा होता जा रहा है, युवा आबादी वाला देश है। ये अपने आप में एक बहुत अच्छा सुयोग है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, दूसरी तरफ मैं देख रहा हूं जिस प्रकार से विश्व का भारत के प्रति आकर्षण बढ़ा है, और उसमें भी विश्व भारत की टैलेंट का महात्म्य समझ रहा है। हमारे पास आज दुनिया का बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण टैलेंट पूल है, युवा टैलेंट पूल है, जिसके पास सपने भी हैं, संकल्प भी हैं, सामर्थ्य भी है। और इसलिए ये दूसरा सुयोग है। शक्ति का आशीर्वाद हमारे साथ है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, भारत आज विश्व में जो चुनौतियां पैदा हो रही हैं, उन चुनौतियों का समाधान देने वाला एक देश आशा की किरण बना हुआ है, और हम समाधान दे रहे हैं। वैसा ही एक महत्वपूर्ण सुयोग है कि आज मेजर इकोनॉमी में भारत का ग्रोथ बहुत हाई है, और हाई ग्रोथ और लो इन्फ्लेशन ये बहुत ही यूनिक संयोग है, और ये हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था की मजबूती को प्रदर्शित करता है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, हम जिस गति से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, जब हमें देश की जनता ने सेवा करने का मौका दिया, तब फ्रेजाइल 5 के रूप में ये देश जाना जाता था। जब हमें अवसर मिला, तब देश आजाद हुआ, तब हम दुनिया में 6 नंबर की इकोनॉमी थे। लेकिन इन लोगों ने ऐसा एक हाल करके रखा कि 11 पे पहुंचा दिया। आज हम 3 पर जाने की दिशा में तेज गति से। आदरणीय सभापति जी, आज कोई भी सेक्टर देश कीजिए, चाहे साइंस हो, चाहे स्पेस हो, चाहे स्पोर्ट्स हो, हर क्षेत्र में आज भारत एक कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ, आत्मविश्वास से भरा हुआ भारत है। कोविड के बाद विश्व में जो स्थितियां पैदा हुई और ऐसी नई नई चीजें जुड़ती गई, आज दुनिया संभल नहीं पा रही है। ऐसे में साफ साफ नजर आ रहा है कि दुनिया एक नए ग्लोबल ऑर्डर की तरफ, नए वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर की तरफ आगे बढ़ रहा है। सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर के बाद एक वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर बना था, अब एक नए वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर की तरफ विश्व बहुत तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है। और सबसे बड़ी खुशी की बात है सारी घटनाओं का अराजनीतिक तरीके से निष्पक्ष भाव से विश्लेषण करेंगे तो झुकाव भारत की तरफ। विश्व मित्र के रूप में, विश्व बंधु के रूप में आज भारत अनेक देशों का विश्वस्त पार्टनर बना है और हम कंधे से कंधा मिला करके विश्व कल्याण की दिशा में भी अपनी उचित भूमिका निभा रहे हैं, अपने सामर्थ्य से सहाय भी कर रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, आज पूरा विश्व ग्लोबल साउथ की चर्चा करता है, लेकिन उस चर्चा के सूत्रधार के रूप में आज भारत वैश्विक मंचों पर ग्लोबल साउथ की बुलंद आवाज बन गया है। अनेक देशों के साथ आज भारत फ्यूचर रेडी ट्रेड डील्स कर रहा है। पिछले कुछ ही समय में दुनिया के महत्वपूर्ण 9 बड़े देशों के साथ 9 बड़े हमारे ट्रेड डील हुए हैं और उसमें मदर ऑफ ऑल डील एक साथ 27 देशों के साथ, यूरोपियन यूनियन के साथ। जो लोग थक गए, बेचारे चले गए, लेकिन कभी न कभी उनको जवाब देना पड़ेगा कि देश की ऐसी हालत कैसे बना के रखी थी कि दुनिया का कोई देश हमसे डील करने के लिए आगे नहीं आता था। आपने कोशिश की होगी, पीछे 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 बहुत चक्कर लगाए होंगे, लेकिन किसी ने आपकी तरफ देखा भी नहीं होगा। क्या स्थिति ऐसे पैदा है? दुनिया के देश ऐसे ही भारत के साथ डील नहीं कर रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, इसके पीछे सबसे बड़ी बात डेवलप कंट्रीज एक डेवलपिंग कंट्री के साथ डील करता है ना, वो अपने आप में भी अर्थ जगत के लिए बहुत बड़ा और मेरे लिए नई बात नहीं है। जब मुझे गुजरात में सेवा करने का अवसर मिला था तो मैं एक वाइब्रेंट गुजरात समिट करता था और मेरे लिए गर्व की बात थी कि एक स्टेट, हिंदुस्तान का एक स्टेट, मेरी इस वाइब्रेंट समिट के पार्टनर कंट्री, डेवलप कंट्री जापान हुआ करता था। एक राज्य ने सामर्थ्य दिखाया था, आज मेरा देश है सामर्थ्य दिखा रहा है। ये तब होता है जब आपके पास आर्थिक सामर्थ्य हो, आपके पास आपके नागरिकों के अंदर, देशवासियों में एक ऊर्जा हो और खास करके मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के लिए एक मजबूत इकोसिस्टम हो, तब जाकर के विश्व आपके साथ डील करने के लिए आगे आता है। वोट बैंक की राजनीति में डूबे हुए लोगों ने कभी भी देश के ऐसे अनेक पहलुओं पर मजबूती देनी चाहिए, ये कभी उनकी प्राथमिकता नहीं रही और उसी का परिणाम है। और जहां तक कांग्रेस पार्टी का सवाल है, मैं साफ साफ कहना चाहता हूं और मेरे शब्दों पे भरोसा नहीं तो मैं देश को लोगों कहूं कुछ मत करो, सिर्फ लाल किले से कांग्रेस के प्रधानमंत्रियों के जो भाषण है, सिर्फ उन भाषणों का एनालिसिस कर लो, आपको साफ साफ लगेगा कि न उनके पास कोई सोच थी, न उनके पास कोई विजन था और न ही कोई इच्छा शक्ति थी। और इसका परिणाम है कि देश को इतना भुगतना पड़ा। आदरणीय सभापति जी, मैं कोटि कोटि देशवासियों का आभारी हूं। उन्होंने सेवा करने का अवसर दिया। हमारी काफी शक्ति उनकी गलतियों को ठीक करने में जा रही है। दुनिया के मन में जो उनके समय की छवि है, उस छवि को धोने में मेरी ताकत लगती है। ऐसा बर्बाद करके रखा हुआ था। और इस काम के लिए हमने फ्यूचर रेडी पॉलिसीज पर बल दिया है। और आज आपने देखा होगा, देश नीति के आधार पर चल रहा है, पॉलिसीज के आधार पर चल रहा है। एडवोकेज्म को हमने त्याग कर दिया है और उसके कारण विश्व का विश्वास बनता है। हमने रिफॉर्म, परफॉर्म, ट्रांसफॉर्म के मंत्र को लेकर के आगे बढ़े और आज स्थिति ऐसी है कि देश रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस पर सवार हो चुका है। हमने स्ट्रक्चरल रिफॉर्म्स किए हैं, प्रोसेस से जुड़े रिफॉर्म्स किए हैं, पॉलिसीज में रिफॉर्म किए हैं। हमारा मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर, हमारे उद्यमी ये सशक्त हो, भारत की हर चीज का वैल्यू एडिशन हो, उस दिशा में हमने प्रयास किया है। और मैं आज विश्वास के साथ कह सकता हूं, आज भारत विश्व के साथ स्पर्धा करने के लिए पूरी तरह तैयार है। जब मैं विश्व के सीईओ फोरम की समिट देखता हूं, आज दुनिया हमारे उद्यमियों को समानता के रूप में देखती है। और जब पिछले दिनों सभी दलों के डेलीगेशन विश्व में गए थे, ये भाव उन्होंने भी अनुभव किया और आकर के मुझे सभी दल के माननीय सांसदों ने अपने अनुभव बता रहे थे, बड़ा गर्व से कह रहे थे कि हाँ, बराबरी से बात हो रही है। ये हमारे लिए अपने आप में बात है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, एमएसएमई का बहुत बड़ा नेटवर्क जितना सामर्थ्यवान होता है, वो लंबे अरसे तक इकोनॉमी को एक ताकत देता है। हमने उस दिशा में बल दिया और हमने कई रिफॉर्म्स किए हैं। आज हमारे एमएसएमई नेटवर्क पर दुनिया का भरोसा बढ़ रहा है। बड़े बड़े हो सकता है हम हवाई जहाज नहीं बनाते होंगे, लेकिन कई हवाई जहाज है जिसमें कई पुर्जे मेरे देश के छोटे छोटे एमएसएमई बना रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, देश में हुए इन प्रयासों का नतीजा सबके सामने है। बड़े बड़े देश भारत के साथ व्यापारिक संबंध बनाने के लिए बहुत ही आतुर है। यूरोपीय संघ का ट्रेड डील हो, अमेरिका के साथ अभी हुआ जो ट्रेड डील हो, और कल हमारे पीयूष जी ने सदन में विस्तृत जानकारी भी दी है। और पूरा विश्व खुल करके इस ट्रेड डील का तारीफ कर रहा है। और उसमें जब यूरोपियन यूनियन के साथ ट्रेड डील हुआ तो विश्व को भरोसा हुआ कि अब वैश्विक स्तर पर स्थिरता की संभावना बढ़ेगी। अमेरिका के साथ ट्रेड डील होने के बाद विश्व को और भरोसा हो गया कि जो स्थिरता की एहसास हो रहा था, अब गति का भी एहसास होने लगा है। अब विश्व के लिए शुभ संकेत है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, इसका सबसे बड़ा लाभ हमारे देश के नौजवानों को होगा। और जब मैं नौजवान कहता हूं तो उसमें मध्यम वर्ग का भी नौजवान होता है, शहर का नौजवान भी होता है, गांव का नौजवान भी होता है, बेटा भी होती है, बेटी भी होती है, और इसलिए उसे टुकड़ों में न देखा जाए। मेरे देश के युवा के सामर्थ्य का हमें गौरव करना चाहिए और उनके लिए पूरा विश्व बाजार अब खुल चुका है। अब उनके लिए अवसर ही अवसर है और मैं उनको कहता हूं, आइए दोस्तों, मैं आपके साथ कंधे से कंधा मिला करके खड़ा हूं, हिम्मत कीजिए, बढ़िए, देश आपके साथ खड़ा है और दुनिया आपका स्वागत करने के लिए इंतजार कर रही है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जिस प्रकार से दुनिया में हमारे युवा प्रोफेशनल्स की मांग बढ़ रही है, इवन केयर गिवर्स की मांग बढ़ रही है, हर कोई मिलता है हमें इस प्रकार के लोग चाहिए। इस प्रकार कुछ लोग तो अपना स्पेशल ऑफिस यहां बना रहे हैं रिक्रूट करने के लिए, योग्य टैलेंट की खोज के लिए। इसका मतलब हुआ कि भारत के प्रोफेशनल्स के लिए भी विश्व में बहुत बड़े अवसर बन रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संसद का उच्च सदन ये एक प्रकार से राज्यों का प्रतिनिधित्व करता है और जो चर्चा की बारीकियां मैंने देखी, मेरा मन कहता है कि थोड़ा स्तर इसका ऊपर होना चाहिए था और वहां से तो ज्यादा होना चाहिए। वो तो कितने साल तक सरकारों में रहे हैं, वहां से जरा चर्चा का स्तर ऊंचा होना चाहिए था, लेकिन उन्होंने ये मौका भी गंवा दिया। देश उन पर कैसे भरोसा कर सके रहे। आदरणीय सभापति जी, मैं कल एक माननीय सदस्य को सुन रहा था, यूं तो वो अपने आप को राजा कहलाने में बहुत गर्व करते हैं, लेकिन वे आर्थिक असमानता की चर्चा कर रहे थे। बताइए, जो खुद को राजा माने और वो आर्थिक असमानता की बात करे, सबको लगता है कि क्या यही देखने के बाकी रह गए थे क्या? आदरणीय सभापति जी, हमारे टीएमसी के साथियों ने काफी कुछ कहा, जरा खुद तो अपने गरेबा में देखें। निर्मम सरकार पतन के जितने भी पैरामीटर्स हैं, उन सब पैरामीटर्स में नए नए रिकॉर्ड बनाते जा रहे हैं और यहां उपदेश दे रहे हैं। क्या हाल करके रखा हुआ है। ऐसी निर्मम सरकार से वहां के लोगों का भविष्य अंधकार के अंदर डूब रहा है, लेकिन इनको कोई परवाह नहीं है, सत्ता सुख के सिवाय कोई आकांक्षा नहीं, और वे यहां उपदेश देते हैं। घुसपैठ, दुनिया का समृद्ध से समृद्ध देश भी अपने यहां गैर कानूनी नागरिकों को बाहर निकाल रहा है। हमारे देश में घुसपैठियों को बचाने के लिए अदालतों को तब तक प्रेशर पैदा किया जा रहा है। मेरे देश का नौजवान कैसे ऐसे लोगों को माफ करेगा जो घुसपैठियों की वकालत करने के लिए ताकत लगा रहे हैं। और घुसपैठिए मेरे देश के नौजवानों के हक छीन रहे हैं, उनकी रोजी रोटी छीन रहे हैं, आदिवासियों की जमीन छीन रहे हैं, बेटे बेटियों के जिंदगी पर खतरे पैदा हो रहे हैं। लेकिन उनके लिए महिलाओं पर अत्याचार होते रहे। सत्ता नीति के सिवाय कुछ करना नहीं, और वो यहां पर हमें उपदेश दे रहे हैं। और ऐसे चिंताजनक सभी विषयों पर आंखें मूंद करके बैठे हुए वो लोग हैं। एक हमारे माननीय सदस्य काफी कुछ बोल रहे थे, जिनकी पूरी सरकार शराब में डूब गई, जिनके शीश महल घर घर में नफरत का कारण बन गए, और शायद उनको ब्लैक शब्द ज्यादा पसंद है। हर एक अपना अपना एक भूतकाल होता है। पता नहीं ब्लैक के साथ उनका क्या पुराना रिश्ता है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ऐसे सभी साथियों से मैं आज जरूर कहूंगा, तुम कितना दुनिया को धोखा दोगे, तुम कितना दुनिया को धोखा दोगे। आईना देख लिया तो अपनी सच्चाई कहां छिपाओगे। कांग्रेस हो, टीएमसी हो, डीएमके हो, लेफ्ट हो, ये दशकों से केंद्र में सत्ता में रहे हैं, सत्ता के भागीदार रहे हैं। राज्यों में भी उनको सरकारें चलाने का अवसर मिला है, लेकिन उनकी पहचान क्या बनी है। आज डील की चर्चा होती है तो गौरव से कहते हैं, तब डील की चर्चा होती थी तो बॉफोर्स डील याद आता था। ये डील होते थे। उन्होंने सिर्फ जेब भरने का काम किया। नागरिकों के जीवन में बदलाव आना उनकी प्राथमिकता नहीं थी। आदरणीय सभापति जी, मैं कुछ उदाहरणों के साथ भी बात बताना चाहता हूं, क्योंकि यहाँ चर्चा में ये सारे विषय आए हैं और इसलिए मुझे कहना बहुत जरूरी है। अब एक उदाहरण देता हूं मैं बैंकिंग सेक्टर का। बैंकिंग सेक्टर एक प्रकार का अर्थव्यवस्था की ग्रिड होता है। 2014 से पहले फोन बैंकिंग का कालखंड था। नेता के फोन जाते थे और उसके आधार पर करोड़ों रुपया दे दिए जाते थे, और गरीबों को तो बैंकों में दुत्कार मिलती थी, नफरत होती थी। देश की 50% से ज्यादा आबादी बैंक के दरवाजे तक नहीं देख पाई थी। कांग्रेस के नेताओं के फोन पर अरबों रुपये लोगों को दे दिए गए, और जो ले जाते थे वो अपनी पर्सनल प्रॉपर्टी मान करके पैसे हजम कर जाते थे। यही खेल चलता रहा। कांग्रेस और यूपीए के राज में, और आज जो इंडी अलायंस बन करके बैठे हैं, उनके राज में बैंकिंग व्यवस्था तबाही के कगार पर खड़ी थी। मैं नया प्रधानमंत्री के पद का दायित्व मुझे मिला, मैं एक देश के मुखिया से मैं मिला, ऐसे ही बात कर रहा था। मैंने कहा बैंकिंग की दृष्टि से हम कुछ आगे बढ़ना चाहिए। उन्होंने पहले एक बार साहब जरा अभी आप नए हो, आपके बैंकों की व्यवस्था का अध्ययन कर लीजिए। हम कैसे हिम्मत करें। एक देश के नेता ने कोई ये जानकारियां थी, उसने मुझे बताया, यहां इनको कोई परवाह ही नहीं। यानी एक प्रकार से उन्होंने जिस प्रकार से बैंकिंग व्यवस्था को, एनपीए के पहाड़ खड़े हो गए थे। जहां भी देखो चर्चा चलती थी, एनपीए का क्या होगा, एनपीए का क्या होगा, कैसे बचेंगे। आदरणीय सभापति जी, चुनौती बड़ी थी, लेकिन हमने समझदारी से काम दिया। बैंकिंग व्यवस्था के सब कर्ता धर्ताओं को विश्वास में लिया। रिफॉर्म की आवश्यकता थी, हिम्मत के साथ रिफॉर्म किए, पारदर्शी व्यवस्था बनाई, ढेर सारे बैंकिंग रिफॉर्म्स हुए, और जो सरकारी बैंक दुर्बल हो चुकी थी, ठीक नहीं चल पाती थी, उसको हमने बड़ी बैंक के साथ मर्जर कर दिया। और मुझे याद है किसी एक महाशय, बड़े अपने आप को विद्वान मानने वाले, लिखा था, अगर मोदी सरकार बैंकों में ये कर ले तो हिंदुस्तान का बहुत बड़ा रिफॉर्म हो जाएगा। वो काम मैंने आते ही कर दिए थे। आदरणीय सभापति जी, और इन सारी चीजों का नतीजा हुआ बैंकों में जो बीमारी घर कर गई थी, उस बीमारी से बैंकों को मुक्ति मिली। बैंकों का स्वास्थ्य सुधरा, लगातार सुधरा, अभी भी तेजी से आगे दौड़ रहे हैं। और बैंकिंग का जब स्वास्थ्य सुधरा तो लेन देन का कारोबार भी उनका बढ़ा, लोगों को पैसे मिलने लगे, सामान्य व्यक्ति को पैसे मिले। ऐसे ऐसे गरीब लोगों को लोन मिले जिनके लिए कभी बैंक के दरवाजे बनते बेचारा दूर से देख करके उसे जाना पड़ता था। आज मुद्रा योजना जो देश के नौजवान को अपने पैरों पर खड़े रहने की ताकत देता है, मुद्रा योजना जो स्वरोजगार की प्रेरणा देता है, लेकिन स्वरोजगार के भाषण के काम नहीं होता है, उसका हाथ पकड़ना पड़ता है, उसको साथ देना पड़ता है, उसको सहाय देनी पड़ती है। और हमने मुद्रा योजना के साथ द्वारा 30 लाख करोड़ रुपया ₹30 से ज्यादा लोन मुद्रा योजना के माध्यम से और बिना गारंटी देश के नौजवानों के हाथ में दिया और उन्होंने अपने कारोबार को आगे बढ़ाया। और गर्व की बात है, उसमें बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में माताएं बहनें भी हकदार बनी, इसकी लाभार्थी। सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप, इन दिनों ग्रामीण महिलाएं बड़े सपने देखती हैं, खुद अपने पैरों पर खड़ा होना चाहती थी। विमेन सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप का हमने विस्तार तो किया ही किया, लेकिन 10 करोड़ बहनों को हमने सीधी आर्थिक मदद की व्यवस्था की। हमारे एमएसएमई सेक्टर को हमने भरपूर लोन दी और मैं आज बड़े संतोष के साथ, बड़ी जिम्मेवारी के साथ इस पवित्र सदन में कहना चाहता हूं, हमने एनपीए जिसके पहाड़ हुआ करते थे 2014 के पहले, आज उसको हमने नीचे निम्न स्तर पर ला करके खड़ा कर दिया। आज एनपीए 1% से भी नीचे है। ये अपने आप में बैंकों के स्वास्थ्य के लिए बहुत उत्तम काम हमने किया। मैंने इतना ही नहीं, हमारे बैंकों का प्रॉफिट आज रिकॉर्ड पर है, हाई रिकॉर्ड है उसके। ये अपने आप में देश की अर्थव्यवस्था को ताकत देने के लिए, बैंकिंग व्यवस्था मजबूत होती है तो बाकी अर्थव्यवस्था को भी मजबूती मिलती है। उस काम को कहेगा आदरणीय सभापति जी। मैं एक और उदाहरण देना चाहता हूं। हमारे पीएसयूज, आमतौर पर पीएसयूज के संबंध में मान्यता बन चुकी थी, वो बनते ही हैं बीमार होने के लिए, वो बनते ही हैं बर्बाद होने के लिए, वो बनते ही हैं बंद होने के लिए। हमने इस पूरी मानसिकता को हकीकतों के आधार पर बदलने में सफलता प्राप्त की है। और ये लोग पीएसयूज को लेकर के कितनी गलत बातें फैलाते थे। अर्बन नक्सल की तरह ऐसे पीएसयूज के दरवाजे के बाहर मजदूरों की मीटिंग करके भड़काने का पाप करते थे, गुमराह करने का काम करते थे। इन्होंने LIC, स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया और भी HAL, ऐसे हर एक को बड़ा भला बुरा हो रहा, इतना भद्दे तरीके से। जब उनकी सरकार थी तब तो ये इन चीजों को संभाल नहीं पाते थे, उसको कुछ कर भी नहीं पाते थे। आदरणीय सभापति जी, हमने इसमें भी हिम्मत दिखाई। हमने पीएसयूज के संबंध में भी रिफॉर्म्स किए, रिफॉर्म्स की लगातार परंपरा चलाई। आज LIC बेस्ट तरीके से उसने पूरे कार्यकाल में अपना LIC का जन्म हुआ तब तक उत्तम से उत्तम परफॉर्मेंस का कालखंड उसका गुजर रहा है। जिन पीएसयूज को कांग्रेस के नेता ताले लगवाने की कगार पर पहुंच चुका था, और उसी पर अपनी राजनीतिक रोटी सेकने का प्रयास भी किया गया था। आज हमारे पीएसयूज रिकॉर्ड प्रॉफिट पर हैं। इतना ही नहीं, वे अपने परफॉर्मेंस से मेक इन इंडिया को भी गति दे रहे हैं। मेक इन इंडिया का जो सपना है उसका पूरा करने में वे भी एक बहुत बड़े कैटलिस्ट एजेंट के रूप में आज भूमिका अदा कर रहे हैं। रिकॉर्ड संख्या में रोजगार बना रहे हैं। इतना ही नहीं, हमारे कुछ पीएसयूज आज विश्व के अंदर जा रहे हैं, विश्व में भी अपनी ताकत दिखा रहे हैं, विश्व के साथ जुड़ रहे हैं, दुनिया के कई देशों की विकास यात्रा में वो भागीदार बन रहे हैं। आज हमारे पीएसयूज को बहुत बड़े बड़े ऑर्डर देश से भी और देश के बाहर से भी मिलने लगे हैं। ये अपने आप में मैं जो कहता हूं ना, एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण पड़ाव पर ये देश से 25 साल है, उसका संकेत यहां नजर आता है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, कांग्रेस ने विश्वासघात करने के विषय में भी हमारे देश के अन्नदाता को भी नहीं छोड़ा। इस देश में 10 करोड़ किसान ऐसे हैं जिनके पास 2 हेक्टेयर से भी कम जमीन है, छोटे किसान हैं। उनकी तरफ कभी परवाह नहीं की गई, उनकी तरफ कभी देखा नहीं गया, नहीं उनके दिमाग में ये छोटे किसानों का कोई महात्मा था। उनको लगता है कुछ बड़े लोगों को संभाल लिया तो गाड़ी चल जाएगी, और यही राजनीति करते रहे। आदरणीय सभापति जी, हमारे दिल में छोटे किसान के प्रति एक दर्द था। हम जमीनी हकीकतों से परिचित थे और उसी के कारण हम पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि योजना लेकर गए। और आप इतने कम समय में हमारे इन छोटे किसानों के खाते में 4 लाख करोड़ रुपया हमने दिया है। 4 लाख करोड़ रुपया आंकड़ा छोटा नहीं होता है आदरणीय सभापति जी। और उसने हमारे छोटे किसानों को एक नई ताकत दी है, नए सपने देखने का सामर्थ्य दिया है। और मुझे पक्का विश्वास है कि हमारा किसान उस दिशा में जरूर भारत की आशा अपेक्षा के अनुरूप परिणाम देगा। आदरणीय सभापति जी, यहां कुछ साथियों ने इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के संबंध में शिकायतों का भाषण काफी किए। शायद वो तय करके आए थे कि ऐसा ऐसा बोलना है, तो इसमें तो उनका ऐलान दिखता था, बाकी में तो नहीं दिखता है। आदरणीय सभापति, जब ये इम्प्लीमेंटेशन को लेकर के इतनी बड़ी बड़ी बातें करते हैं, मैं एक जरा किस्सा सुनाता हूं। मैं किसी का भला बुरा कहने के लिए नहीं कर रहा हूं, मैं सिर्फ हकीकतें रख रहा हूं। परेशानी जिनको होगी उनको होगी, लेकिन तथ्य तो तथ्य ही होते हैं। हमारे देश के एक नेता हिमाचल प्रदेश के दौरे पर गए थे और वहां से आने के बाद उन्होंने खुद ने ये घटना कहीं सुनाई, रिकॉर्ड पर उपलब्ध है। उसमें उन्होंने कहा, उस नेता ने क्या कहा, मैं उन्हीं के शब्द पढ़ रहा हूं। काफी लंबे समय तक मुझे योजना आयोग से संघर्ष करना पड़ा, क्योंकि वे पहाड़ी क्षेत्रों के लिए अलग योजनाएं बनाने को तैयार ही नहीं थे। मैं हिमाचल प्रदेश गई थी, जब मैं वापस आई तो मैंने योजना आयोग में कहा कि हमारे कामदारों को, वर्कर्स को जीप की जरूरत नहीं है, बल्कि खच्चरों की आवश्यकता है, ताकि कम से कम उन पर सामान आदि लादा जा सके। आगे उन्होंने कहा, लेकिन मुझे बताया गया हम पैसा तो जीप के लिए ही देंगे, क्योंकि खच्चरों के लिए पैसे देने की पॉलिसी नहीं है। इसी भाषण में आगे वो कहती हैं, अब वहां सड़कें ही नहीं थी। उनका कहने का कारण यह था कि हिमाचल में जहां वो गई वहां सड़कें ही नहीं थी। अब वहां सड़कें ही नहीं थी तो फिर उस पर जीप का क्या लाभ हो सकता है? जीप लेकर के कौन जाएगा जहां रोड नहीं है? लेकिन उस समय योजना आयोग का जोर था या तो जीप या तो कुछ भी नहीं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये भाषण किसी और का नहीं, ये कांग्रेस के वरिष्ठ नेता और तत्कालीन प्रधानमंत्री इंदिरा गांधी का भाषण है। कांग्रेस के लंबे शासनकाल में यही कार्यशैली रही, और जिसको इंदिरा जी खुद जानती भी थी कि ये पाप चल रहा है, लेकिन इस कार्य संस्कृति को सुधारने के लिए उन्होंने कोई कदम नहीं उठाया। और इंदिरा गांधी जिस प्लानिंग कमीशन की धज्जियां उड़ा रही थी, उसके जन्मदाता उनके स्वयं के पिताजी थे। और प्लानिंग कमीशन को बना और इंदिरा जी ने जब कहा, उसके बीच में 2 दशक बज चुके थे, लेकिन हाल यही था। और 2014 तक सब दुखी थे, सब परेशान थे, सब गलती देख रहे थे, लेकिन सुधार करने की तैयारी नहीं। 2014 के बाद जब आपने हमें मौका और कांग्रेस ने जिस प्रकार से प्लानिंग कमीशन अटकाना लटकाना भटकाना वाली कार्यशैली बना दी थी, 2014 में जब हमें मौका मिला तो हमने आकर के काम किया, प्लानिंग कमीशन को खत्म कर दिया और नीति आयोग को। आज नीति आयोग बहुत तेज गति से काम कर रहा है। अब देखिए एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट, वो भी एक बड़ा प्रेरक उदाहरण है। और मैं तो देख रहा हूं कि डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज के लिए, विकास के लिए एक मॉडल के रूप में वैश्विक संस्थाएं इसको अनुमोदन दे रही है। ये एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट की ये सफलता बनी है। देश के कई जिले ऐसे थे जिसको पिछड़े मान करके छोड़ दिया गया था, और वहां करोड़ों लोगों की जो मौलिक जरूरतें थी उसको भी नकार दिया गया था। उनको तो ऐसे ही जीने के लिए मजबूर कर दिया गया था। और जो पिछड़े इलाके थे वो और पिछड़े होते गए और बर्बादी आती गई। और हालत तो सरकार में ऐसी थी कि जब किसी को पनिशमेंट ट्रांसफर करनी होती थी, पनिशमेंट पोस्टिंग देना होता, तो ऐसे ही जिलों में भेजा जाता था ताकि और खराब करे वो। ये हाल बन गया था, ये वर्कल्चर बन गया था। हमने इस स्थिति को बदला। सबसे पहला आग्रह किया, यंग होनहार अफसरों को लगाया जाएगा और पूरा 3 साल का मौका उसको दिया जाए काम करने का। एक के बाद हम निर्णय किए, और आज देखिए किसी समय छत्तीसगढ़ का हमारा बस्तर एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट में था, आज वो बस्तर पूरे देश में बस्तर ओलंपिक के नाम से चर्चा में है। आज विकास की धारा बस्तर के गांव-गांव पहुंच रही है। अभी कुछ गांवों में पहली बार बस देखी, पूरे गांव ने उत्सव मनाया बस्तर में। ये परिस्थितियां छोड़ करके गए हुए हैं लोग, और यहां पर पता नहीं किस प्रकार से देश को कहां ले जाना चाहते हैं लोग। आदरणीय सभापति जी, इंप्लीमेंटेशन क्या होता है, ये एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट एक बहुत बड़ा शानदार उदाहरण है। ऐसे तो सैकड़ों उदाहरण हैं, लेकिन मैं कहने के लिए इसको उल्लेख कर रहा हूं। कांग्रेस के हमारे साथियों को ये जो बदलाव आ रहा है उसमें इम्प्लीमेंटेशन नजर नहीं आ रहा है। और उनका तो एक ही वो प्लानिंग कमीशन वाला मॉडल है, जीप और खच्चर वाला मॉडल, यही वो लोग जानते हैं, उससे आगे कुछ नहीं जानते। और ये इम्प्लीमेंटेशन कैसे करते हैं? मेरा जन्म नहीं हुआ था उसके पहले सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल ने नर्मदा नदी पर बांध बांधने की कल्पना की। विषय तो पक्का हो गया, सरदार साहब नहीं रहे, खैर नेहरू जी ने शिलान्यास किया। अब इम्प्लीमेंटेशन देखिए इनको। मेरा जन्म नहीं हुआ था जब इसकी कल्पना की गई थी, और प्रधानमंत्री बनने के बाद मैंने उसका उद्घाटन किया, ये हाल है। और उनका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन देखिए, मुझे मुख्यमंत्री रहते हुए 3 दिन अनशन पर बैठना पड़ा था नर्मदा सरदार सरोवर डैम के लिए, मेरे राज्य के किसानों के लिए। मैंने अपने आप को दांव पर लगा दिया था, तब जाकर के भारत सरकार को झुकना पड़ा, और तब जाकर के सरदार सरोवर डैम के कंस्ट्रक्शन को गति मिली, और यहां मैं पहुंचा तब मुझे उसका उद्घाटन करने का सौभाग्य मिला। और आज कच्छ तक हावड़ा बीएसएफ के लोग जहां बैठते हैं वहां तक नर्मदा का शुद्ध पानी पीने के लिए पहुंच रहा है। इम्प्लीमेंटेशन क्या होता है? और यहां पर इम्प्लीमेंट किसी ने शब्द पकड़ा दिया, हर एक के मुंह से वही निकल रहा था। हमने कांग्रेस की कार्यशैली को बदलने के लिए, जब मैंने देखा कई ऐसे काम थे अटके पड़े हुए, कोई पूछने वाला नहीं थे फाइलों में, और पॉलिटिकल फायदे के लिए अनाउंसमेंट कर दिए, दिए जला दिए, पत्थर लगा दिए, करना कुछ नहीं। आखिरकार मैंने एक टेक्नोलॉजी वाला प्लेटफॉर्म बनाया यहां आकर के, प्रगति के नाम से। ये प्रगति प्लेटफॉर्म का मैं उदाहरण देता हूं, आप हैरान हो जाएंगे। मुझे एग्जैक्ट याद नहीं है, लेकिन शायद हिमाचल में एक ट्रेन उन्होंने पार्लियामेंट में घोषित की थी, शायद ऊना और कोई। मेरे आने तक वो कागज पर भी उसका ड्राइंग नहीं बना था, बताओ, और चुनाव जीतने के लिए वो घोषणा कर दी। प्रगति के अंदर मेरे सामने विषय आया, ऐसे कई विषय मेरे सामने आए, और उस प्रगति के अंदर हमने एक एक प्रोजेक्ट क्यों अटके हुए, कॉस्ट किस डिपार्टमेंट की काम में क्या मुसीबत आई है, किसने गलत तरीके से इसको आगे बढ़ाया, और बजट तो बढ़ता ही गया था। जो योजना 900 करोड़ में होनी थी वो 90,000 करोड़ तक पहुंच जाए, ये हाल करके रख दिया था इन्होंने। हमने एक टेक्नोलॉजी प्लेटफॉर्म बनाया, हर महीने बैठा, अभी मैंने 50वां एपिसोड पूरा किया उस मीटिंग का, और लगातार उस काम करते करते और संबंधित राज्यों को भी बिठाया, उनकी कठिनाइयों को भी समझा, उसके इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में कौन मिनिस्ट्री का परेशानी हो रही है, किस स्टेट की परेशानी हो रही है, किस कानून की परेशानी हो रही है, हर एक की बारीकी से देखा। और आज मैं गर्व से कह सकता हूं कि इस प्रगति के इम्प्लीमेंटेशन को बारीकी से प्रधानमंत्री के स्तर पर देखे जाने के कारण 85 लाख करोड़ रुपीस का काम को गति मिली। 85 लाख करोड़ रुपीस के काम, आप कल्पना कीजिए, देश की कितनी बड़ी शक्ति को अनलॉक किया हमने। इम्प्लीमेंटेशन कैसे होता है ये हमने करके देखा है। रेल हो, रोड हो, सिंचाई हो, ग्रामीण कोई व्यवस्था का काम हो, इन सारी चीजों को हमने इसमें लिया। अब जैसे जम्मू उधमपुर श्रीनगर बारामूला रेल लाइन, आज ये प्रोजेक्ट पूरा हुआ, और बर्फबारी में इन दिनों आपने देखा एक वीडियो बहुत पॉपुलर हुआ है, बर्फ के बीच में थे, चारों तरफ बर्फ की चादर छाई हुई है, और वंदे भारत ट्रेन निकल रही है, और लोग कहते हैं गलती मत करना, ये तो विदेश है, ये हिंदुस्तान है, ये रील चल रहे हैं बाजार में। लेकिन 3 दशक तक यही प्रोजेक्ट लटका हुआ था। 3 दशक, 30 साल, आप कल्पना कर सकते, 2 पीढ़ी आगे बढ़ जाए, ये यही के अटके पड़े थे। हमारी सरकार ने इसको पूरा किया। आदरणीय सभापति जी, मैं असम की बात करता हूं, और कोई ये मत सोचो कि मैं चुनाव है इसलिए बोल रहा हूं। इनके पाप है इसलिए मुझे कहना पड़ रहा है। कांग्रेस सिर्फ इमेजिन करती है और इम्प्लीमेंट करने का उनको कोई लेना देना ही नहीं होता है। अब असम का बोगीबिल ब्रिज, ये बोगीबिल ब्रिज अरुणाचल और असम को जोड़ने वाला बहुत महत्वपूर्ण ब्रिज, कितने ही सालों तक ये प्रोजेक्ट लटका रहा। हमने प्रगति के माध्यम से इसको रिव्यू किया और असम सहित पूरे नॉर्थ ईस्ट को बहुत बड़ी सुविधा वाला ये काम हमने पूरा किया। आदरणीय सभापति जी, इम्प्लीमेंटेशन की बातें जब करते हैं तो एक बार और हमारे पास तो तथ्यों के साथ चीजें हैं कि हमने चीजों को समय पर पूरा करने की दिशा में आगे बढ़े। और इन दिनों तो जो काम कर रहे हैं समय से पहले हो रहा है। हमने पूरी दुनिया को कहा था कि हम 2030 तक यहां पहुंचेंगे सोलार में, हमने वो काम 2025 में कर दिया। हमने इथेनॉल का समय तय किया था, हम उसमें भी 2-3 साल पहले ही काम पूरा कर लिया। तो एडवांस में हम काम पूरा करने का इंप्लीमेंटेशन की ताकत हमारे से उससे भी ज्यादा है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, भाजपा हो, एनडीए हो, हमारा अप्रोच, चीजों की तरफ देखने का हमारा दृष्टिकोण, समस्या के समाधान के लिए हमारी सोच और कांग्रेस के बीच में आसमान जमीन का अंतर है, बहुत फर्क है। मैं आपको उदाहरण देता हूं। हमारी सोच यह है कि 140 करोड़ देशवासी ये इतने सामर्थ्यवान हैं कि वह चुनौतियों को समाधान दे सकते हैं। ये हमारी सोच है, हमारा भरोसा है देशवासियों पर, उनके सामर्थ्य पर हमारा भरोसा है, और यही लोकतंत्र की भी सच्ची ताकत होती है। लेकिन कांग्रेस देशवासियों को ही समस्या मानती है। अब मैं इनका इतना बोल करके छोड़ दूंगा तो आज पता नहीं रात को उनको नींद नहीं आएगी और गालियां कल कैसी दे उसका प्लानिंग चलेगा। लेकिन मैं उदाहरण के साथ बताना चाहता हूं किस प्रकार से लोग सोचते थे देशवासियों के लिए। देश के लोगों के बारे में नेहरू जी और इंदिरा जी की सोच क्या थी, मैं उसके विषय में बताना चाहता हूं। इंदिरा जी एक बार ईरान गए थे और ईरान में वो भाषण दे रही थी, और उस भाषण में उन्होंने नेहरू जी के साथ जो बातचीत हुई थी उसका उल्लेख किया। खुद ने कहा है, उन्होंने कहा, और मैं जो इंदिरा जी ने कहा था उसको कोट कर रहा हूं, जब किसी ने मेरे पिताजी से पूछा, यानी नेहरू जी से पूछा कि उनके सामने कितनी समस्याएं हैं, तो उन्होंने उत्तर दिया था 35 करोड़। नेहरू जी ने जवाब दिया था कि उनके सामने कितनी समस्याएं हैं, बोले 35 करोड़। उस समय हमारे देश की जनसंख्या थी 35 करोड़। अब आगे देखिए, 35 करोड़ देशवासी नेहरू जी को समस्या लगते थे। ऐसा कोई मुखिया हो सकता है क्या जी? और इस बात का उदाहरण देते हुए इंदिरा जी ने आगे कहा कि आज देश की जनसंख्या 57 करोड़ है, इसलिए मेरी समस्याओं की संख्या भी उतनी ही बड़ी है। यानी पिताजी को 35 करोड़ समस्या वाले देशवासी लगते थे, अब 57 करोड़ उनको समस्या। कोई ऐसा हो सकता है जो अपने ही देशवासियों को समस्या माने? ये फर्क है उनकी सोच और हमारी सोच में, ये फर्क है उनके अप्रोच और हमारे अप्रोच में। नेहरू जी हो या इंदिरा जी हो या पूरी कांग्रेसी बिरादरी हो, ये लोग भारत के लोगों को समस्या मानते हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, मेरे कई कोटेशन मिलेंगे। मैंने दुनिया के सामने कहा है, देश के सामने कहा है, और कहा है इसलिए नहीं, ये मेरा कन्विक्शन है। अरे चुनौतियां कितनी ही क्यों ना हो, 140 करोड़ समाधान हमारे पास है। हमारे लिए देशवासी समर्थक की पूंजी है। हमारे लिए हर देशवासी भारत का उज्जवल भविष्य का नियंता है, निर्माता है, कर्ता धर्ता है। हम उसको समस्या कैसे कह सकते हैं? ऐसी सोच वाले लोग अपने परिवार का ही भला करेंगे और किसका करेंगे? आदरणीय सभापति जी, देश के लोगों का अपमान करते रहना एक कांग्रेस के स्वभाव में पड़ा हुआ है, उनके संस्कारों में पड़ा हुआ है। कांग्रेस ने बीते दिनों राष्ट्रपति जी का अपमान किया। चुनाव के बाद जिस प्रकार से हमारे राष्ट्रपति जी के लिए शब्द कहे गए हैं, शर्मिंदगी महसूस होती है कि ये कैसे लोग हैं? भारत के राष्ट्रपति के लिए क्या बोल रहे हैं लोग? आदरणीय सभापति जी, कल लोकसभा में भी राष्ट्रपति जी के अभिभाषण पर चर्चा नहीं हो पाई। ये राष्ट्रपति पद, उसका घोर अपमान किया है। उनको संविधान शब्द मुंह में बोलने की अधिकार नहीं रहता है। जो लोग गरीबी से निकली हुई एक महिला, आदिवासी परिवार से आई हुई एक महिला, जब आपने लोकसभा में जो व्यवहार किया है, आपने आदिवासी समाज का अपमान किया है, आपने महिला का अपमान किया है। भारत के सर्वोच्च पद पर विराजमान, संविधान ने जिनको सर्वोच्च पद दिया है, आपने उनका अपमान किया है। आपने संविधान का अपमान किया है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, उनको कुछ भी लगता हो, कांग्रेस को ये गुनाह।
Honorable members, it is now 6 p.m. If the House agrees, we may sit beyond 6 p.m. till disposal of the motion of thanks and the presidential address. Do I have the leave of the House to extend the sitting beyond 6 p.m.? Thank you.
आदरणीय सभापति जी, समय बढ़ाने के लिए मैं आपका और सदन का बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, बड़ी दर्दनाक लोकसभा की घटना है और शायद हताशा, निराशा तो हम समझ सकते हैं, लेकिन इसके लिए देश के पवित्र लोकतंत्र के मंदिर को ही इस रूप में कर देना। और उस समय चेयर पर असम के ही हमारे एक माननीय सांसद बैठे थे और उस समय कागज फेंके गए, टेबल पर चढ़ दिया गया। क्या ये नॉर्थ ईस्ट का अपमान नहीं है? क्या असम के नागरिकों का अपमान नहीं है? कल फिर दोबारा किया उन्होंने, और उस समय आंध्र के दलित परिवार का बेटा चेयर पर बैठा था, उसने उसको भी अपमानित किया। यानी आपने नॉर्थ ईस्ट का अपमान, चेयर में बैठा अपमान करो। आंध्र के एक दलित परिवार का बेटा चेयर पर बैठा, उसका अपमान करो। सदन ने इनको काम दिया हुआ है, सबने मिलकर के काम दिया हुआ है, लेकिन वो दलित समाज से आते हैं, इसलिए आप अपमान करते हो। और ऐसा लगता है कांग्रेस के लोगों को असम की जनता के प्रति बड़ी नफरत है। उनको लगता है कि उसकी जनता ने उनका साथ छोड़ दिया मतलब उनके दुश्मन हो गए। क्या कभी लोकतंत्र में ऐसे सोचते हैं क्या? मुझे तो तब बहुत पीड़ा हुई थी जब भारत रत्न भूपेन हजारिका जी, जो कि इस देश के बहुत ही सम्मानीय व्यक्तित्व है जी, आज भी घर घर में उनको स्मरण करते हैं लोग। उनके प्रति जो भक्ति का भाव है आप कल्पना नहीं कर सकते, लेकिन उनको इसकी भी कोई परवाह नहीं है। और जिस प्रकार से, और हमारा सौभाग्य था कि हमने भूपेन हजारिका जी के देश के लिए जो उनका योगदान था, नॉर्थ ईस्ट जैसे इलाके से पूरे देश को अपने वाणी से, अपने विचारों से, अपनी अभिव्यक्ति से बांध के रखा था। हमने भारत रत्न देने का निर्णय किया, इस पर भी इनको ऐतराज। और मैं तो हैरान हूं, खड़गे जी अगर होते तो मैं उनकी हाजिरी में कहता ही है, इन्होंने जिस प्रकार से बोला ना भारत रत्न के बाद, वो वीडियो पर उनका चेहरा देखेंगे ना, आपको लगा रहे ये ऐसे लोग हैं, ऐसा व्यवहार करते हैं। और ये कहा, अरे ये तो सिंगर थे। मैं समझता हूं कि एक किसी का भी अपमान करने में कभी भी पीछे नहीं रहते हैं। उन्होंने भूपेन हजारिका जी को भारत रत्न दिया, उसका भी विरोध किया। ये पूरे असम का विरोध है, पूरे देश के कला प्रेमियों का विरोध है। और मुझे पक्का विश्वास है असम कभी भी इस अपमान को भूलने वाला नहीं है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, कल जो घटना घटी, इसी सदन के एक माननीय सांसद कांग्रेस के शातिर दिमाग जिनका है ऐसे एक युवराज ने उनको गद्दार कह दिया। अहंकार कितनी 7वें आसमान पर पहुंच चुका है इनका। और कांग्रेस को छोड़कर के कितने ही लोग निकले हैं, कांग्रेस के कितने टुकड़े हुए हैं, कई लोग दूसरे दलों में गए हैं, लेकिन औरों को तो किसी को गद्दार नहीं कहा उन्होंने। लेकिन कल सांसद को गद्दार इसलिए कहा क्योंकि वो सिख थे। ये सिखों का अपमान था, ये गुरुओं का अपमान था। और कांग्रेस के अंदर जो कूट कूट करके सिखों के प्रति नफरत भरी पड़ी है ना, उसका वो अभिव्यक्ति थी। और इसी सदन के माननीय सांसद है वो, और उनको जरा भी दर्द नहीं, वरना आज खड़े होकर के कह सकते थे कि कल जो हुआ इसी सांसद की गरिमा के अनुरूप नहीं था।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi speaking in the Rajya Sabha, he of course addressing the address made by the President of the country, and indeed there is pandemonium that initially did play out, but then we've heard this full speech and he continues to speak over there, the extended time of Parliament. But some key pointers about the kind of economic strides that India is making on the back of the trade deals that have been cracked, most particularly being addressed by the Prime Minister in Parliament. Let's discuss this. Political commentator Amitabh Tiwari is joining us, founder of Vote Vibe. Great to have you with us, Mr. Tiwari. What's your sense from everything that you've heard the Prime Minister say? Yes, there was a lot of political rhetoric over there as well. But when you're talking about the posturing that India is now doing on the back of the trade deal with the US, with the mother of all deals, with Europe, how has the Prime Minister come across in that speech he's making in Parliament even as we speak?
No, essentially, if you see,
the style of the Prime Minister in any motion of thanks or presidential address speech, he essentially first bears out the achievements which the government has done over the past 10 to 11 years. And that's how we see how he's talking about the Indian economy going from a fragile 5 economy to a top 4th economy in the world, and how the programs and policies which his government has drafted are going to make India the number 3 economy in the world soon, and also perhaps take India to the developed economy status by 2047. And then, of course, regarding the trade deal, which is called as a mother of all deals, followed by the trade deal which India did with the European Union a few days ago, he's also trying to or attempting to position the fact that today India has reached a status which no country in the world can ignore. It's an economic powerhouse. It's one of the biggest markets in the world, where each country, each and every developed country now today wants to have a pie of this developing market. And that's also trying to emphasize the fact that the India has not budged to any of the demands of the US or the EU, and trying to protect the interests of the farmers and our small scale and MSME manufacturers. So trying to clearly position, show that they have bargained with a position of strength, and India is on the course to become a developed economy by 2047.
So in building the manufacturing prowess, you did mention MSMEs, and he's rolled out the reforms that he's spoken about in that speech as well. He says our MSME network is more promising than before, and the world trusts our MSME network. In the point of the posturing, in the light of the exports that we need to kind of now rise to competitive standards of the world, how is the Prime Minister posturing India right now? Because he says that India is a strong voice of the global south. But when it comes to India as a market, as opposed to a marketing hub, how did you see that posturing by the Prime Minister there?
No, clearly, if you see manufacturing as a percentage of the GDP has been a key concern. And India, to develop and to attain the status of China, has to export. And we have to move from a demand-oriented or a domestic demand-oriented consumption economy to an export-led economy. And therein, he mentions about the success of the PLI schemes. We've seen how the various PLI schemes have been a success. They've not only contributed to our exports, but have also given employment to lakhs of people. Today, there is a clear example of how Apple is manufacturing and exporting a lot of, in fact, a huge percentage of its shipments to the US. So clearly, what he is mentioning is that the economic policies laid out by the government in the past 10 to 11 years, the easing of the GST or the decline in the GST rates, which have taken place in the last year, the budget which has been presented just recently, the FTAs signed with many countries, including the EU and the EU and the US, and the fact that today India is one of the fastest growing economies in the world, despite the global economic headwinds and the geopolitical tensions around the world.
Yes.
The industry now is positioned to take advantage of this and step up and increase our exports.
And to an added point, when he talks about India's prowess, he's talking about an aging population outside of India, but India's demographics really support the kind of growth that India is working on to achieve the Viksit Bharat dream. To that extent, with all the news coming in about AI and how it's likely to pan out, and it's an important subject for our debate as well, tell us how you see the Prime Minister looking at the employment situation, because here in this speech, at least, he says we have the most important youth talent globally. How true does that ring?
No, of course, India today has almost 50% of the population in the working age below 35 years of age. And this demographic advantage which India has had, some of the debate has been around the fact whether we have been able to really use this demographic advantage to our advantage in that sense. And with these schemes announced last year in the budget, with the internship scheme, with the announcements of PLIs and generation of lakhs of jobs, and with a clear focus of the government now on employment generation, I think there is now a clear roadmap, because the government also realizes that unemployment is one of the key concerns. The fact that the global demographic age is on a decline, or is rather aging, we also have now an advantage in terms of that, wherein our population is young, and we can, sitting from here, become not only a AI hub for the entire world. We've seen how the GCCs and the data centers have been growing, and also in this era of AI, because AI, you can say, is the next stage of the boom, which earlier happened in the IT industry in the form of BPOs, KPOs, and now the data centers. So also trying to position India as one of the emerging champions of the AI space globally, wherein our young demographic population can support the entire world in terms of its R&D and implementation.
Outlay that we've seen in the budget this time, and the kind of tax holiday that data centers are going to enjoy, that is proof of the fact that we are pushing on that front too. How much more is going to come through, and how much more is the AI challenge going to hold out against the jobs that India needs to create, especially when you talk about the IT sector and the services sector as a whole, of which IT is a major part, is going to be tested in times to come, and not too distant. It's going to happen here and now. But Amitabh Tiwari, thank you very much for your insights. The Prime Minister's speech continuing in Parliament. We are tracking it. We are going to take a small breather right now, and we will be back with a big question on the other side. Do stay with us.
When you're starting with a mutual fund investment, you cannot go with a trend-based mutual fund or a random mutual fund without any thinking.
We have launched a very interesting tool called CRIS. What is that kind of behavior nudge that you're providing?
As a platform, we have actually able to champion our cause.
I think it works very well when people stick to the product and invest with a long-term perspective.
As tariffs rewrite trade, and India's New Deal and the US redefine global alignments, a powerful shake-up is reshaping the global economy. What is India's next strategic move? Join Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and leading global voices as they decode this new economic reality at the NDTV Profit Conclave, making sense of the new world order. India, the real deal. 7 February, New Delhi, only on NDTV Profit.
I propose to raise the STT on futures to 0.05% from the present 0.02%.
There's a buzz of a potential hike that could happen when it comes to options STT, and this could be major negative coming in.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफटाइम, क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी विक्ट्री, मेरी हिस्ट्री, मेरी ग्लोरी, So come and witness Yo-Yo Honey sing. This is my story.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Good evening. You're with us on The Big Question on NDTV Profit. I'm Vikram, and you know, just yesterday on this very show, we were asking whether India's biggest software companies are staring at this huge structural shift, whether that old people-driven IT model can survive in an AI-driven world. Well, 24 hours later, that question has only become louder and sharper and far more urgent, because today a new storm is gathering. In 2025 alone, we have seen 1.23 lakh tech jobs vanish. They went out across 269 companies. TCS, Accenture, Amazon, Intel, Microsoft, all of them reshaping their entire workforce, and all of them citing automation, AI, and the future-ready push. And if that wasn't enough, the first few weeks of 2026 have delivered another big jolt. So Amazon, Pinterest, Meta, Citi, even Oracle now, they're all slashing thousands more roles, many of them tied directly or indirectly to efficiency gains from artificial intelligence. And into this moment is walking in Anthropic. So Anthropic is rolling out AI agents that don't just assist, they automate. So legal reviews, compliance workflows, marketing tasks, data analysis, even code. Tools that are so powerful that veteran programmers are testing them now. They are saying that they may never write code by hand again. We've got those tweets on social media. So no wonder Anthropic CEO Dario Amodei, this happened in the middle of May last year. He was predicting that 50% of the kind of entry-level white-collar jobs could be disrupted within as little as 1 to 5 years. And that is not a forecast, that is a countdown. And Indian IT seems to know it, because 60 to 70% of the revenues of Indian IT is still coming from the traditional service streams, the very areas that these new AI agents are targeting. So if clients are going to begin shifting spends from the outsourced manpower to AI tooling, then the entire foundation of Indian IT is getting shaken. Yet, at the same time, there is a paradox, because look at L3 talent, the high-skill specialists. They are suddenly commanding 30 to 40% premium. The GCCs, the Global Capacity Centers, and the data centers, they are driving half of all IT hiring. And India's tech industry is trying to climb that value chain faster than ever before. Which is why tonight on The Big Question, this is what we're asking. Is Anthropic's new AI wave just the next tool in the kit? The NVIDIA's Jensen Huang, he wants us to believe this. Or now the question is also, is this the beginning of a SaaSpocalypse? One that could take away India's software jobs before the sector can reinvent itself. Which is why we're asking at this point about India's readiness for this, because India is playing at a time where the world is moving towards that entire entry-level jobs going out of the picture. That picture is definitely shrinking. The mid-level jobs, now they are becoming the base. And now we are dealing with AI, not as a co-worker who we cannot do without. They are actually looking at AI as a co-worker. So So in that kind of scenario, where is India placed? It's an important question to ask, looking at what's happening with the entry of this entire toolkit that Anthropic has brought to the table. Let's take it across to our guests, and joining us on the discussion tonight, let me introduce you to our guest. Saurabh Gupta is with us, the founder and CEO of Verismart.in. He's joining us along with Aditya Mishra, the Managing Director and CEO of CL HR Services. Jitin Chawla is with us as well. He's Career Counselor and Director at UniAssist.ai. We're going to have Professor Ashok Mishra join us, former Director of IIT Bombay. And Ritik Bhattabyal is with us too. He's Chief Technology and Innovation Officer at Mastech. Gentlemen, thank you for making the time. If I may begin by asking Saurabh Gupta. Saurabh, what's the real change that Anthropic's agentic AI is actually bringing to the table for Indian IT? Do you see any early signs that these tools could genuinely reduce the need for large entry-level teams?
So, I tell you very frankly, this change has already started almost like a year back itself, where every other growing company, whether it may be a large-scale organization or maybe a startup, they are no longer only looking for people who are just can code only. They are now always being looking for AI engineers, the people who can not just only kill that arbitrage model of labor-intensive jobs, but rather focus on the L3, L4 part of it, where their job must be like everything around debugging, managing different set of AI agents and other set of things altogether. So this shift has slowly been, wiping out a lot of jobs, which is at the entry level. You are very correct on that particular thing itself. But the best part about this thing, it is gonna, generate a lot of other jobs and also revolutionize of how fast we move in terms of every part of the industry itself.
A shift. You're saying there will be a shift of the kind of jobs going out. There will be some level of disruption. Aditya Mishra, what's your sense? Do you agree? When you look at hiring data today, what is actually happening on the ground? Are companies now slowly, are they slowing down the fresher hiring because of AI? Or because there is a broader demand itself? Now we are seeing some amount of softening in the IT sector?
No, I think the shift is happening. And the industry is trying to adjust itself to this shift which is happening. And this shift is happening very rapidly. If you think of the major disruptions which have happened in the past, for example, the internet itself as a disruption, or computerization, or industrialization, some of these major disruptions which have happened, they happened at a certain speed. But today's disruption of AI is happening at a much faster pace, and a lot of investments have come into this particular space. The ROI is yet to be established, so there is a lot of wheels in motion right now, and hence the industry is trying to adjust itself. And I think you have already raised an important question, Vikram, that are we ready as a country? I think our education system, the skilling, and that entire universe is also thinking and trying to accommodate.
Correct.
So we are kind of in the middle of a transition.
Yes, so we're in the middle of a transition now. How future ready are we? Jitin Chawla, students watching this are pretty confused about which skills still matter. So tell me, and if you could address them directly, what should a third-year engineering student, what should this student start learning right now to stay relevant in what is going to be a very AI-heavy workplace?
So India is a country where parents have dreamt of engineering as a job and engineering as a career, and children join a number of institutions. And it has been, if I look back 10 years back, and you do engineering for any place, and you will go get some work, and maybe after 2-3 years you're flying outside. Now that story is definitely over. So what is not going to happen quickly is entry-level software jobs will go down, already going down. Lower complexity IT jobs going down, manual QA going down. So a lot of people who are kind of learning average, their story is not happening. But what is it that will remain? So people who are in system design and architecture, security, privacy. So I've been telling a lot of students to look at cybersecurity as a big area. So any kind of security, privacy, compliance kind of roles, data engineering kind of roles, anything which is domain heavy. So you are working in fintech, retail tech, healthcare, infrastructure tech. So if you're in a domain heavy role, you are combining with other things, then definitely it is good. From a counseling perspective, panic is the wrong response. I might be in fourth year, like, oh God, what is happening? There are no jobs. No, it is not like it. There are a lot of companies who are looking for the right set of people, but you might have to upskill. So you want to kind of build up your knowledge, understanding of retail tech. Look at how much we are ordering on Blinkit, Zeptos, and so on. So they are all growing at a massive pace. Look at what is happening in prop tech. So are you ready to take on those jobs? I mean, you have a technical background, but can you combine any domain expertise with it? Can you take up some online courses, offline courses side by side to build up? Can you go for internships at these places instead of looking at traditional IT jobs?
I mean, these are all very valid points, but Ritik, from your standpoint, in a real enterprise project today, where are these AI agents actually helping you save time? And where do you still insist on that human being involved? Because the risk or the complexity is too high. So you need that kind of human involvement. Give us that picture.
Right. In an enterprise, I think, we have to solve that. The basic thing, we have to go a bit, at the ground level, at the foundation level. And we see that software development is a function of orchestration of products, humans, activities, partners, and so on and so forth. Now, what Anthropic has brought in is, or probably the agentic coding is trying to approach and solve that part. But it's very important to understand that a workflow automation on an orchestration kind of a fabric automation calls for a lot of design thinking, a lot of rewiring at a subsequent level. It's not like a one-time done. So these are the places where automation, intuitive automation, no matter how much it can be done as of now in its current state, it is very hard to achieve. And that's where I think still good programmers, good design thinkers, good architects are still in demand, number one. Number two, any kind of an enterprise implementation is again a function of not just the business logic that sits on top of this orchestrator. It includes security compliance, it includes other kind of checks and balance, domain incorporations, use case specific build. And that also needs a lot of understanding, like the way, the various at the student level one gets to know. So these multi-skill set kind of a confluence on top of this orchestrator is what is needed. So I see a good combination of a decent programmer. There would be definitely a need.
So since we are looking at this shift, and we have Professor Ashok Mishra joining us, he, of course, president of IIT Alumni Center. Good to have you with us, Professor. From what you perhaps just heard from Ritik and earlier from Jitin has earmarked the kind of areas that he believes the next generation should be ready for in an AI-driven world for the workplace. And we are hearing from Ritik about this entire orchestration that needs to be done, that human involvement is going to get redefined. From your perspective, from the current kind of curriculum that we have in our IITs, how future ready are we?
AI has become part of the curriculum in all the IITs. Some places are there even giving a degree in AI and machine learning and so on. So it's very much become part of the system. Students will be AI ready. But as also mentioned by the earlier speaker, humans will remain in the loop because so many things you can do by AI. But when it comes to the final execution, you have to have domain knowledge. And let us take the example of a lawyer, for example. So, lawyer may get all kinds of arguments through AI, but then the lawyer has to know the previous cases and the whole history to be able to argue in court. Or if you take let's say, chemical company, because I'm a chemical engineer, so I mentioned that. So you can run the equipment through AI, but you have to know the domain knowledge that if you mix this, what kind of final products will come. So you have to have people who have both skills the domain knowledge as well as the AI skills.
Yes.
And it will improve it. It's supposed to, I would say, it will enhance and improve the output.
Right.
It will be I always see AI as a complementary thing.
Complementary.
And
But how much of a complement is it going to be? That is the essential question. And Aditya Mishra, perhaps you can help us understand when a fresher walks out on day one in a situation where AI is taking care of most of the routine and the repetitive coding work, then what kind of thinking or design ability is expected from that fresher from day one?
We all need to understand that there is a little bit of hype going on at this point of time, a lot of panic in the air, that as if it's going to take away a lot of jobs and many of us will be out of our profession, and our sources of livelihood are going to be affected. I think it's clearly overhyped, because the human thinking ability is much more than what today non-human thinking or the AI tool is able to do. So the AI tool today is able to process a lot of data, is able to remember a lot of information which a human mind probably is not able to remember, and reproduce as quickly as is possible. Hence, it's important that when a fresher is coming into an organization, he or she must have the ability to leverage this tool. Like we use smartphone as a tool to be more efficient in our work life, similarly, these AI tools are just going to be one productivity tool, and it is going to impact all walks of life. It's just not one walk
indeed.
of life.
So if it is going to be that pervasive, Saurabh Gupta, are you noticing any kind of shift right now where the experienced mid-level talent is suddenly getting far more valuable, while the fresher intake is actually shrinking because of the kind of demands on freshers today, which is something that Aditya Mishra is pointing out? But what does that do to salaries and to career progression in IT firms now?
So definitely, Vikram. I think L3, L4 job roles have started gaining a lot of attraction and altogether because system design engineers, whether architects, or maybe the people who have been working predominantly into user experiences and data security or data privacy compliances altogether, they have been picking up or have been more demand in the industry. The people who have also have an understanding around data engineering, prompt engineering, or maybe AI engineering, they are along with that amalgamation to these particular roles are someone every other organization is looking up, and thus because of a kind of a competitiveness is being there for those particular roles altogether. So currently, any of the organization wants to reduce the number of people and more bring a shift towards how they can automate their processes, and at the same time not only just automate but also make all their redundant jobs go seamless, faster, not only from the convenience standpoint for the consumer or their user, but also within the organization itself.
So this begs the question, Jitin Chawla, perhaps you can come in on this. For graduates who are coming from Tier 2 and Tier 3 colleges, what is that most practical one-year plan to move from the basic coding roles to the higher value roles that AI cannot easily replace?
So if somebody can say that I can safely replace 2 junior roles by orchestrating AI, is a person who will always remain. I mean, somebody who can kind of take on more, somebody who can be an expert in designing workflows, verifying and validating AI output. There's always a human in the loop. So if there is somebody who will be needed to verify, error management is a big issue which people can. So if I am a person, I'll start working on these, or I'll select domain areas. Look at any student who's growing up. So we all we are attracted to certain things. So there'll be a student who'll say, I'm interested in fashion. Can I look at fashion tech, retail tech, property, prop tech, governance tech, So what is it that you really are passionate about? Can you look at developing things on that side. Of course, as the roles are changing, even further tools are evolving. So can we understand those tools? Can we be more adaptive? Can I intern in different kind of organization to understand where I should land up? So these are things which I need to answer, and repositioning is required. I've been thinking in a certain way. I have to immediately reposition and think that what additional things I would align, and then build up my profile and hence build up my career.
So Ritik, just taking away from what you're hearing, do you believe that Indian IT firms now, with this new kind of setup, if I may call it that, do you think these IT firms should start changing the way that they price their work, moving from the billing hours to delivering the outcomes, as it were? Because in this orchestration that you were talking about, you need to kind of have AI boosting productivity and should do it dramatically. So then the multiplicity of one role of an engineer, even if it's at the mid-level, which is now suddenly becoming the base level, is going to be critical, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I think, the way we price typically in an enterprise there are clear models associated with that, like function point based or story point based. I think any automation will impact some of those calculations or computations. So when AI comes into play, there would definitely be a remodeling of using those computational frameworks. But while saying that, I would probably say that there would be a very interesting balance which would exist with this kind of a new age computational framework using AI by having a AI-based story points or AI-based function points based approach, and also the existing people-driven, human-driven model works. Let's not forget that the whole building of these models is on a premise that it is on data, and that data is a function of the contribution that has been done to the online repository, if I may say. And that is where 10 to 15% we can hardly see based on data that there would be an online contribution of max 10 to 15%. And the whole training of the AI models are possibly 50 to 60% kind of a training that has been done on English language as a language. So see the deficit. So we are solving business problems with a starting point of that kind of a deficit. So I genuinely believe that there will be a coexistence of both these two models with their appropriate computational frameworks. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. But Ritik, I still want to ask you from a technology leader's viewpoint, which are the AI tools or the workflows that have already paid off for you? And what is one area where you feel that this entire AI hype, because some of you are calling that hype, is actually ahead of the actual results coming through?
Oh, yeah. I think, and I would probably say, probably peel the onions in a step-by-step manner. Firstly, every possible development is a function of tech models and business models. The tech models are where probably we use Copilot or sometimes the GPT-5 OpenAI models. And there are other meta models and multiple models are there. But when we go to specifics at the domain level, there are SLMs which come into effect, or probably domain models which come into effect. And that's where we cherry pick either from NVIDIA or probably there are providers to that. And there is a third layer, which is an in-house built vector store. And that is very, very specific to a scenario, to a situation. So this kind of a interplay of multiple types of strategies at the model level is what we try to adopt in solving scenarios. So that's the adoption strategy that we have.
Is the curriculum today, Professor Mishra, reflecting all of that you're hearing on the ground from these industry stalwarts? Because AI is starting to write and test entire blocks of code. So there is that involvement of human oversight that is going to be required in the future. But like who should be responsible for the checking and the approvals and the securing what AI produces is going to be an important question. Now, how prepared are the students that we are churning out for that kind of scenario?
Yeah, so I believe that the students are getting the tools to do it. And then when they work with a particular company in an organization, they will use those tools to let's say they're in the manufacturing scene where combat equipment is being made, combat machines like a tank and so on. Now with the AI, they can design those parts much more efficiently, save time in manufacturing by about 30-40%, But this can only happen if they have the domain knowledge. So I would believe that the next generation of students coming out of the IITs and some other colleges in India, engineering colleges, would be AI ready and would perform. I may also mention that some of the computer science students and faculty are also working in not just manufacturing, but in the healthcare domain. So, for example, they're looking at brain scans. So, if you have brain scans, I mean, how many people with mental health have brain scans, and have they been curated? If they can, it's a lot of data, as one of the speakers mentioned. So, you collect the data, and if you have that analyzed, then the new patient which comes, you can easily diagnose and take the treatment better.
Right.
So, but it's not only in manufacturing, but it's also in climate change.
In climate change, in healthcare, like you mentioned. But Aditya, even as we're talking about what happens at the entry level and how our students are getting prepared for this future, reskilling is the big buzzword. But tell me what is realistic. How long does it actually take for a working engineer to upgrade into a next level AI ready role? And who should pay for that shift as well? Is that getting clearer? Is that happening?
No, I think organizations are today investing in their own people to upskill them. And I've seen a lot of professionals today out of their own interest preparing themselves for the future. The way I look at for the future, I think students and the mid-level professionals have to have a learning budget in their lives to learn on an ongoing basis, like people do budgeting for their annual travel or whatever expenses that they do. They should similarly consider this as an investment for staying future ready and relevant all the time.
Yes. But Jitin Chawla, I want to ask you very quickly, parents and students, they are seeking clarity right now. So what would be your simple and your honest message to them tonight about the future of software careers in a world where AI is accelerating so fast?
So the challenges, and like me and my team, we visit more than 200 schools and quite a few colleges in India and Gulf region. So a lot of people are thinking that let me do AI. So there's an attraction towards tech careers, not realizing that everyone is thinking the same. See, somehow AI has become such a big buzzword. So whether you are in Meerut, you are in Agra, Aligarh, Dubai, Doha, a lot of people are thinking AI. Now that makes it even more competitive. Surprisingly, because of AI, the jobs are going down, the entry level jobs. But a lot of school students are thinking, college students are thinking, I'll do something related to AI, but that something is not being defined. I don't think the system is ready. I don't think that kind of handholding is happening. There are some big events happening, some amount of like CBSE has asked, like schools are having AI in their curriculum now, but that is very basic and not really helping students to think that how we can look at careers thereafter. So there has to be a shift in future assumptions. Now that is not being understood, and it is still very traditional and conventional. So huge problem, because people are thinking they're preparing for some kind of jobs, and those jobs are not existing or will not exist further. So the solution is to combine online and offline training.
Yes.
So check futurepedia.io is there. So there are a lot of amazing training programs which have emerged. Like my brother in US works with a big multinational company.
Yes.
So last year he was sponsored for a course at Harvard. So immediately, I mean, the company spent $2,000 and immediately he could be trained and start implementing. Okay. But obviously not everyone has that facility and can be taken
Very
there.
true. Very true.
That's where the challenge lies, that how do you access the best content and in what direction? And hence, career planning becomes much more important.
Much more important. And my own sense is that there is this transition. We are hearing it, we are seeing it, we are talking about it. It is underway. It's not going to be overnight. We see it coming. We are discussing it on this very show, but the transition is not going to be entirely painless as I see it. Also because we know it is coming, the transition does not have to be chaotic. Yes, AI is rewriting the rules, which means that Indian IT now has to decide whether it wants to defend that old model or build the next one. And the opportunity is massive, but so is the urgency, and the future is not going to wait. So thanks so much for your insights. My panel this evening, Saurabh Gupta, Aditya Mishra, Jitin Chawla, Professor Mishra, Ritik Batabyal, thank you very much for giving us those insights. Yes, indeed, viewers. It is a matter of churn that we are talking about. What we decide and do now is going to really tell us the course of action that Indian IT is going to take in times to come. Are we future ready or not is going to be a question that will keep cropping up, and we'll keep trying to find answers. From me, Vikram Oza, and the entire team on The Big Question, thank you for joining us.
When you're starting with a mutual fund investment, you cannot go with a trend-based mutual fund or a random mutual fund without any thinking.
We have launched a very interesting tool called CRIS. What is that kind of behavior nudge that you're providing?
As a platform, we have actually able to champion our cause.
I think it works very well when people stick to the product and invest with a long-term perspective.
As tariffs rewrite trade, and India's New Deal and the US redefine global alignments, a powerful shake-up is reshaping the global economy. What is India's next strategic move? Join Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and leading global voices as they decode this new economic reality at the NDTV Profit Conclave, making sense of the new world order. India, the real deal. 7 February, New Delhi, only on NDTV Profit.
I propose to raise the STT on futures to 0.05% from the present 0.02%.
There's a buzz of a potential hike that could happen when it comes to options STT, and this could be major negative coming in.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफटाइम, क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी विक्ट्री, मेरी हिस्ट्री, मेरी ग्लोरी। सो कम एंड विटनेस यो यो हनी सिंह, दिस इज माय स्टोरी।
For our own wedding, everything around us felt secure. We were surrounded by people who guided us, supported us, and reassured us that everything would be okay. And in the middle of all that happiness, one simple thought stayed with us. Is this the same sense of security available to every woman when she begins her married life, especially for Divyang young women who already navigate life with immense strength and determination, yet often carry unspoken worries. Worries about independence, about dignity, about what the future holds. અમને આ વિચાર ઘણો સ્પર્શી ગયો અને આ વિચાર દયામતી નથી આવ્યો. આ વિચાર રિસ્પેક્ટમાંથી આવ્યો. Respect for the strength it takes to show up every single day. And from that feeling, Mangal Seva was born.
In recent years, our country has taken an important step by changing how we look at disability, by recognizing Divyangjan not through limitation, but through strength and capability. This thinking has been strongly encouraged by our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Bhai Modi, through initiatives that focus on dignity, inclusion, and empowerment rather than sympathy. That philosophy resonated deeply with us. So, like Diva was saying, all of this began with a belief. A belief that marriage should not begin with fear. A belief that support should never feel like dependence. And a belief that dignity is not something to be earned. It is something everyone deserves. When we spoke to families, we realized that for many Divyangjan women, marriage can be joyful and meaningful, but it can also bring anxiety about finance, health, and long-term security. So we felt very strongly that if we were going to do something, it had to reduce that anxiety sustainably, not add to it. So every year we decided 500 Divyangjan women who are getting married will receive an FD of 10 lakh rupees created in her own name. The interest from this deposit will support her every year, and after 10 years, the full amount belongs to her. But this FD is not just money, it is reassurance. It is choice. It is a safety net that allows a woman to plan her life with confidence. Very early on, we realized something very important. Mangal Seva is not about giving. It is about standing beside.
I remember meeting a young woman with a physical disability who was about to get married. She didn't talk about celebration. She spoke about worries. What if I fall sick? What if there's an emergency? What if I become a burden? When she heard that there was a fixed deposit in her own name, she went quiet for a moment and then said, "Have mane thodu halku lage chhe." That sentence stayed with me because that is what security truly does. It makes you feel lighter inside. That moment taught us something profound. Real empowerment is not loud. It doesn't announce itself. It quietly changes how someone looks at tomorrow. Money alone does not empower. What empowers is the confidence that comes from knowing you have support without having to ask for it.
Another woman we met was hearing impaired. After marriage, she was worried that she would always be seen as someone who needed help. Over time, over the last year, the interest she received and she planned for, she began contributing at home and started planning her child's future. One day she told us, "પહેલા લોકો મારી બહુ ચિંતા કરતા હતા. હવે લોકો મારી વાત સાંભળવા માંગે છે." And that shift from being worried about to being listened to changes how a person sees herself. That is the heart of Mangal Seva. And these stories are the reason we will continue this journey. Yes, 500 women have been supported this year, but numbers don't capture how we feel. What moves us is seeing this fear turn into confidence, seeing this silence turn into voice, and seeing someone plan for the future without any hesitation. આ અનુભવ અમને યાદ આપે છે કે ઇન્ક્લુઝન ત્યારે જ સાચું હોય જ્યારે અંદરથી સ્ટ્રોંગ બનાવે. And one meeting that I will always remember was with a woman who used part of this income to join a skill development course. She smiled and said, 10 વર્ષ પછી પૈસા મચ્યોર થશે, પણ મને આજે જ લાગે છે કે હું મારી લાઈફ કંટ્રોલમાં લઈ લઉં. She wasn't waiting anymore. She had started believing in herself. That belief is powerful. Mangal Seva has taught all of us that sometimes the greatest support is the one that stays quietly in the background, steady, dependable, and respectful. This journey would not have been possible without the entire Adani Foundation team, our partners, and the families who trusted us. For us, this is not something that we complete and move on from. It is a responsibility we carry forward. The Mangal Seva family is our extended family, and we hope it grows year after year. અમે ઈચ્છા રાખીએ છીએ કે મંગલ સેવા આગળ વધે, નંબરમાં નહીં પણ અર્થમાં. કારણ કે જ્યારે એક સ્ત્રી સિક્યોર ફીલ કરે છે ત્યારે એ પોતા માટે જ નહીં, એ પોતાની ફેમિલી, એની સંતાનો અને એની આસપાસની દુનિયા માટે સ્ટ્રોંગ બને છે. આપ સૌએ અમારા ઉપર વિશ્વાસ મૂકીને અને અમારી આ ભેટ સ્વીકારી છે, એના માટે અમે બેઉ દિલથી આપ સૌને આભાર માનીએ છીએ. અને હું આજે ખૂબ સ્પષ્ટ રીતે કહેવા માંગુ છું, આપ સૌ હવે એકલા નથી.
અદાની ફાઉન્ડેશન નો મજબૂત આધાર આપની સાથે છે અને હંમેશા રહેશે. Mangal Seva is built on belief. Belief is the strength of Divyangjang. Belief that security should last. Belief that dignity should never depend on circumstances. આ ઇનિશિયેટિવ તમારું છે. તમારી કહાનીઓ અને તમારો વિશ્વાસ એને વિના આ સફર સંભવ નથી. Thank you for trusting us. Thank you for allowing us to walk this journey with you. Thank you for reminding us that the most meaningful change often happens quietly, with heart. And thank you.
And last but not the least,
and thank you to our parents, mom and dad, for giving us the inspiration to embark on this journey of change.
Jai Hind.
जी सर અને દીવા મેમ.
When you're starting with a mutual fund investment, you cannot go with a trend-based mutual fund or a random mutual fund without any thinking.
We have launched a very interesting tool called Chris. What is that kind of behavior nudge that you're providing?
As a platform, we have actually able to champion our cause.
I think it works very well when people stick to the product and invest with a long-term perspective.
As tariffs rewrite trade, and India's New Deal and the US redefine global alignments, a powerful shake-up is reshaping the global economy. What is India's next strategic move? Join Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and leading global voices as they decode this new economic reality at the NDTV Profit Conclave, making sense of the new world order. India, the real deal. 7 February, New Delhi, only on NDTV Profit.
I propose to raise the STT on futures to 0.05% from the present 0.02%.
There's a buzz of a potential hike that could happen when it comes to options STT, and this could be major negative coming in.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफटाइम, क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी विक्ट्री, मेरी हिस्ट्री, मेरी ग्लोरी। सो कम एंड विटनेस यो हनी सिंह, दिस इज माय स्टोरी।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his...
Prime Minister Narendra Modi highlights India's expanding global trade footprint in Rajya Sabha. PM says India-US trade deal is being praised across the world for combining stability with speed and will especially benefit India's youth. India and US will issue a joint statement on the trade deal in the next 4 to 5 days, says Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal. Adds that the government aims to sign by the mid of next month. India adds 9th trade deal to its kitty after signing FTA terms with the Gulf Cooperation Council. Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal says this deal will bring in a lot of investment, encourage food and security, and create jobs at both ends. Market ends lower with Nifty closing below 25,700 while Sensex loses over 500 points. Broader market shows mixed performance. All sectors barring Nifty PSU Bank Index end in the red. Defence leads the losses.
14 aircraft ready. We have 5 engines. And by the end of the year, we will have 24 of these aircraft ready.
Hindustan Aeronautics CMD DK Sunil clarifies on reports of removal from the AMCA program, shares the company's delivery timeline and FY26 order book picture. LIC reports steady third quarter numbers. Consolidated net premium income and profit rise more than 17% versus last year. AUM grows by 8% to 59.17 lakh crore rupees. Bharti Airtel's net profit misses estimates, slides 2% versus last quarter to over 6,600 crore rupees. Revenue increases 3.5% to more than 53,000 crore rupees. Telecom major sees a one-time cost of 257 crore rupees in the third quarter. Ace investor Ramesh Damani sees ominous signs for Indian IT amid Anthropic buzz, says The ship has sailed for most traditional Indian IT companies. He believes that by and large, these companies have become comfortable with providing good old services. Silver bears some losses to trade in the red again amid profit booking and a stronger dollar. Prices plunge as much as 17% intraday, wipes out a two-day recovery to trade below $78 an ounce. Hello and welcome. Very good evening, viewers. This is Profit 360 on NDTV Profit and I'm Malika Mishra. Along the next half an hour, we'll bring you the latest on markets as well as national and international news. Speaking of the top national story this evening, in the Rajya Sabha today, Prime Minister Narendra Modi highlighted India's expanding global trade footprint, noting that the country has successfully concluded trade deals with 9 major nations. He termed the mother of all deals a landmark agreement with the 27-nation European Union bloc. Turning to the India-US trade deal, the Prime Minister said the agreement is being praised across the world for combining stability with speed and will especially benefit India's youth. He noted that the deal opens access to new global opportunities and aligns with the rising demand for Indian professionals and caregivers worldwide. Listen in to the Prime Minister.
पिछले कुछ ही समय में दुनिया के महत्वपूर्ण 9 बड़े देशों के साथ 9 बड़े हमारे ट्रेड डील हुए और उसमें मदर ऑफ ऑल डील एक साथ 27 देशों के साथ, यूरोपियन यूनियन के साथ, अमेरिका के साथ अब ये भी हुआ जो ट्रेड डील हो, और कल हमारे पीयूष जी ने सदन में विस्तृत जानकारी भी दी है और पूरा विश्व खुल करके इस ट्रेड डील का तारीफ कर रहा है। और उसमें जब यूरोपियन यूनियन के साथ ट्रेड डील हुआ तो विश्व को भरोसा हुआ कि अब वैश्विक स्तर पर स्थिरता की संभावना बढ़ेगी। अमेरिका के साथ ट्रेड डील होने के बाद विश्व को और भरोसा हो गया कि जो स्थिरता की एहसास हो रहा था अब गति का भी एहसास होने लगा है। अब विश्व के लिए शुभ संकेत। आदरणीय सभापति जी, इसका सबसे बड़ा लाभ हमारे देश के नौजवानों को होगा।
And a quick update on India-US trade deal. On the sidelines of the India-GCC signing terms of reference for FTA, which we'll talk about in just a bit, the Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal said that India and the US are close to firming up the first tranche of the bilateral trade agreement. A joint statement is likely within a few days, with a formal agreement targeted by mid-March. Listen in to the Minister.
बहुत ही सार्थक चर्चा चल रही है भारत और यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ऑफ अमेरिका के बीच, जो हमारे दोनों नेताओं ने निर्णय लिया है। हमारा पहला ट्रांच बायलैटरल ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट का लगभग तैयार हो गया है। हमारी उम्मीद है कि अगले 4-5 दिन में हम एक जॉइंट स्टेटमेंट यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ऑफ अमेरिका और भारत के बीच में फाइनलाइज करके साइन कर देंगे और उस जॉइंट स्टेटमेंट के आधार पर शुरुआत हो जाएगी हमारे दोनों के बीच में इस समझौते की पहली कड़ी। साथ ही साथ एक फॉर्मल एग्रीमेंट ड्राफ्ट हो रहा है जिसको शायद महीना भर 1.5 महीना लग सकता है और उस फॉर्मल एग्रीमेंट को मिड-मार्च तक साइन करने का अंदाजा है। लेकिन 18% जो यूएस टैरिफ्स घटने हैं वो जॉइंट स्टेटमेंट अनाउंस होने के बाद एग्जीक्यूटिव ऑर्डर द्वारा यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ऑफ अमेरिका कर देगा।
So we have 2 things to look forward to: the joint statement on the India-US trade deal as well as the final framework of this deal. But As I was saying earlier, in a spree of trade agreements, India has signed the terms of reference for a proposed free trade agreement with the six-nation Gulf Cooperation Council. So India has moved closer to signing this FTA, especially in the backdrop of the negotiations that have been stalled for nearly 2 decades and are now back on the table. This signals a push to deepen economic engagement with one of its most important trading regions. And there, Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal said that this will enable free flow of goods and bring policy stability. Take a listen.
It is most appropriate that we now enter into a much stronger and robust trading arrangement, which will enable greater free flow of goods, services, bring predictability and stability to policy, help encourage greater degree of investments, and take our bilateral relations between the six-nation GCC group and India to greater heights.
And now let's take a look at how the Indian markets closed today. Well, they ended lower with the Nifty falling 0.5%. Broader indices showed some mixed performance if you look at the Nifty Mid Cap 150 and the Nifty Small Cap 250 over there, with 0.3% cuts in the mid cap space and over a 1% cut in the small cap space. All major sectoral indices closed in the red except Nifty PSU Bank, which extended gains for the 4th consecutive day. Nifty Metals, in fact, led the decline, falling over 1% and snapping a 3-day winning streak. Vedanta and Hindustan Zinc were the top draggers in that sector, both down more than 4%. Let's now put the spotlight on Hindustan Aeronautics, HAL I'm talking about, which is out of the ambitious AMCA, or the Advanced Medium Combat Aircraft project, also known as the country's 5th generation stealth fighter jet. Earlier today, we spoke to Hindustan Aeronautics' CMD DK Sunil, who clarified on reports of the company's removal from this project. Listen in to a snippet of that conversation.
As of today, 14 aircraft are ready. We have 5 engines. And by the end of the year, we will have 24 of these aircraft ready. So I think we have been building the aircraft, notwithstanding the shortage of engines. I was also at the GE plant, and I see that they have opened a new line and also have put in new automation for increasing the rate of testing.
Moving on, ace investor Ramesh Damani says that the ship has sailed for most traditional Indian IT companies. He believes that by and large, these companies have become comfortable with providing good old services. The services that provide stable profit margins instead of taking solid risks. Our exclusive conversation with the market legend comes amidst the noise around Anthropic AI and the blow it has had on the entire Indian IT pack. He also prognosticated the employment route of software jobs in India in the coming decade. Further, he shed light on what really needs to be done to catch up with the ever-evolving pace of artificial intelligence. Let's listen in to a brief portion from our interview with him.
Is this the nth time you've seen the Indian IT companies being written off, or does it feel different this time?
It feels different this time, Toman. I've been a big bull and a big beneficiary of the big software boom that has engulfed India for the last 30 years or so. But here's someone sent me a tweet yesterday, which I'll share with you. This is the top Indian 7 software companies are worth about $350 billion. Anthropic is worth $350 billion in itself. Anthropic has 2,000 employees. We have 16 lakh employees. That is the scale of productivity change that is happening in this business. So while I think the business will continue, I think the multiple of these businesses have already been derated and will continue to probably be derated. So I think the world for the last 30, 40 years, ever since I've been in the market, the apex of value in India has always been brands, software, licensing, patent, intellectual property. I think that's about to change. I think the next 10, 20 years will be led by a different set of leaders than what we saw in the post-1992 era.
Now, so I'm going to dig a little deeper on that, because what has been loved about these companies also is that they are cash rich, they give dividends, and they are conservative in their approach. I'm talking about the big ones. you think that something which was seen as a positive now becomes a negative, that they are not moving fast enough or they're being too careful?
I mean, that's been the rap, that these guys are using their cash piles to pay out dividends as opposed to investing in new technology like AI learning models or product development. I think maybe the ship has sailed for these companies in terms of riskability. There are a few innovative companies that are doing that, but by and large, the massive Indian companies are focused on good old services business which brings good stable profit margins. I think it is under threat. I think it also a reminder that nothing is permanent in this world. You know, the business models change and keep evolving.
Ramesh, I wonder if you've thought about the implications if things go the way some people are suggesting, to say that the workforce that you spoke about, the 16 lakh employees, if that needs to be curtailed at some point, the knock-on effects of the destruction of demand here in India in various pockets, maybe even real estate to a certain extent, because I was in Coimbatore just the other day. They say 60-70% of people buying real estate there are IT professionals. Does that have a huge knock-on effect?
See, it's very difficult for me to prognose into the future of how this will go, because it's a bit above my pay scale, to be honest with you. But there's a lot of movement in global capability centers in India, which will take the role of software, so there will be employment there. And there'll be displacement. I don't think there'll be the easy entry-level software jobs that people got graduating from IIT or a technical institute will probably be gone. But they're different jobs. For example, if you were in the 80s, you never heard of someone, you were a bank teller, you never heard of an ATM expert or a YouTube influencer. Oh. All these new jobs keep getting created. So while there is some pessimism regarding the software jobs in India, I think overall the employment will continue to be fine. I would not be too worried about that at this point.
As Ramesh Damani says that he's not very worried about the employment route. But the truth is that with AI sprawling across the professional working ecosystem, many fear its impact on employment. What kind of jobs would it hurt? What's the scope of demand for actual human resource? Are we skilled enough to match the need of the hour? And most importantly, where does India stand amidst all the pull and the push? My colleague Ridhima joins us with a report to give us all the answers. Ridhima, what have you gathered on this?
So as per experts, the entry-level jobs in IT sector will see a dip in the coming time. But there's good news that the level 3 jobs will see an uptick. And the experts also say that these level 3 jobs will become the new level 1 jobs as the level 1 jobs become redundant in the coming time. Let's understand what are these L1 and L2 and L3 in IT sector. So L1 jobs are the basic jobs like data entry and software developers. Level 2 also consists of the same jobs. Now level 3 jobs are the senior roles which require more experience, say of 5 to 15 years of experience. And they include roles like cloud architecture, design developers, cybersecurity. Now, the current trend in IT hiring is already showing the signs of, less entry roles being taken for. If you look at FY 22-23, there were a lot of roles for the entry-level job goers. Now, in FY 24, we see a little controlled hiring and more focus on automation. And when we come to 2025, that's where we saw more specialized IT roles being taken by the recruiters. Now, why are we seeing an increase in this level 3 jobs? This is because with the rise of GCCs and data centers, GCCs are your global capability centers, the demand for high skill level workers is increasing. And we also see that if we look at 2025 alone, 50% of IT sector jobs were going to GCCs and the rest were in IT services and other startups. But now, is India actually prepared to take all of this? The answer is no. Even though, if we see the level 3 jobs, they even are paying premium of 30-40%, but the demand is more and the supply is less. There are less individuals who actually have the skill set to take up level 3 jobs. Even the premium institutes are struggling, even though they are better placed than tier 2 and tier 3 colleges. But there's a lot of reskilling required in terms of workforce. As they say that, AI is like whoever rides this AI wave will be the winner.
Right, Ridhima. Thanks so much for those interesting data points. And I think viewers, we need to level up. We need to level up and match to what the environment demands as far as skills are concerned. But let's now shift the spotlight to a diverse set of market heavyweights that announced their Q3 results, beginning with one of India's largest insurers, LIC. Life Insurance Corporation clocked an 8% annual growth at 59.17 lakh crore. The solvency ratio improved from 2.02% last year to 2.19% this time. And the solvency ratio is a measure of an insurer's financial health, indicating its ability to meet long-term and short-term liabilities. And an improvement in that aspect is a positive sign. Moreover, their net premium income and their profit both jumped over 17%. So overall, a stable quarter for LIC. Tata Motors passenger vehicle segment is our next one, as it posted a weak Q3. The company reported a net loss of 3,486 crore rupees compared to a profit of 5,406 crore rupees last year. Revenue declined 26% to 70,108 crore rupees, while EBITDA fell sharply to 941 crore rupees, down 91% YOY, pulling down margins down to 1.3% from 11%. So a big drop as far as Tata Motors PV vehicles is concerned. Now, shifting focus to a significant trigger for D Street is the RBI MPC meeting with a policy decision due tomorrow. A Bloomberg poll shows most economists expect a pause on further rate cuts as the RBI focuses on bond market stability and currency risks. So to tell us more about it, we're now being joined by my colleague Alex. Alex, what can we expect tomorrow?
The big event at the end of the week has to be the outcome of the monetary policy review by the Monetary Policy Committee of the Reserve Bank of India. Let's take a look at what is expected. If you consider the poll of economists, it suggests that it's likely to be a status quo. The repo rate kept unchanged at 5.25%. And based on a poll that was conducted by Bloomberg, practically 34 out of the total of 39 have weighed in and said that they anticipate a pause. Of course, there's an outside chance based on 5 economists that there could be a 25 basis points cut. So if there's no cut that is anticipated, then what's the big deal? There's going to be quite a bit of focus on what the outlook for inflation and growth will be, because there are major developments in the space. Take a look at this. There's a change in the base year for CPI that comes into effect on the 12th of February, and that could well change the way that you look at CPI for the rest of the year. There's also the fact that the trade deal has been announced earlier this week, and that means that what was being shaved off of growth estimates will now have to be put in again. By the way, CPI, you have a change in the number of items in the basket. It goes up to 358. But on the growth front, like I was saying, people were anticipating that a 30 basis point of hit would take place on account of this lack of a trade deal and the tariffs therein, but that will likely have to come back in. 7.6% was the last estimate in December. This was lower than the previous forecast. I wonder what happens next. Now, beyond this, of course, is the transmission as well as rupee and liquidity. All of those things come into focus. The rupee, of course, has strengthened from those lows of 92 that it saw at the end of January. The meaning of that is that the RBI will now have to intervene less than it has had to in the past, and that is good news for liquidity. Liquidity is important, of course, from the perspective of transmission of the 125 basis points of rate cuts that you've already seen, and that is not complete. And so the RBI will likely have something to say about the liquidity going forward. That is also something that you should watch out for in trade tomorrow.
And thanks for that, Alex. But viewers, before we bid goodbye to you, we'd like to get your attention on something special happening this weekend. A global recalibration is underway as economic frontiers shift, placing India at the forefront of a new world order. As the nation prepares its next strategic move, the NDTV Profit Conclave brings together policymakers and corporate leaders for dialogues that shape India's growth. Tune in to NDTV Profit on Saturday, February 7 to watch policymakers and leaders decoding policy shifts and outlining how India will chart its economic future.
As tariffs rewrite trade and India's New Deal and the US redefine global alignments, a powerful shake-up is reshaping the global economy. What is India's next strategic move? Join Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and leading global voices as they decode this new economic reality at the NDTV Profit Conclave, making sense of the new world order. India, the real deal. 7 February, New Delhi, only on NDTV Profit. as tariffs rewrite trade, and India's New Deal and the US redefine global alignments. A powerful shake-up is reshaping the global economy. What is India's next strategic move? Join Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and leading global voices as they decode this new economic reality at the NDTV Profit Conclave, making sense of the new world order. India, the real deal. 7 February, New Delhi, only on NDTV Profit.
When you're starting with a mutual fund investment, you cannot go with a trend-based mutual fund or a random mutual fund without any thinking.
We have launched a very interesting tool called CRISP. What is that kind of behavior nudge that you're providing?
As a platform, we have actually able to champion our cause.
I think it works very well when people stick to the product and invest with a long-term perspective.
I propose to raise the STT on futures to 0.05% from the present 0.02%.
There's a buzz of a potential hike that could happen when it comes to options STT, and this could be major negative coming in.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला। I was not just running, I was flying. सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट। 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू। फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफटाइम, क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी विक्ट्री, मेरी हिस्ट्री, मेरी ग्लोरी। सो कम एंड विटनेस यो यो हनी सिंह, दिस इज माय स्टोरी।
Hello and welcome to KYC. I am Sharad Dubey and you are watching NDTV Profit. And let's start the show. I'll give you some hints for the company which we are getting in KYC today. Also, let's put out the hints. It's a staffing solutions company. It seems like a deja vu. Yes, it is. but it's a different company. It's a mixed Q3 numbers they have come in, and company says that their headcounts, that level is expected to recover. But for the investors, it has been a sour journey. Stock is down more than 60% in the last 5 years. This is the important hints which I am giving you so that you can guess the company in KYC. And also, look at this. That's the pain here for the investors also. So I've given you a lot of hints, but remember, it's a team effort. And team effort itself is a hint as well. The company in focus, the staff solutions company, is TeamLease Services. This is what I'm talking about. But why are we calling this company? Recently, we did call its peer also, Quest Corp, and now TeamLease. Now we want to compare them. We need to understand the Q3 numbers of how TeamLease has panned out. But there are key reasons for it so that we are getting them in KYC. The Q3 numbers were mixed. So how the trends actually looking like for this industry? Another burning question is the AI space. The impact of AI on staffing solution. Now what happens in all the categories? Is there any big change happening here? That is something we'll be watching out for. The third one is the headcount recovery. By when will it happen? Will it be the fourth quarter? Will it be the first quarter of FY27? We'll get you all the details while talking to the management and the views on the BFSI segment. A recovery is being seen in this segment and in the staffing solutions. Will this strengthen going ahead? The margin guidance also for the company, especially on the value added products which they are adding. If there anything happens there, then what will be the margin guidance? And joining in the show will be Ramani Dhati. She's the CFO of the company, and we'll be asking Ramani a lot of questions on the numbers as well as on the strategy as well. But let's move on and understand the company. You know, it's generic, in a generic manner, it's put that it's a staff solutions company, but let's go a bit more detail into it. Let's call it a human capital management company. It's just not just staff, there's other things also. There's flexi staffing solutions, there are HR solutions, a lot of them. This company is 25 years old already, and it has 4,000 plus clients and 3.4 lakh associated trainees. These are the numbers when you study a staffing solutions company. This is important. But what are the services being offered by TeamLease Services? It's around 7-8 services, but I try to get the main ones. The general staffing, specialized staffing is there. There is flexi staffing also, the gig economy which we call, that's also there. HR tech services is there, and learning services there. Lot of degree related services is also there. But Q3 earnings is something which I'd like to talk about. The revenue has slowed down and the profit, that has surged. Now you must be wondering why the profit has surged. That's something we'll ask the management also. The headcounts have hit the revenue very strongly, and the margins came in from the other income. Now what is this other income? That is something which we'll ask Ramani. BFSI insourcing, that has dragged the volumes here, so that's also a concern for the stock. And the growth numbers, the general staffing revenue, it's nothing great, it's just 1%. But GCC, the global capability center, that is showing a very strong growth, and that's a very big emerging market trend in India. But let's look at the outlook, how things are panning out. Our recovery is expected to come in from the fourth quarter. BFSI segment, that's what I was talking about. The headwinds are largely absorbed. Now that means from a lower base, something good can happen. Headcount recovery is expected over the next 1 to 2 quarters. And GCC and the specialized staffing, that is expected to stay strong. Remember, GCC has done really well. So this number is going to be something which is very important for most of the staffing solutions company going ahead. And the margins also, expectations are there that it will gradually expand as well. And just to put that in perspective, the street view, the growth has normalized in FY27. Earnings CAGR expectation is 15 to 20%. So this is the entire picture for TeamLease Services. But to give you more perspective in our show in KYC, there are 8 parameters where we judge a company. And of course, financials are one of the most important things where we get the company. Income statement, where your Q3 numbers will also be involved. Then there is balance sheet to check important ratios, the cash flows, return ratios, the ROEs and the return on capital employed, shareholding, and street trade, how much the stock has moved around and the returns have come in for the people who are already invested in this stock. Valuation, we compare it with its peers, and the analyst tech, what the analyst community is thinking about this counter. So 8 rating parameters in KYC, and I would like to start the first one, that is the income statement. Let's talk about that. And largely these are the numbers which we have gathered in. Revenue, there has been a decent growth coming in. And if you you do the mathematics, so this definitely goes past the 12,000 mark. So there is a decent growth, but it's not a very great growth. Looks like a single digit growth. And even the PAT numbers, they are very stable business model. And the Q3 numbers, to be honest, were on the mixed side. So I have given a neutral rating when it comes to the income statement. But now let's talk about the balance sheet. How much things have moved around. These are the key metrics in the balance sheet which we have found out, and largely we see the book value has increased nicely, and these are the FY27 numbers coming in. Remember, we have one more quarter left and then we get the entire picture. Apart from this, the borrowings, that has slightly gone up, but for a business model like this, these borrowings actually don't matter. These are basically the working capital related borrowings, and the cash and bank balances. Generally these companies have a higher cash bank balances, but that has actually come down in FY25. But there was a major IT refund, which I'll talk about it later on in our third important rating which we judge. But now, right now, balance sheet also, it is stable. So I'll give this also a neutral rating. So two neutral ratings coming in for income statement and balance sheet. But importantly, cash flows, they are very much important in any kind of a business. But remember, the cash flows which you're seeing is on the higher side coming in. Of course, there is some kind of variability in the net cash flows, but the operating cash flows have been decent. But what's an important number to actually watch out for is that 400 crore plus net cash flow the company is standing at, and this is because of an important IT refund also which has come in. So company's cash flows are very strong. Now what does the company do with this deployment? That's important, whether it's kind of a buyback, which generally happens in these type of companies, or maybe some kind of inorganic acquisitions. But right now, as of now, good cash flows, that's around still a neutral rating for the cash flows. But return ratios, that's where my interest peaks for this company, and it's a very decent ROE numbers, I'm seeing for this 13 to 15% return ratios. Even if you get, it's a very strong signal and a stable company. It's 13.5%, 13, 14, and that's expected to be around 14% as per MK's report. So it's a decent return ratios company, and the same thing goes for the return on invested capital also. And anything above 15 is always good. Remember that it's not a rule of thumb, but generally for these companies it is. And look at it, it's overly going above the 15 mark, and that's 17.4. That's what the street is expecting. So return ratios is strong, so I'll give a good thumbs up. Also, apart from this return ratios, I'll talk about your shareholding, how much important the shareholding is. And remember, DI holding has picked up very strongly here. Promoters, it's stable, but FI is there, they have reduced their space. There has been a big changeover as well, and of stake from 27 it has gone to 6%. But the other hand, look at that, it's such a stable business, and that is where you have large asset classes, the DIs, parking their money, so that there's no much volatility in the stock. It's 50%. It's a very safe move, to be honest, from the mutual fund industry. But nevertheless, that's 50% of that stake coming, and that'll be pretty much interesting how this pans out. And the float in the public, that's roughly 13%. So shareholding, it is nothing but a neutral rating. But street cred, how much stock has moved, stock ne kitna paisa diya, 6 months, 1 year, that's what we talk about. And it's been a very dismal performance. 6 months, stock is down 21%. This year also nothing has happened. And the shareholders, their patience is being tested, and that's why retail position is also a bit kind of lower as compared to the institutions. It's down 38%. Last 5 years, it's down 62%. So yes, concern is definitely there in this counter, and if you're holding it, your patience is being tested. And from my side, it's a thumbs down when it comes to the street cred. But let's look at valuations, and when we compare that, we have the valuations with its peers, and its peer is, of course, recently we had got this company in KYC as well, and the valuations for TeamLease is still on the higher side, but it's still decent. For FY27 there's nothing much to be thinking about this counter. 15 times, it's fine, it's decent, but it's all the industry numbers are also decent, so nothing much great here. It's a bit slight expensive than Quest Corp also, but overall the expected P numbers which we have gotten, it's still a neutral rating when it comes to TeamLease Services. But let's talk about analyst tech. Total analyst, I feel is 12 of them are tracking it, and And that's a strong kind of, analyst take coming in at 12 buys. And likely return is almost 46%. So that is something which you'll watching out for. So it's a positive rating when it comes to the analyst rating. So let's give in the final ratings, how things are panning out. This has been largely neutral. Return ratios have done well. That's why I've given a strong thumbs up. And the other rating parameters are also there. It includes shareholding, valuation, which has been neutral, analyst take, that's good. And lastly, street cred, nothing much returns coming in for the investors. It's roughly 4.5 out of 8 we have given for TeamLease Services. So that's something which we'll be watching out for. And now joining us is Ramani Dhati. She's the CFO of TeamLease Services. Hi Ramani, good afternoon. The numbers were slightly mixed, in this quarter. What are the key takeaways you're getting?
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. Firstly, we have indicated that there is one large NBFC client which is undergoing RBI audit, and they have given us a heads up in terms of that some numbers they may be directed to insource. So that NBFC has close to about 22,000 headcount between our staffing and apprenticeship business. So that's the hit we had this quarter. Otherwise, overall, if we look at the margins and overall performance, specialized staffing for us has been doing extremely well, especially the GCC segment has been consistently adding headcount as well as expanding on bottom line. HR services, again, this quarter, there is a very good catch-up billing contributing to the bottom line expansion. And also we received a large chunk of our pending tax refunds in this quarter, along with interest credit. So that also has contributed to very good cash flows overall. So in terms of general staffing, while there is a overall slowness compared to last 2 years, especially in BFSI, the rest of the segments continue to be maintaining the trend of hiring. If I have to call out the top sectors right now that we are seeing positive on new headcount addition would be FMCG, FMCD, retail, quick commerce, e-commerce, and manufacturing entities, apart from the GCCs.
That's pretty interesting on that, Ramani. The cash numbers are on the higher side, and whenever cash numbers become on the higher side, my question for companies like yours is where does this get employed? Any inorganic acquisition, maybe a buyback, what it is?
Yes, so this is a question that we are also asking ourselves, and by year end there'll be a decision taken by the board. As of now, we don't have any large M&A discussions in pipeline, and TeamLease would be primarily focused on organic growth rather than doing any large big bang acquisitions. So from that perspective, the board will be taking up a discussion on whether to do a buyback or a dividend or a combination of both, along with allocating some kitty for future M&A pipeline.
So 3 options are there for the board. And Ramani, interesting trend which has picked up is the impact of AI. Everybody's talking about it. Now, what happens in the staffing solutions? Do you get a specialized staffing service on that? And if yes, any inquiries have been coming, or your existing clients, have they started putting in requests on the AI? What's happening there?
Yeah. No, definitely AI is impacting jobs in IT, especially the coding jobs. There has been a substantial drop in the number of coding jobs that we used to do 2 years back, or even for that matter, 1 year back to now. But however, we have quickly shifted gears, and now we have built all our capabilities in under specialized staffing towards niche and cutting edge skills. So right now, almost 60 to 70% of our hiring happens on skills that are related to AI, ML, cloud, cybersecurity, these kind of profiles, which are currently on high demand. So we don't cater to any entry level roles or the basic coding roles anymore. So they're all largely focused. All the 7,000 roles that we have, majority of them, 60 to 70% of them are now towards GCCs and with the new age technologies.
Ramani, now a lot of impacts are also coming in. The provisions I'm talking about, the labor code numbers, did they impact in this quarter also? And any kind of further impact we can see? And if yes, does this trend continue?
We have done a full analysis, for our entire employee base of 3 lakh plus. So for us, the impact is only for our core employees to the tune of about 5.7 crore. So that provision has already made as an exceptional item. But that number for us is not very significant, because for rest of the 3 lakh base, because they're largely the temp staff, and average tenure is also typically around 6 to 9 months. So there we don't have any substantial liabilities on gratuity or leave encashment for the past period, mainly because of the tenure. Even for those where it is applicable, we have back-to-back contracts with the clients saying that whenever any regulatory change happens, the liability will be indemnified by the end client. So we have already taken acknowledgement from all of our existing clients with respect to that liability, and that's the reason there is no incremental provision that has been made in our P&L over and above this 5.7 crore.
Interesting. Ramani, there are two words, I'm reading the entire thing about TeamLease, and that's hurting my eyes. That's the BFSI insourcing that has dragged the volumes, and also the headcount that has hit its revenue. Now, there is a kind of a statement that there might be a recovery coming in both of these segments. And if yes, it's hurt in Q3, what are the timelines, Ramani, we are looking at? Q4 or Q1, where the green shoot starts coming in?
We can expect in Q1 definitely, because we have already started discussions with some of our large BFSI clients as well as prospects. So the pipeline is very healthy, and also the number of open positions. But since we are already in first week of Feb, by the time these onboardings happen, that would be like end of March and early April. And that's in line with what we are also expecting. So that's why we have indicated that by end of Q1, we should be able to fully offset the headcount loss that has happened in this quarter and turn positive on a net basis by end of Q1.
That's pretty much interesting. But the margin front, generally, whenever an investor is looking at your company, they do not look so much at the margin front. But there seems like the street is expecting that the margins would slightly pick up going ahead. What will be the levers for growth on this growth in the margins? Is there a specialized service you are getting in, or is there something else?
Yeah. No, it's a combination of multiple things. So one is mainly the portfolio businesses, non-staffing businesses growing at a higher rate, mainly the specialized staffing business, because our GCC business is at a higher margin at almost 6 to 7% of EBITDA contribution. And then we have an apprenticeship business. That business is also now has turned positive on bottom line and contributing positively. So that business also operates at 4 to 5% EBITDA margin. And then HR services, which historically has been at a relatively lower margin. So now that business also next year, all the investments will be fully done, and that business also should start contributing EBITDA margins of 6 to 7% going forward. So with these segments picking up at a higher growth rate, there will be an expansion on the overall EBITDA margins, in addition to the operating leverage in staffing business, our main staffing business also playing up.
Yes, but Ramani, any kind of a number or a range if you could give us, then it becomes very easy for the viewers to understand, or maybe the analysts to, get your company's numbers or financials right for the future.
As a percentage, it's extremely difficult for me to give any kind of indication. And what we are targeting is expanding the absolute profits of the company. So this year we should do a PBT growth of upwards of 20%, despite the impact that we had with BFSI with almost 25,000 headcount loss. And next year onwards, we should be able to consistently maintain 18 to 20% EBITDA growth and similar range of net profit growth as well.
That's pretty much interesting. But just to put that perspective, a lot of layoffs have been starting to come in from US. We heard last night from Wall Street Journal, and some names coming in the IT space also. Any kind of initial inquiries coming in the large IT or the mid-cap IT firms, regarding the net hiring or the freshers not coming in? What are the initial trends suggesting? Because that's becoming a cause of concern. A lot of young viewers write to us. So just wanted to get that in.
Definitely, as far as IT services is concerned, as of now, there isn't much of recovery in terms of overall hiring. The entry-level jobs and again, the coding jobs still continue to be at very high risk. And at this stage, we are not seeing any kind of visibility in terms of any green shoots as far as IT services is concerned. GCCs, we are very positive, because even under the new union budget, with data centers and tax exemption for data centers, especially the GCC funded ones, we are confident that there'll be more jobs that would be generated under this segment. And typically these are the higher salary jobs as well compared to the IT services. And with the kind of volume of pipeline that we are seeing in the GCC segment and data center and related segment, so we are confident that there will be some green shoots on the GCC side of the business.
That's pretty much interesting. But I was just going through the con call of yours, and the client loss which was there in the third quarter, one was an NBFC client and one was an agricultural client. So will this reverse in the fourth quarter, or because Q3 seemed like an anomaly as put by you? So Ramani, Q4 they are back?
So Q4 we should be having like just about turning positive, because we have a couple of large prospects under discussion. So between Feb-March, we should be able to close that. But as I said, we'll be just turning positive by end of March, netting off this impact of these two clients. However, to post a positive headcount growth, that would take us time till like end of Q1 next year.
That's pretty much interesting, and some new initiatives are also being taken place by TeamLease. And Ramani, if I see RegTech and HR Tech, both of them are also being developed, some are being implemented, labor code impact is also that implementation, I mean to say, is coming in. So what are the important outlook for these businesses, RegTech, HR Tech going ahead, Ramani?
We are very excited about this part under our RegTech and HR Tech businesses, because under the new labor codes, it has been now very clearly notified that going forward, there'll be a single digital return to be filed, and that would be through the Shram Suvidha portal, which the government has announced to launch. It might take little time, like maybe in the next 12 to 18 months, we can expect the launch of this infrastructure, but that would give us a substantially new target addressable market, because now all the companies who are right now manually making returns, be it under PF or ESIC and all the 25 plus labor laws, so now they would be required to make one single digital return. And TeamLease being in this business and working on all these labor compliances for years, we have developed products which can enable direct filing, seamless filing on this digital infrastructure. So as and when we see the notification from government on the next steps on the filing front, so we will also be targeting the market with this new product.
Well, that's pretty much interesting, and one of our Gen Z viewers has written to me and they've stated that AI skilling is very much important, Sharad, and they wanted a question for you, Ramani, and we just wanted to get in, what are the key, trends coming in the AI skilling, data science, how much of that is actually, being truthful in the ground? Has that picked up? What are the young folks, asking?
Yeah, no, this is an interesting question. As far as skilling is concerned, at this stage, companies are not making any massive investment in upskilling